Protect your DNA. BioPQQ can promote formation of new mitochondria. Infowarsstore.com.
Okay, I'm ready on here. Am I going to cover this here? Am I taking this? Yeah. Okay, ready? Everybody ready? Rolling?
Rolling.
Okay, here we go, guys. All right, we are now live.
We're going to go to 5 first, right? Do it over again.
And because early voting runs through this Friday, you don't have to wait till Election Day. You can vote all week.
The Rio Arriba County Clerk's Office reported this afternoon that a voter trying to cast an early ballot in Espanola today was told he had already voted 3 days prior.
Activist on the tape goes on to suggest that discarded ballots could be collected from what she called Ghetto Aurora, saying that African Americans and Mexicans tend to throw out their ballots.
And as for those programs we do need, I'll make them work better and I'll make them cost less.
Thousands of federal workers are issued taxpayer-funded credit cards so long as they buy items that cost less than $3,000 or micro purchases. Our review found about $20 billion in just about the course of a year.
We'll save billions by cutting waste and improving management and strengthening oversight.
We asked all of these other major federal agencies based here in D.C. for their micro purchase shopping lists, and all refused.
I'm pledging to cut the deficit we inherited by half by the end of my first term in office.
The Independent Congressional Budget Office warning a new fiscal crisis is coming if Washington doesn't get its spending in check.
Raising the debt ceiling, which has been done over 100 times, does not increase our debt. If you got a business, you didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen.
Live from the Infowars.com studios.
First, Ebola is not spread through the air like the flu.
Ebola is capable of entering human airway cells. Ebola is primed to be able to have respiratory transmission.
Crashing through the lies and disinformation, it's Alex Jones. You are either with the Republic or against it.
Welcome. What you're seeing here tonight is true, independent, liberty-based media, the people's media, striking back against the corporatist establishment, state-run media. I'm your host for the next 6 hours, off and on, until midnight tonight, with the rest of our great crew and all the great people and researchers behind the scenes, Leanne McAdoo, David Knight, we've got Jakari Jackson, Darren McBreen, out in the field, Joe Biggs, and so many others here tonight. We've also got a whole bunch of interviews coming up with everybody from Greg Pallast to the folks at Project Veritas, James O'Keefe, and Gerald Celente, so many others coming up tonight. We've also are going to premiere our latest installment of our Second Amendment shooting show. We haven't done one of those in about 6 months. We've been so busy. We're going to have one of those for you tonight and just so much more. Before I get Leanne and David's take on what they think is front and center with this major political realignment that's happening right now, we're going to analyze the news behind the news, the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would say. Before we do that here tonight, I wanted to go to the guys back here in the control room, and of course some of them are co-hosts of this show as well, Rob Dew, to run down the roster of what's coming up tonight.
Hey, Alex. Yeah, we're going to have all kind of things going on. We've got we're going to be having updates from Jakari, doing all the election updates. He's going to be also checking out Twitter. You can write to us at Real Alex Jones with your Twitter questions, hashtag election 2014. We're going to have a James O'Keefe interview. We showed part of that today on the show. We're going to have a long, about a 25-minute Greg Pallast interview covering GMO labeling and voter fraud. And then we also shot one today earlier with Bev Harris of Black Box Voting, who's going to just we've seen a raft of all this voter fraud going on today, so she's going to explain how that happens. And then also David Knight interviewed some guys from the Free Keene Project, people who are transcending the system, kind of creating their own system out of all the chaos out there. So we got quite a show. Celente is going to be joining us live. He'll be our one live guest. And so I'm really excited. This is going to be 6 hours. We'll be here till midnight. And we're going to have some other special reports. We're going to play our guns report at least twice, and that one is awesome. We blow up actually one of my old TVs. We sent it out to pasture, and that was a lot of fun.
We sent it out to pasture in a pasture. Well, great job, Rob, Du, and the rest of the crew. A lot of preparation goes into this. And these big live events we do a few times a year are training for syndicating and launching the Nightly News, which now about 2.5, 3 years into this, we're ready to do. We've just been caught up in filmmaking and the syndicated radio show and all the other work, but we're not backed by David Rockefeller. We're not backed by the UN. We're not backed by stimulus money like MSNBC or 400+ million a year of taxpayer money like NPR. We are backed by viewers and listeners like you. And we have cable stations and TV stations across the country that are picking this up tonight without us even reaching out to them. Great folks. We want to thank them for all they're doing to promote freedom. And we have a huge list of stations and affiliates ready as soon as we officially launch the Infowars Nightly News, not just at prisonplanet.tv and YouTube, where we're also live streaming right now, but on so many other platforms because liberty is popular. Think about the fact that when things like CNN launched back in the early 1980s, they had as many as 20 million viewers a night. Now their biggest shows have 500,000 viewers a night. MSNBC is the same. This transmission tonight, if it's like the last time we did a 6-hour show, I'll probably have about 300,000 viewers. The big daily radio show has about 3 million listeners and viewers. But the reason this is important is we can just launch something out of the blue and already get to the level of CNN. And that shows how dinosaur they're really getting. We could send 3 years ago reporters like Paul Watson and Aaron Dykes to Switzerland to cover the Bilderberg Group. We had 5.5 million views just on Justin TV and Ustream in 2 days. We can make documentary films like Obama Deception, seen more than 40 million times on Google and YouTube. So I'm not here tonight talking about the election, bragging about the Infowars platform, but it's something you help build with your support, but it also shows the power of the people. Now, there's so much to talk about tonight. We're not going to just sit here this evening, and we are going to do it. I'm going to do it. David's going to do it. Jakari's going to do it. We're going to have Joe Biggs out there with the big governor's race in Texas. I mean, we've got people on the ground. We're going to be covering the horse races. But this is bigger than just some NFL game or some National Baseball League game or basketball. It's not just about watching the game tonight and seeing the scores. It's about seeing how big this political realignment is going to be, and can the establishment Republicans that are, again, in the news today, demonizing the Libertarian Tea Party, can they stop a revolution, a peaceful revolution, through the political process? And when we talk about the Free Keene Project or the Porcupine Movement in New Hampshire, there's hundreds of ways to vote, not just the ballot box, the grand jury box, the jury box, the cartridge box, but voting with your dollars, voting with your actions, voting by speaking up yourself in the court of public opinion. This tyranny can't grow and can't continue if we withdraw even a few percentage points of our support. This is a 21st century war. We're fighting these suited globalists that use fascism, socialism, marketing, you name it, to control populations. They use deception, we use truth. And so when we stand up against them, they fail. It was Thomas Jefferson said that all that evil men and tyrants need to flourish is that good men and women do nothing. The establishment has their teleprompters written by PR firms. We have research. We have passion. We have the fact that we wear on our sleeve our bias of loving liberty, of telling the truth, of supporting freedom, of supporting the underdog, of standing up against oppression. Not because we're heroes, but because we want to be treated like that as well. We understand that what happens to the little guy ends up happening to us. We understand that we're all in this great journey of being alive and conscious together, and it's an amazing time. So I'm so honored to be here with all the viewers tonight that have tuned in. I want to just say great job to the crew. So many of them here were already here at 8:30 this morning running my syndicated daytime radio show, and they're up here tonight. And we're almost there of hiring a next wave of crew and reporters so that we really have some depth in our lineup, to use a football analogy. So we're going to look at what will Obama do, once he's a lame duck with all the executive orders. We're going to look at the huge amounts of election fraud going on. We're going to look at solutions, a way to fight this. We're going to look at how so many candidates in the Republican Democratic Party really don't disagree with each other when it comes to NSA surveillance, police state, open borders. Though there are some candidates and some politicians on both sides of the left-right paradigm who actually do the right thing. And they're being targeted by special interest groups. People like Warren Buffett, Ted Turner, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and of course Bloomberg. So it's all going to be broken down here tonight. And listen, you can participate. You're the real power of the Infowar. Go to Infowars.com. Go to Real Alex Jones on Twitter. Get those live links to Infowars.com/show or to our election coverage. Flood Twitter. Flood Facebook. The establishment made sure that they could have Facebook and Twitter, that Zuckerberg says is for dumb effers that trust him, Facebook, so that they can push establishment garbage, so they can propagandize the population. But they can't defeat human intelligence. They want the rise of the machines because they follow orders. They want an automated society. But if we don't act like machines, it's game over for them, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what it comes down to. I know there's the talent, whether it's in business or industry or the church or in families, in little movements and big movements, in small things we do, medium-sized things, large things we do, to change the world. It really comes down to good versus evil. So David Knight, before we launch into bipartisan treason, Boehner and others working to destroy any peaceful resolution, Kennedy said those that make peaceful action, to paraphrase him, impossible, make violent revolution an absolute guaranteed certainty, to butcher his statement. We probably pull that quote up and put it on screen later. But here we are at this crossroads. Before we really drill into this, not with idiot teleprompter news, but real analysis, out of this cornucopia of notes and documents and articles and video pieces, what do you think is most important about this realignment that we're clearly seeing happen right now?
Alex, earlier today I talked to Mark Warden. He's a New Hampshire representative, state representative. He's part of the Free State Project. I think that's a good example when people say, the elections are so rigged that it's not even worth participating in it. Do you feel that way when the Republicans won't impeach Obama when he does blatantly illegal actions, when they won't prosecute people at the NSA who are blatantly violating the law? Sometimes we have to do the right thing, even if we don't have a chance of winning. But in New Hampshire, what they're doing is they've got a mixture. Some of the people have gone there to participate in the electoral process. Some of the people have gone there to take direct action. Well, a good example of that is the fully informed jury movement that's there. They've had success in New Hampshire in passing a law that said that the judges could not censor that information from the juries or punish lawyers or defendants if they brought up the fact that they have a legal right to judge both the law as well as the facts of the case. So they got that law put into place. They also, on the activism side, are holding regular information handouts at the juries when they're selecting, at the courthouses when they're selecting the juries. So they're fighting them on both fronts. Well, what happened was in the legal front, even though they had a victory legislatively, you then had a court just recently, within the last couple of weeks, strike that down. So it's a constant struggle, and there's a balance. And I think that we ought to fight on both sides of the issue. That's why I think the Free State Project and the interview that we've got coming up later is an important one to look at, to see how different people are going to approach it. Sometimes you go around the system, sometimes you transcend the system, sometimes you try to do the best you can within the system, and even if you fail, it can point out the corruption and the control of the system, and that in itself is a victory. That's right, David. So many times people are purists. They're like, you're either for gold and silver or you're for fiat. Well, no, I'm for open fiat that's crowdsourced to the people, cryptocurrencies, and I'm for gold and silver. I'm for true diversity. I'm for true choices. So it's like saying, are you a nature person or a nurture person in psychology and development? Well, clearly it's both. Or do you believe what Freud said or what Jung said? Well, both of them had some things I agree with. Both of them said things I disagree with. You've got to just use these different mindsets and views to try to really grasp what reality is. And what I know, my big takeaway, that I want yours, Leanne, is that there is a huge political realignment happening. People aren't voting for Republicans because they trust them. They're repudiating the progressivism, the socialism, the cronyism, the crony capitalism, and the cult that they thought they could sell as Obama.
And the Republicans are already circling the wagons to try to defend Obamacare that they're part of, to try to defend the open borders. They all work for the exact same globalists.
Yes.
We had Tucker Carlson on today. I think he made a great point. And that's that with Democrats, you've got them in lockstep with their rich donors. They're pretty much the same team. With Republicans, you've got the Republican donors that hate the Republican voters. Two different complete groups. I mean, Republican voters really do represent the last vestige, and they're certainly not perfect, of Americana, mom and apple pie. Hey, let us keep a little bit of our money. Hey, you know, men aren't bad, women aren't bad. Hey, Marilyn Monroe's not bad. The Democrats really represent a bizarro totalitarian cult now. And so the Republican leadership. So this is one of these last moments in an attempt to try to make peaceful resolution possible. And the system is trying to block that. They want to have a left-right sharing of power and that we think we've got Obama down and the Republicans betray us. But that trick's over. That Carol quickly wrote about in the 60s at Georgetown, their political scientists, that the globalists follow much of his work. He said, we'll have the illusion of choice, but it really won't change. Well, they know through the libertarian movement, infiltrating the Republican Party and taking it over, which is what you're supposed to do. They act like it's dirty, that we're somehow, done something wrong and that they've got to crush us and it's all embarrassing and, oh, you better run away from this Tea Party. That's why people are voting for the Republicans now, just like they voted for Ron Paul, who was proto-Tea Party. So this is a very historic time. They intend to just keep frustrating us till there's a violent revolution when they come to confiscate guns and forced labor, all the things they're now promoting, nationals, conscription in high school, all the things Rahm Emanuel pushed. They know they're going to bring in stimuli that make us revolt violently, so they're gearing up with the paramilitary forces, with the police and military to crush that. The problem is we've been outreaching the military and police, myself, for 20 years. They saw what we warned come true. They're not bad people on average. So what I want people to know is we're really in this fight. Before we get into all this news and analysis, humanity really has a chance here. Bad guys only win when people do nothing. David?
And when you're talking about this, just like the police, when you're looking at the issues there, it's the federalization of the police that is leading to the militarization of the police. So there again, it's kind of a national versus local movement.
And it's not that the feds, exactly. In federalism, you need states balancing with feds and feds balancing with states.
Right.
But the federal government's been taken over by foreign banks. It isn't the federal government. So when we see the feds doing something, it's J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, other Rothschild banks.
One of the things I liked about the Free State Project was it moved the focus from the very top, from Washington, to the local area, to the state and local governments. And that's where people are going to have a success at this point, I believe, is whether you choose to work within the electoral system or whether you choose to transcend it, work around it as an activist. It's still that local focus. We've always heard, think globally, act locally. Well, I think we need to think liberty and act locally. They think globalist, when they say think globally, they're talking about a globalist agenda. We need to have a libertarian agenda that we work to achieve locally.
Exactly, and that we sell, not just politically, that we sell out in the culture. People are going to buy it because it's true. Yes. Leanne, what of all this news, what do you think is most important? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I agree with you on the awakening. That's what's been so exciting here, even if it's not just that the black voters are waking up to the fact that they've been voting for all of these bad policies for decades. That doesn't mean, oh, you should go out and vote Republican. It's just them just waking up to the fact that you can't just go in and check off a Democrat because that's what you've always done and what your people have always done. But it's beyond that. People are waking up to the fact that we do have a police force that is going largely militarized. Not only did we see that with the response at Ferguson, but also at the Bundy Ranch. There they were peacefully resisting there, and it took a real violent turn. I mean, it was extreme. So people are waking up to the fact that this is what's going on. But we've talked about this last night. Maybe some of these independent parties, maybe they won't have a shot at winning. But it's about getting on the ballot. It's about getting in people's faces and
about educating.
Putting these issues out there, letting people know that this, the war on drugs is a farce, because here we have the government shipping in the drugs, or the pharmaceutical companies don't want you to have access to medicinal marijuana, or oil doesn't want you to be able to grow hemp, because these are things that will take down the establishment. So they don't want people to have access to that. But just the simple fact that we, the people, have been able to get medicinal marijuana on the table, or GMO labeling and things like this. We have been able to to stand up, and it's not too late. We still have a shot at this. You know,
you're right. In a world of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And just look at the Bundy Ranch. That was not a big story till the feds came up and beat people up in the middle of a county, standing on state roads in the gravel ditch, holding up signs. And the feds would pull up and say, nobody who's lived in this county family for 100-something years, you can't hold a sign up in America.
Yeah,
and everybody,
free speech area.
Right.
Free speech area.
And then it was down the road, a little pin. The whole county was a free speech null zone. People saw that as Tiananmen Square.
Right.
And we said, you want to have a new Tiananmen Square, it's going to happen. The feds, you were there, David, marching across. There's video of it. In the historic video, feds backed down from protesters. And they said, we're going to shoot you. And you didn't stop. You peacefully, unarmed, walked across. They backed off, knowing it would be a PR disaster. They'd rather blow a federal building up later and blame it on us and look like heroes. And so Harry Reid came out and said, these are domestic terrorists.
Yeah. The important thing about that was that people saw this happening to their neighbors, and they said, you're not going to do that here.
Right.
That's wrong. And they were absolutely morally indignant about it. And rather than having the anger turn towards somebody of a different race or a different economic group, which they so easily can do in these urban settings. I mean, we've seen it over and over again with the Rodney King situation. We've seen it in Ferguson, where you have they play the race card, and instead of getting angry at the government that perpetrated this, at the government that shot somebody or beat somebody or whatever it was, they attack white businessmen or Asian businessmen or something. You know what I'm saying? They make it into a racial thing. That didn't happen at the Bundy Ranch. At the Bundy Ranch, they understood that the problem was federal overreach. And people said, you're not
And
going
again,
to
the feds are
brutalize
occupied.
people. Yeah.
The feds are occupied.
You're not going to brutalize our neighbors. We're not going to stand for that, and absolutely refuse to stand for that. We had a lot of people saying, hey, you're all about this because this is a bunch of, even at the time, this is a bunch of white farmers. You guys aren't going to do anything when it happens in an urban setting. Well, we were there when it happened in an urban setting. We were outraged that it was happening in Ferguson. We were outraged that it happened in New Mexico, where they
that shows the racial programming.
Homeless people.
Every time we go out to a shooting, whether it's black or white or whatever it is, we just look for the facts.
Yeah.
Our job's easy because we're not following some agenda other than trying to find the truth and to be reasonable about what's going on. And yeah, I remember they're like, Alex, you know, you wouldn't be upset if the cops had shot a black woman when they shot that lady at the White House. And then all these folks said, we love you now. She was black. You care about us.
Yeah.
And it just shows how the media has dumbed it down, where you only get upset if you're black and a black person gets shot, or only upset if you're white if a white person gets shot. No, we need to care about everybody who's losing their liberties and their freedoms. Now, drilling in here, first off, anything else you want to add, Leanne, to that?
That's good. Liberty is rising.
Liberty is rising. There's so much to go over here tonight. The Democrats are running from Obama, but he's meant, like I've always said, to be a shield that the establishment has. When it gets dented and damaged, they drop that shield, pick up a new shield. So this is very predictable, getting ready to maneuver the Republican savior, a Chris Christie, a Jeb Bush, somebody like that. And so we have the Boehner Republicans with the Democrats openly saying we've got to destroy the Tea Party. It's taken over the Republicans. This is a real crisis in the establishment because it's not a fake realignment. Within the realignment this time, people voting for Obama was a big realignment, a big repudiation of Bush, torture, NSA, all expanded under Obama. So now there's another repudiation and a bigger realignment, but this time there's real change within there. And that's what scares the system. Leanne, what do you see coming out of this?
Well, you know, just coming up, I know we're going to get to sort of the way that both of the parties are very much the same, and it's kind of meet the new boss, same as the old boss. And I'm really hoping that we can kind of affect some change in that area, because we'll get to it later with Rand Paul and, you know, some turns he's kind of taken here in the last week. But it's just kind of, I feel like that's what we have to do here, is keep these people in check and keep them true to their oath, to the Constitution, to freedom. If that's what you say you're about, then be about it. And if you're not, then we're going to call you on it. And that's what, you know, that's what our election coverage is.
Look at Ron Paul. Look at Senator Sessions. Not very eloquent speakers, but they do what they say they're going to do. Super high approval ratings in their states and nationwide. And Rand is going with the establishment a little bit because he has all these advisors, trying to look more palatable to donors to be a real contender. And I get that. There's two ways to look at this. Play the old game of moderating a bit, or be who you really are, and the people will respect you. Long term, that's what's going to save this country. And speaking of that, David, Leanne, let's start getting into the latest on that front, the bipartisan Boehner Republicans. What will happen when the GOP takes over? Rand Paul reviving Reagan's law, more police state, endless war, ISIS funding.
So much.
Let's get into that.
Well, you know, Alex, the Senate Democrats are trying to distance themselves, and of course the House representatives as well, but especially in these tight Senate races, they're trying to put as much distance between them and Obama as possible. And so you have these tremendously expensive races. In North Carolina now, they've had the first Senate race where it's been over $100 million spent. It's now $111 million, almost $17 per voter that's been spent there. Why did they do that? Well, it was mainly to try to let Kay Hagan distance herself from Obama. And all through the campaign, she wouldn't say whether she voted for him when he was running even. But it was clear on record that pretty much everything that Obama had put out there, the entire Democrat agenda, she had supported it, had voted for it, but she kept trying to distance herself from Obama. Today, they had, actually starting last night, they ran a radio ad from Obama. So right here at the 11th hour, she comes out of the closet and declares what everybody knew from the very beginning, that she is an Obama follower. And so this is an amazing thing, but it's the money. Part of this is the money. There was an article that came out today on Fox News, said, what campaign spending? Americans are spending more on Halloween than on the midterms. This is very similar to what CNN put out yesterday. CNN said, what could we have bought for the $4 billion that was spent on election coverage this year? And of course, it's CNN and Fox and networks like that that are getting that $4 billion. So they have an incentive to encourage that.
And that's why they want to keep the same two political parties. And let me just throw in here that when we talk about these political parties and what they're doing, Hillary Clinton has come out and said, I'm pro-gun. She's come out and said, I want to control the borders.
Right.
They run Obama with the Bushes who shared power. Mm-hmm. They're all in the same charity. You know, Bush 41 calls Clinton his son. We knew that back at the time. He was CIA. They met. They wanted to get Bush out of there, have a Democrat front for the agenda. It's so staged, and it's wearing thin. Can we have somebody other than a Clinton or a Bush? I mean, should they have a rotating kingship or queenship where there's Hillary the first or Hillary the second or Bush the 10th? I mean, this is, we are not North Korea, a hereditary dictatorship.
Somebody out of the CIA Mafia family, I guess, it's because it's this extended Mafia family that they've got going. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing.
Right, and they actually think that curbing the campaign spending is going to stop that.
Yeah, no, it's not. I think it's interesting that Fox News would take the approach and say, well, look at how much we spend on cosmetics, or look at how much we spend on candy for Halloween.
That's something everybody in the country basically, 90% bought.
Yeah, and you're getting something for yourself. So the question is, what are the people that are giving this money, that are giving millions of dollars to these candidates, what are they getting? And what do we do about it? I don't think campaign finance reform is really going to work.
I get it. You get diabetes on Halloween for your money.
Right.
They get the country for their money.
Exactly.
That's right.
So they're buying it cheap.
Yeah,
they bought America for less than the cost of Halloween.
Exactly.
It's interesting. CNN looks at it and says, what could the government have bought for this money? Fox says, what could consumers have bought for the money? I think we need to look at this and say, what's the return on investment for the crony capitalists that are buying these guys?
You know, they've done some university studies on that. In some cases, $1 brings back 1,000.
Oh, yeah.
In some cases, $1 million brings back over $1 billion. It is astronomical. Leanne, you were bringing up some points about Rand Paul. What's your view on him versus Ted Cruz? I mean, look, he's not perfect, but I've known him since 1996. He's a real deal. But at the same time, compared to all, Chris Christie, Jeb Bush, I mean, Ted Cruz and Rand Paul are angels.
Well, I agree with you on that part, and I have been, just really holding out hope. I knew Rand was going to have to play the game a little bit. Like you said, he has to make himself palatable to the establishment. You got to kind of pander to them a little bit. But, a year ago, he came out and said that we really need to be concerned about Obama fast-tracking the TPP, and we really need to be concerned about that. Well, now...
The Trans-Pacific Partnership.
The Trans-Pacific Partnership. Well, now he's come out just in the last week or so saying that Obama really needs to prioritize passing the TPP and get it done by the end of the year. What happened in a year?
It's just like Nigel Farage, who's the Ron Paul of Europe, who we used to interview all the time. We can still get him on, but he's gone from we must fight for liberty, no surveillance, no police state, to oh my gosh, ISIS, we should give our freedoms up. That shows how powerful the libertarian Tea Party movement is globally, that the Nigel Farages and the Rand Pauls could be president, could be prime minister, and now they've been given the hey. They've been given David Knight, what do you think the message is that's getting them to do this? Because once
I'm very concerned about that, because we heard that same comment from Romney yesterday, that, we need to address the economy first. And one of the things we need to do is address trade. And I said that last night. I said, I think that's code for the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Let's understand that the Trans-Pacific Partnership is not really free trade. This is a secret agreement that is being negotiated without elected representatives being able to know what is in this agreement. This is hidden from our elected representatives of every country, and that's something I think we need to be very concerned about, that they're negotiating a trade treaty in secret, and it is far more extensive than a trade treaty. These trans-Pacific, transatlantic partnerships.
It's internet regulations, free speech, it's 30 points.
That's it.
And let's think about this, Leanne. I want your take on it. We're here going, perhaps we might want to know what's in a secret treaty. They've leaked a few parts of it, and it's beyond 1984, beyond Chinese censorship. I mean, it is so hardcore. It's like Samsung came out this week and said, yeah, we listen to everything you do in your house with the smart TVs. Watch what you say in the owner's manual. I mean, that's even crazier than I thought. It's like everything's accelerating. Leanne, what's your take on that?
Well, I mean, it just seems like selling out American sovereignty to now saying, oh, we need to make the government smaller here, but then making the global government bigger. I mean, that's what the TPP is going to do.
That's what they're doing. They're transferring local power to the feds, who then transfer it to globalists, and then we don't have any say on it.
Exactly. And not only that, but our elected representatives don't even have a say on it. None of them have been able to look at the draft. So has Rand looked at it?
I can't argue with your logic. I'm just going to call you a sexist, homophobe, racist.
Okay, I got it.
Why are you against women? I'll vote for Hillary. You going to vote for Hillary?
I'm going to do it for Janet.
Let me just say right now, I would vote for you for president right now, Leanne.
All right.
And I would vote for David as president. I don't care if it's a black guy, a white woman, a Hispanic lady. I just want freedom. I mean, can we get I want what's in the head here.
Just stop selling us out. That's all we ask.
Oh, let's talk to it. Listen, you're a man, sexist. Shut up. No.
I just want them to stop selling us out to the globalists. That's all I ask.
This hour brought to you by Oxy Powder at InfoWarsLife.com. Hey, real quick, let's take a little product placement time out here. He was telling me this morning, man, I lost 12 pounds on that in a week. And I said, you got to come on air and talk about it with us.
No beer guy.
And listen, let's do some real product placement, because you try these Oxy Powder pills at InfoWarsLife.com. It'll change your life, in my view. Well, let's just shift to that and let Rob do, the news director, during this. He had no cue I was doing this. Let's talk about what happens in the bathroom.
Yeah, well,
needs a new
lot
jacket.
if you take Oxy Powder, but it really does. I think it goes in there. Well, best thing I could say is it takes whatever's in your intestines and turns it into a virtual liquid, and then you lose weight. I mean, I lost 12 pounds in a week.
The average person has 20 pounds. John Wayne had 40-something. And he had 40-something pounds of Janet Reno in there. And that's a lot of, anyways.
Yeah.
We need Oxy Powder for
To me,
Congress.
it was worth it. It's about a week.
We need Oxy Powder, like Congress is a big intestinal tract.
Yeah, we need Oxy Powder for Congress.
Oxy Powder.
Yeah. I think we got.
Yeah, bring me some Oxy Powder.
Can you imagine running that through the halls, Oxy Powder through the halls of Congress?
Ladies and gentlemen,
flushing out.
Leanne, we need you to take it. Tell us all about it.
Flushing out the guts of the government. That's what
all
we
right,
need to do.
InfoWarsLife.com. I'm not kidding. Now every time I see Rob do, I think Oxy Powder.
Well, and you mentioned it this morning. You said something about it. I said, well, to help me lose 12 pounds. You're like, what? 12 pounds? Get over here. You're coming on the show.
All right, let's get serious. What do you think of the first 30 minutes of live coverage here? No teleprompters. Can we get a camera, maybe a roving camera, to come in here and show there are no teleprompters in here?
We can't get a roaming camera, but
listen,
I'll come back.
Turn that camera right over there.
Yeah, we'll turn
camera
that
3 right over here, extremist.
Travis, turn 3, pan it to the right.
Don't disagree with me, dude, or I'll say you're racist.
Go to 3.
Let's get serious here for a moment.
There we go. Now now pan it, and then pull back all the way.
Are you on air right now, dude?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
I'm
good.
giving him camera direction.
I like that.
No.
There are no teleprompters.
Teleprompter free.
And you know what? I can even turn on the lights in there, and you can see. Like, there's no teleprompters, people.
Yeah, just show this. There are TV screens, so we can see
what's on. There's some TVs. You can see the TV.
What's on the video screen behind us?
That's
we can
the background, and then we have some election stuff.
To keep our.
We have news articles
that we don't even care about. It's not even about this election. It's so much more. There's so much more that we're fighting.
It's about
for
what happens after.
Exactly.
And do we hold the Republicans' feet to the fire? and it's about so many different angles. Now listen, we have like 5 pages of stuff. We've only gotten through 1 page in here. Should we talk to Nico Acosta and get his view on things?
Oh, yeah. Nico, turn on your mic.
He's been here since 9 a.m. Nico.
I sure have.
He had a migraine this morning, but he's here. Look at him. He's got George Washington behind him. Nico, how are you liking it today?
It's been a long day. It's been a good day. It's been a roller coaster like usual.
But we're barbecue filled and fueled.
That's and tacos. Right. This is Texas.
Absolutely. You got to have that. All right. Anything else from the crew in there? Anybody else want to chime in from the control room?
Anybody else?
I mean,
I'll be breaking in. I'll be breaking in a lot, but I'll try not to do it too much.
We'll just try to.
There's Joe Jennings. He's back there.
There's Marcos Morales.
Marcos.
Let's just try to not drink too much vodka, guys.
We haven't even started yet. We're just drinking water right now. That's
good. So am I. Now,
and, there's Richard. There's our new guy.
Hey, let's see Richard.
Welcome.
He's got a stylish, trendy beard.
Well,
our other resident beardy is out on the streets with Joe Biggs.
Right. Yeah, and that's another thing. We're going to have live Skype updates from Joe
what about
Biggs.
Jakari? He's back there actually going over the numbers, which are important. It's just they make
Jakari, you ready? We're going to come to you in a second.
Yeah, let's go to Jackson.
He's got Twitter feed, too.
All right, he's got the Twitter feed.
He's doing Twitter feed. We're going to go to him in just a moment. First off, Leanne McAdoo. Did you hear that caller today saying it was sexist that some of the ads on our website and Daily Caller show like women in bikinis? Do you think we should all be sent to forced labor camps for that?
Well, it doesn't offend me. I mean, I think sometimes it's a little irrelevant when you're like, oh, Hillary Clinton is so old. Look at these bikini babes. But whatever.
But, I mean, we'll also show like a guy with a beard. This prepper knows something you don't. I mean,
exactly.
It's third-party advertising.
He's like an old bearded guy.
Fine, we should just go bankrupt. It's wrong to have you holding a gun.
Hey, I love those pictures. Where did they've fallen out of the rotation on the website.
Well, wait, but that's an attractive woman.
I know.
With a gun. I can't. That's a little. That's not pertinent.
Sounds like a little.
That's not pertinent. That's not pertinent. Not pertinent. Oh my goodness! Hey, everybody knows why everybody comes to the website. I'm so handsome. No, let's get serious. Get into the news. Other big issues here. We're going to get into this more later. But David, what are you most worried about Obama once he has no election to reface? No midterm election. He can do whatever he wants. Get that off the screen. That is not politically correct. That is not politically correct.
Well, we know he's hiding the Obamacare increases. We know that knows until after the election. So that's a big surprise for everybody. They keep telling everyone, no, it's a fable that your insurance rates are going up. And everybody knows that they've already gone up. They don't know how much more they're going to go up until after the election. There's going to be blanket amnesty. Mm-hmm. And, when we're talking about the Free State Project, when people got together and said, let's take a small state and we can have an impact there with like 20,000 people who are committed to liberty. What do you think Obama's strategy is? Well, Obama is going to remake our country into something that is along the lines of the socialist utopia that he imagines, or just completely remake it. The way to do that is to bring in a reliable voting bloc that's going to vote for socialism and a welfare state.
That is so genius.
And that's what he's doing with the open borders. He's essentially doing the same thing in reverse that the Free State
David, I haven't, but exactly, because those are U.S. citizens within the country that pay taxes, that have a right to travel and vote wherever they want. I've never heard that analogy anywhere else. You've got to do a special report on that. Did you coin that parallel? Because that's true. Free states got 100,000 people moving to New Hampshire through the system to try to promote liberty. The globalists are bringing in 50 million illegals to vote to take our guns. That's admitted, but it is like the reverse of a free state would be a slave state.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Slave State Project. That's what we should call this, open borders, the Slave State Project.
Oh, gosh.
Because that's really what it's about. And I think they're losing their support amongst women. One of the things that the Washington Post is talking about was how Mary Landrieu is falling back to saying, you're sexist because you don't like me. It's not her policies. It's not Obama's policies. We're racist if we don't like him, even though the American public elected him twice, elected her 3 times.
Hey.
Now because they're being rejected, it's because you don't like me as a person.
Oh, hey, the people are sick of that. I would literally, to use that term, have the entire 500 people in Congress be women of every color. It's going to be purple, blue, green, white, brown. I don't care. If they were promoting low taxes and freedom and not trying to force inoculate me. I mean, I could care less what color you are. I could care less what, you know, I just want you to keep your hands out of my life.
Right.
Man, I mean, whoa. And to hear Landrieu and Rangel saying people are racist, bull crap.
Right.
Well, I mean, I am sick of the BS, man. That is a cop-out. That is a load of you-know-what.
Mark Udall is on the ropes in Colorado. It looks like he's going to lose his seat.
That's because they don't like men.
He's been talking so much about abortion and contraception that they've given him the nickname Mark Uterus. It's not Mark Udall, okay? But he still has seeing his support amongst women plummet. Why? I think it's because women understand that open borders, and they see that intimately tied with Obama, is a threat to the health of their family with this Ebola outbreak. They see it as a threat to the security of their family with the fact that criminals or terrorists or what are free to come through the borders, and we try to exercise no control whatsoever over that. I think that women are looking at that and saying, wait a minute, this isn't working. In spite of all of the kind of, you know, breaking people down.
That's right. I mean, on average, women are like men, but statistically in marketing, they want to work together. They want a good future. They want to be communal. And then they've tried this communal thing, and it's a giant screw job. So now they're not buying into it. It's not that women are stupid. It's not that men are stupid. It's that we want to work together. But once you get the women turning against you politically, it's all over.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, you have a lot of these women, and obviously men as well, are, you know, single dads. But
racist.
Exactly. But you have, you know, schools and things like that that are getting shut down, and families, parents, they're seeing that their kids are getting a really subpar education, and then all of a sudden there's all these illegal children being flooded into the country, and we're having to spend all of this taxpayer money to send these kids to school, to get them housing, clothing, this and that, and everyone's like, well, where was that money when we needed it a year ago for the schools and for our kids? And so parents are starting to recognize that, and I know, you know, that is with this whole immigration thing. It's really, they've tamped it down. That's one of the things they're, you know, separating themselves from Obama.
I agree.
Separated the whole immigration issue.
And they try to say you're racist if you don't want unlimited people worldwide to come in. People, everybody knows, including all the Hispanic Americans I talk to, we can't go to Mexico or Brazil and get free health care and vote.
I can't vote in the Swiss elections. You know,
That's because you're racist.
Exactly. I can't vote in the Mexican elections. Can you imagine if you went down there and tried to vote? They'd probably lock you away in a jail without a hearing or trial like they did that Marine. But, you know, for months or years at a time. And, of course, you wouldn't get any help from the U.S. State Department either. But, you know, no other country does that. And yet we have ballot initiatives in Illinois to accept people and say, we don't want any voter ID. We want to let everybody be able to vote here regardless of their national origin. What does that mean? I mean, that's not saying that, you know, we've never withheld voting rights from anybody that legally immigrated here. So what they're saying, and they made this very clear when they voted on this in the state house and the state senate in Illinois, they made it very clear this is a repudiation of having any identification to be allowed to vote.
It really is mind-blowing. We've only gotten through a third of the coverage we're going to be getting to. Is Jakari ready? I know I called on him prematurely. Is he back there in the studio? All right, let's go to Jakari Jackson. He's got a bunch of news. We've got Joe Biggs coming up. I also want to talk about holding new candidates of the new blood accountable. Black Americans in the polls, but also in media, are deserting the Democratic Party. Well, I mean, it's not even deserting Democrats. Don't worship the Republicans either. Slap them around. And if they don't do what you want, go to somebody else. Get results here. It's like you're at a restaurant not getting service. You call the manager over. It doesn't work. Get another one over. Doesn't work. Leave. Stop supporting it. Just don't mindlessly sit there and back something. Let's get Jakari Jackson's breakdown on some of the numbers coming in, some of the Twitter information. Jakari Jackson, back there in Studio B.
How you doing, guys? Jakari Jackson, Infowars.com. Let's talk about some of the Senate race outcomes we have here. We'll look first at the state of Kentucky. We see Mitch McConnell has won, according to Politico, with 54%. Moving on now to West Virginia, we have Capito, Republican. They don't have the percentage on that one. We'll come back to that. Moving up to New Hampshire, we see Democrat Shaheen, the incumbent, is in the lead with 56%. Moving down to Virginia, we see Gillespie with 56%. The Republican. Going down to North Carolina, we see Tillis in the lead with 55%.
Oh, that's a surprise.
In the state of South Carolina, I'm sure this will make you very happy, David Knight. Your good buddy Lindsey Graham, the incumbent, with 53%. David, what do you think about
I'm so happy about that, Alex.
Tell him, shut up. You don't get a recall.
Yeah, you don't. Shut up. You're an enemy combatant, so there is no recall. And then finally, the final one they have on Politico.
Shut up. You don't get a lawyer.
Shut up. When you ask for your rights, you say, shut up. You don't get no rights. And there's missing nukes. Do what I say or they're going to blow up.
One might go off.
Yeah, that's Lindsey Graham, and Georgia has Purdue at 61%. Now, a lot of the ballot measures that are people concerned about guns, I'll talk about that here in a second. Also, something near and dear to Rob Dew's heart, marijuana. A lot of those outcomes are not yet public, but we'll keep you up to date on that.
Rob's never smoked marijuana.
I didn't say he smoked it. I said it's very near.
I want him arrested if he has.
I'm just concerned about the hippies out there who do like to smoke.
We're drug testing you tomorrow.
You're concerned about Obama's right to smoke pot still as he used to do it.
I'm joking. Rob Dew is a great American.
I'm sure he is a great American. And something else. Oh, how did this get on the screen? The 50 cal Molon Labe T-shirt available at the Infowars shop. I just so happen to be wearing it right now. And you guys can pick that up at the Infowars shop. And we'll look at some other things. Let's take a look over here on the Twitter page, see if we can find something. This is a little bit off topic, but I thought this was very interesting, Alex. Lori K asked, why are there so many bioweapons labs in the area of Africa? I know you've been talking a lot about that in the recent weeks.
That's because on record, it's all a lot of it's declassified in South Africa, but it turned out it was happening all over Africa. Gaddafi was criticizing and trying to stop it. I'm not lionizing Gaddafi, but he was trying to help Africa. He was actually taking the money from his oil and trying to help everybody. That's why they set him up and overthrew him, and now they admit Libya is a failed state. He was constantly exposing it with scientists, but the South Africans declassified in '94, and people can look this up. We played the BBC clips and even 60 Minutes, but they had airborne Ebola that was race-specific to black people, Africans. They have just all sorts of stuff in the vaccines, HIV, souped up. People always say, well, where's the proof? It's even been on 60 Minutes. I mean, it's declassified. It's just people don't go look up the documents. And that's why they have the bio labs over there, is because since colonialism, here's Africa's problem. It's got more resources than probably the entire land mass. There's more in the ocean than Africa, they found, but it's hard to get because it's underwater. Africa is just filled with everything. Australia to a certain extent as well, but Africa just is so full of riches that they keep it destabilized to keep standard of living down so the people never get uppity and demand any real value. That's why every time a Westerner goes there, whether it's Merkel of Germany or Obama of the U.S., they go, by the way, I just landed in a huge jumbo jet, red carpet, $100 million, this visit, and I'm going to stay in a 20-bedroom, house or whatever. You shouldn't ever want a car or air conditioning.
Right.
So they want Africa to just, hey, just like they're telling us, you're ready to live in a 200-square-foot apartment. You're not going to have a car. As if we couldn't develop clean systems. They're just saying, get ready to be poor because we're going to be rich. And that's what's going on in Africa. But they'd rather Africa just be dead. And that's the problem is if you actually, the few tests they've done giving Africa its resources and not trying to destabilize them in Kenya and in Libya and a few other cases, Africa's done great. I'd love to be able to just fly over to Africa. It's far away as England. It's like 9 hours away. It'd be beautiful, big hotels, beautiful coast. Blows away the Caribbean on the west coast of Africa and other areas. But you can't go there. It's a hellhole because it's a deliberate destabilization program that's been going on for 500 years. Well, before that with the Arabs in North Africa. And so that's what's going on. But it's the same thing in feudalism. Rome controlled Germany and France for 500 years. And if you tried to build so much more than a mud hut, they'd slit your throat. So everything we see is a continuation of Roman systems of control. Only Rome's allowed to have technology. Right. Only the globalists are allowed to have technology. Jakari, any other comments on that?
Yeah, just talking about the Georgia race. That's one of the critical states for Republicans to take over the Senate. Now, I do want to ask a couple more at least one more Twitter question before you guys get back to your other news coverage. Stefan Nielsen asked, or makes a statement, there are no good politicians, all are crap, or almost all. So with that type of sentiment that a lot of people have, why should anybody get out and vote?
Well, that's a great question. I don't think it's the end-all, be-all going to fix everything. Ballot box is important. Cartridge box, if things go to hell in a handbasket, you got to defend yourself from thugs or whatever. Jury box, grand jury box, voting with your dollars. But the attitude that we're all screwed kind of trickles down to even voters. Oh, just go with the establishment. You've got to run for office. You've got to support the people. when someone has support like a Ron Paul, they can get elected over and over again. So it really comes down to the people. If we're a virtuous people, we'll have a virtuous system. If we are a decadent people, we'll be ruled by a bunch of wolves. Jakari, what's your take on that question?
Yeah, just like you said, there are definitely some shenanigans that go up, especially at the big national races. But, you know, as we talked about yesterday, your local races, your sheriffs, your city council members, your mayor, I think those are good races to get involved in because, you know, when it hits the fan, you know, you're going to need a good sheriff. You need a good mayor, not to get teamed up with these mayors against illegal guns or whatever their name is this week. And speaking on those guns, Alex, I want to talk about some of the ballot measures as far as the gun races. Now, we don't have the official numbers as far as the yeas or nays, but I'll talk now about the Alabama Right to Bear Arms Amendment. And it says, if approved by voters, the Constitution would be amended, explicitly provided that every citizen has a fundamental right to bear arms and that any restriction on this right would be subject to strict scrutiny. Additionally, it would provide that no international treaty or law shall prohibit, limit, or otherwise interfere with the citizen's fundamental right to bear arms, which basically means that the UN can't come in and start slapping around Alabama, telling them what rights they can have to keep and bear arms. Another big one that we talked about yesterday was the race in Washington, the ballot measure, talking about how we see Bill Gates and also Mayor Bloomberg getting in and trying to pretty much demand universal background checks. And particularly for that race, the Washington race, the initiative 594. We saw Every Town for Gun Sense, that was Mayor Bloomberg's group that teamed up with Moms Demand Action. They donated over $2 million, and also Bill and Melinda Gates, they donated over $1 million. And it says the Washington Universal Background Checks for Gun Purchases Initiative 594 is on November 4th, and it basically says that everything except transactions, well, not a transaction, but giving a firearm to a family member or an antique gun would be subject to a universal background check.
Now notice this dichotomy. You've got a state-sponsored bill to defend the republic, and it's not that we're obsessed with guns, but slaves are disarmed if they get our guns. The first gun laws were in the South after the Civil War by the Klan to disarm blacks that were defending themselves from the Klan and others. And Mao Zedong said political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. We have a special report on that coming up. This is so transparent. The government's arming to the teeth. It's illegitimate while trying to disarm us. You've got these anti-human people that run these Ebola labs in Africa that say, let's kill old people, let's have death panels, let's get rid of veterans on secret death list. I mean, Bill Gates doesn't just want to get rid of the black people. He wants to get rid of everybody. He is a total slime bag. His dad was a top eugenicist on record, and they're funding all over the country. Yukari just got into one case of this. Oh, you've covered it in detail, David Knight. So is Leanne. Here he is spending millions in races and hundreds of thousands in races to beat the Milwaukee sheriff, which they failed. Yes, so the good news is they're failing, and then I want to get Leanne's take on this, but we've got our own candidate where this show originates out of live in Austin, Texas, who's an Army vet, a great guy, running against the mayor pro tem who wants to run for mayor, you know, running for his seat. Michael Cargill. Yeah, Michael Cargill. Everybody needs to, I don't want to hear there's no good candidates. No, you haven't done your research. I'm not attacking that Twitter guy, that tweeter. But at the same time, I'm Rick Perry now. I got to get on the tweeter. But, I mean, no, you need to run or find the good candidates and get them in there.
Exactly.
So
the guy I talked to earlier from New Hampshire, he's a decent guy. He was amazed. He said, one thing I got to say before we finish, he goes, everybody talks about how corrupt politics are. He goes, you have no idea till you get close to it just how bad it is. He's amazed at it. But he's somebody who's going to stand up for your fundamental rights. Would you rather have a situation where that sheriff that was targeted in Milwaukee, would you rather step back and out of cynicism say, it doesn't matter, I'm not going to show up at the polls, I'm not going to support him in any way whatsoever, and wind up with a sheriff who's going to do everything he can to take your guns? Or are you going to stand behind somebody who says, we can't be there to protect you under all circumstances. Get a firearm, learn how to use it. We'll do what we can to catch the criminals, but we can't be there when you're attacked because we don't know when you're going to be attacked, and neither do you, so be ready and be trained.
And notice in the Milwaukee County area, it's mainly whites. I think the number's like 70%. They're electing a black guy. Yeah. Because they could care less what color he is.
That's right.
They care about what he stands for.
And people there were upset about the fact that Bloomberg was trying to buy that race.
But that's what they're doing all over the country. The globalists are coming in, and this is just one model of what they're doing. So we have a duty when somebody like Cargill here in Austin runs to get behind him and support him, and or to run ourselves, because he'll be there injecting real issues in those debates on TV, on radio. He may not win this time. He'll probably win the next time. This is what it's all about. And that's why they try to demonize the Tea Party, because, you know, only white people would want to own guns. Only white people would want to own private property. You know, pure bull. Cubans won out from under Fidel Castro, and they're Cuban. This is universal to want to have freedom, and that's why we've got to get behind candidates, regardless of what color they are, what religion they are, whatever, if they support basic freedom. Jakari Jackson, I know you've got even more in there. Keep breaking down any other points.
Oh, I was just going to say the flip side to that anti-gun measure in Washington State, they also have Initiative 591, which is pretty much the exact opposite. They said, you know, they're not going to have any background checks unless it's a federal standard that is established, which I don't agree with that. But, you know, just like you said, there are bad measures, there are good measures, there are good candidates, and there are bad candidates. And I also want to encourage all of our viewers who are watching us, whether it's on prisonplanet.tv, on the YouTube, on Infowars.com/show, send out all these links. We'll also be on Ustream here in a few minutes with Staff Sergeant Joe Biggs. But you can go to the Facebook page, Alexander Emmerich Jones, also YouTube, The Alex Jones Show, Twitter, Real Alex Jones. Submit your questions, and hopefully we can get you on the air pretty soon.
Absolutely. And we're going to have Joe Biggs via Skype and Ustream here with us on the ground at Democratic and Republican gubernatorial candidate front lines. If Wendy Davis ends up winning, you know there's election fraud. They've been caught on video organizing illegals to vote. David?
Well, they had an article today on Infowars.com that showed that the front-runner, Greg Abbott, the Republican, who was ahead of Wendy Davis by 20 percentage points, didn't show up on the ballot in a San Antonio location. I mean, that's one way to close that 20% shortfall is to make sure that your other candidate doesn't even appear on the ballot. And that's what we're talking to Bev Harris about later is a lot of the rigging of the voting machines and things that can actually be done at a local level. In Eureka, California, they actually have a good solution to some of this stuff, things that could be easily done, cheaply done at other locations that would allow you to monitor the vote. And that's what we need is transparency. And that's what we're getting less and less and less and less of in government is transparency. Obama, when he was running, said, we need to be transparent. Well, he's by far the least transparent administration we've ever had.
Leanne?
Well, and also, you know, it is so important to get out there and vote, especially in the midterms on a local level, because that is when you can get your people that you know personally, like Mike Cargill, that you know who he is, what he stands for. That's what just local grassroots people.
He's who you want. He's got a successful business. He started from nothing. Right. It's super successful with guns and gun training. He's an Army veteran. He's a family guy. He doesn't want to run. He's running to protect our rights. He's running because he's sick of being pushed around. That's the kind of person you got behind. It's like George Washington wants to go back to his farm. We need people that are there for duty, not for a bunch of power.
Right. And then to not be afraid to exercise the power you have. The states that have the ability to cast a recall, like they did in Colorado when Bloomberg and all these outside groups moved in and funneled all this money in to pass those strict gun laws. They were able to recall 3 of their representatives that got elected. Legislators. They took 3 of them out.
Well, I mean clearly there's been a realignment for a while. And they tried to put Obama in to pacify. Now they're going to try to take over the Tea Party and stop this. But this isn't Obama, their fake pacifier. This is a real move. A lot of bad Republicans are getting elected, but still a lot of good people are being elected. That's why the system is so freaked out. Now, we're now 1 hour into transmission. It's now 8 o'clock Eastern. It's now 7 o'clock Central in about 50 seconds. I want to go to Rob Duke because there's so much they've gotten ready tonight. We've got a bunch of interviews we did earlier today. We've got live interviews coming up. We've got a gun piece that we shot a few months ago that we finally got ready, that Josh Owens did a great job putting together, and Rob Duke and others did a great job shooting. Leanne goes out and becomes an absolute gun addict. Tell folks about that.
Yeah, and I'm just going to let you know we are having a little bit of a weird funkiness there. We're having the dancing ants, so we're going to reset a couple cameras when we go to break here, so you can see how the weirdness happens.
I like dancing ants.
Yeah, so we've got them. We've had 3 cameras go down, and we fixed 1, and we're working on the other 2. So that's what happens in live TV. You have this stuff happen. It's one of the fun parts of live TV, and I've done live TV for many years now, and let me tell you.
I like dancing ants. Just leave it. Who cares?
There's nothing like it. Yeah.
It's like Michael Savage was on one time when we were having technical difficulties. That was like once a year on radio. He goes, hey, I grew up in New York where they'd have like Mexican TV on one of the channels, like puppets hitting each other and lights falling. And, you know, it was like live. That was his favorite channel, even though he couldn't speak Spanish. And you know, that's the stuff I like. So this is real, teleprompter free. Everybody's doing a fabulous job.
Well, I like that people can see behind the scenes and see where all that money is when they support us, where it's going. It's not, you're not out there on a yacht, like taking all these vacations.
I wish I was.
You know, 10 convertibles.
Sounds pretty good.
I know, but it's this. You're putting the money back into this operation, and you can see it. Even though sometimes we got a little split screen going on, but
well, no, I mean, quite frankly, if I want, since we're on the subject, if I wanted to make more money, I would have a radio show and a news blog that I push everybody to. Look at this picture on my website. Look at this article I linked to, just to send all my audience there. I'd have 3 people here, like Rush Limbaugh. And see, Rush Limbaugh has a jet and a 20-bedroom house, which is great. It's his money. I have this. See, I've spent 70, we were doing the math, in the last 15 years alone, been on there 20 years, but the first 5, it was just me. I've spent $70 million on running the operation, promoting it, doing all this. $70 million.
Oh, but you could have sold your soul to the globalists.
Well, but it's a testament to free market, what's left of it.
Hey, Alex, that's still not as much as our public servants have spent on their micro purchases to the tune of $20 billion.
In the last year, the feds,
1 year,
on their micro purchases that don't count, $20 billion. They can go buy like $3,000 televisions on taxpayer money. Well, I mean, to be clear, that's
they're structuring their purchases. You know, that's exactly what they're accusing these small businesses of doing, is structuring their deposits and then going in and confiscating their bank accounts. And yet these guys are structuring their purchases. That's exactly what they're doing.
Right. Or even
it's just like the IRS scandals, you know, where the IRS says, we lost all of our records. We don't have that anymore. They will rake you over the coals and not take an excuse if you have a hard disk crash. If you really did lose your data, they're not going to take that as an excuse. But they wind up doing exactly the same thing.
It's organized crime, and they all kind of stick together to keep the thing rolling. Okay, I don't care about the dancing ants, Rob, do.
Well, we've actually defeated them. But
okay, great.
I do have an update. We've got the guys calling in from Skype, Biggs and Company, with Josh and Roderick, and they were just searched by the cops, of course, because probably they're terrorists. They got camera bags. Anyway, they're going to give us a quick update here.
That they're Infowars.com reporters. I love how when we're at Ferguson, there's looters throwing Molotovs. The cops don't care. Look, it's a reporter. Shoot Jakari. Shoot Biggs. Shoot Al Jazeera. And we're just like, okay, we were reporting that the cops are probably in the right here. These are looters, but you're attacking us, so now you're in the wrong. We just go with the truth. We just go with the truth. And so if you're ready with Joe Biggs and others, are you ready for us to go to them?
Yeah, you know what? We're ready. It's going to have a technical, more dancing ants have appeared, but we like them.
You know, I want to do this, Rob. I want to go to the Second Amendment piece first that we're titling here, Freedom Grows Out of the Barrel of a Gun.
Yeah.
And so we're going to air this little 10-minute piece of just us having some fun out at my buddy's ranch. You know, there's the Steiner Ranch that's the big housing development on the lake. But then there's the real Steiner Ranch, 12,000 acres in Bastrop. So this is the real family ranch out there. And we go out there shooting, and we've done this show 6-7 times. They're very popular. One of them's got like 1 million views. But this is just us out having fun. And this was a real test, though, of taking Leanne out, who's only shot with Cargill a shotgun once over at Central Texas Gun Works, and it kind of blew you away because that's Joe Biden's advice, to shoot a 12-gauge.
Than the assault rifle.
We'll see what happens with a 12-gauge versus a .223. I'm shooting a .308 Reaper. We didn't get the 50 cals out this day, but I had this idea to put bowling pins. Weldon had just got them at a thrift shop or something. I think we should shoot some bowling pins. I saw these in my neighborhood for sale. I said, yeah, let's put it on top the tannerite. But we also shoot with tracers. You can't see them during the day. Some little Gatorade bottles of gasoline inside a fake coyote. This is not a real coyote, folks. And I'm going to get PETA after us here. So are we ready with that report, guys?
We can do the report, or we have Biggs ready to go.
Yeah, you know what? I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go to the Second Amendment report, because we said we're going to that.
Oh,
yes.
Look
Too
at
bad, Biggs.
Oh, well, let's go to him right now. I love live TV.
Nice reaction there, Biggs. He's like, it's raining.
No, I was looking up. It's raining right now.
Oh, that's why it looks like he's turned into a vampire.
That's why they want to go.
All right. Hey, Joe. Joe, we're going to come back to you after this piece here. I know you saw it, thought it was pretty funny. Because you notice I've got commando-level shooting, right? No, seriously. I'm the guy that jumped out of an armored vehicle and stabbed the Taliban on the neck. Hey, Joe Biggs, tell us where you are and what's happened.
We're at the Moody Theater right now in downtown Austin, Texas. We're going to go into the Greg Abbott election party tonight. We're expecting to see people like Governor Rick Perry, Ted Cruz, and also Jeb Bush as well. So we're going to try to go in there, mingle through the crowd, and get some real questions to these politicians who are going to be running our country here after these midterm elections.
Well, Joe, I heard you got searched earlier.
Yeah, they have a bomb squad in there right now running through the entire facility. The police are going through. They've got the drug dogs out. They are searching media very thoroughly thus far.
Well, I mean, Joe, let's be honest. It's like when you had your leg partially blown off and they searched you coming into the U.S. We've got to watch veterans particularly.
Yeah, you know, we're terrorists apparently.
What is your take on 2014? How big of a realignment is this? Do you have any faith things are going to change? I mean, what's your biggest takeaway so far watching what's happening?
Well, the scary thing is what Chuck Hagel was saying, that Americans need to prepare for endless war. And we know that with the Republicans coming in, there are a lot of war, bloodthirsty, people. And we know after these midterm elections, there's not a good chance that President Obama is going to get impeached or anything like that whatsoever. So he has this free reign to just sign all these executive orders and really change the course of our way of life here in America.
Leanne, is he not a handsome devil?
Just a handsome devil.
All right, listen. This is teleprompter-free news, and we are 1 hour 6 minutes in. Joe, I want to come back to you in a moment. Okay, in fact, let's do it now. What time do we expect to see the lordships show up? After it's pretty clear who's won, 9, 10, 11 o'clock tonight?
Well, they're supposed to start letting people in around right before 8 o'clock. And then at that time, that's the regular crowd. The media is going to be allowed to come in a minute and set up. But yeah, usually the big wigs aren't going to show up, I would say, until about 10, once people start to get a bit toasty.
All right, well, we have interviewed Cruz. We've interviewed most of the people that are going to be there. So their little handlers try to get in your way. I know you'll take over like you always do, like you're charging an Afghan machine gun nest. So just get in there, ask your questions. In fact, give us a little preview with real journalism. What are some of the questions you're going to be asking, say, Jeb Bush?
Well, I'd like to know if they're going to basically turn this into a, like you said, a kingship and just rotate between the Bushes and the Clintons over the next, the rest of our lives, basically. Just bring in little Jeb Bush one day and then bring in Hillary one day. We'll just rotate back and forth throughout that time.
Yeah, it'll be Jeb Bush's kid, and then it'll be Chelsea, and then it'll be Chelsea's kid, like North Korea.
Yeah. I want to ask a lot of the people, too, about, NSA spying. What are they going to do about immigration? Why are we paying for these illegals to be bused to all these different parts across the U.S.? Why are we allowing them to fly without ID? Meanwhile, when we go to an airport, we have to be ID'd. We have to be patted down and groped by TSA agents. So I want to find out what their take is on that as well, what they plan to do about minimum wage. They really want to raise it up because that's really going to hurt our economy. So I want to find out a lot of these big issues that people aren't asking about, and the militarization of police, what they think about that as well.
I would ask Rick Perry, what his view is on impeachment as well of Obama, because here's the deal. You don't want to just score political points with Obama being so out of control, because they still get their agenda through. And then he takes the blame. Well, the globalists don't care. They still get what they want. We have to repudiate this system, not just with a race and a political referendum. We've got to repudiate it by some people getting in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness. Leanne, your take, David Knight, and then we'll get Joe Biggs' take.
Well, that's exactly it. We see them really pushing away with the whole immigration because they know that Obama's just going to whip out his pen and his phone and just pass sweeping amnesty. Then if that, if there's issues with that, they can just blame Obama. But I mean, I believe that you talked about this in,
I believe you got makeup in my eyes earlier.
I apologize.
She's always telling me I got to wear makeup, and I do look a little bit better, but man, it gets in your eyes. How do women handle this?
You know what? Beauty is pain. Beauty is pain.
Well, that's not beauty right there.
Have longer eyelashes.
Buck up, soldier. But yeah, so they're going to just go ahead and blame Obama and say, oh, well, he did it. But we know that he's just a puppet. he was put in that position. They said, this is the man the country needs right now. He'll be able to convince everyone to just give up all their rights, and they'll think that it's so great because he's their savior. And that
it's being waterboarded.
Then it turns out that's not the case. Yeah.
I am the comic relief for the transmission. Everybody realizes this is teleprompter free. David Knight?
You know, Alex, it was just about a week or two ago that we had the FBI director outraged that they would give the ability to people with Google phones, with Android phones, that they would not allow the FBI to be able to get into those phones. What's this about? The FBI said that he was outraged that people would not be able to get into people's phones. And so he said, this is kind of like having a trunk that even if we've got a search warrant, we can't get into. Well, the problem is that the FBI is not going after the criminals who are going into our trunks and taking stuff out of our phones, stealing our private messages, are getting into our private business, breaking the law. The FBI is not interested about prosecuting those people. So until the FBI wants to prosecute the obvious crimes that are being done by the people at the very top.
Well, yeah, there's the FBI saying,
don't talk to us about getting into our phones.
Right.
And how he should be able to, that should never exist. They should, if they've got a search warrant, they should be able to get into anybody's property at any time that they want.
Right.
It's outrageous without warrants.
Yeah.
In fact, the head of the FBI saying Google's acting above the law doing that. We need to be able to act above the law, break in your phone, violate your rights. This is a governmental corporate revolution against basic freedoms.
Yeah.
Well, you have the IRS, too, seizing money and then saying, oh, yes, we do that, but we won't do it anymore. But you have the Attorney General who refuses to prosecute them for the things that they're doing.
He loves
the Attorney General, you got the FBI, they're not prosecuting the IRS who's breaking the law. They're not prosecuting the NSA that's breaking the law. And yet they say, how dare Google and Apple offer you a phone that we can't get into?
Well, David, how long is this going to go on? I mean, the corruption just mounts and mounts. Let's go back to...
Actually, we just let them go. We're ready to go that gun break.
Okay, we just
told
lost
them
their
to
feed.
wait 10 minutes.
Okay, good. Are you on air, dude, when you're talking?
Yes, I was on air.
Okay, good. I don't want to sound like I'm talking to myself. Because we're up here working out the bugs and doing these live transmissions.
Hello.
Hello, Dave. Open the pod bay doors, Dave.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that.
All right. Coming up after this piece, we've got GMO labeling. And we're going to get Anthony Gucciardi and other folks in here. But first, we've got the O'Keefe interview.
Yep.
James O'Keefe that was done by Jakari Jackson and a lot more. So we're going to air this gun piece that's entertaining but also fun, makes a lot of great points. You get to see Leanne McAdoo becoming absolutely gun crazed. It's beautiful to see the conversion. Then we will go to Jakari Jackson's piece with the Project Veritas guy that's been showing the incredible election fraud. Then we're going to bring in and give you guys a break. McBreen, Anthony Gucciardi, and others. Then we're going to talk to folks breaking down what's happening with election fraud. Then we'll go back to Biggs reporting several times tonight. It's all coming up. It's the major political realignment. A referendum against progressivism that's just tyranny renamed progressivism, like progressive brain cancer. And I'm your host, Alex Jones. This is Infowars Nightly News, expanded coverage. We're going till midnight Central Time. Then I'll be back live tomorrow, 11 a.m., 2 p.m. Central with the syndicated radio transmission. Here is the piece that I think I've dubbed. It'll be on YouTube tomorrow, so you can spread it virally, Info Warriors. Freedom grows out of the barrel of a gun.
If I could have gotten 51 votes in the Senate of the United States for an outright ban, Mr. and Mrs. America, turn them all in, I would have done it.
Part of every day, some kind of anti-violence, anti-gun message.
But I also believe that a lot of gun owners would agree that AK-47s belong in the hands of soldiers, not in the hands of criminals.
We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way.
It's always been about libertarians, conservatives, constitutionalists, gun owners, returning veterans in the training manuals. You're the target of the mafia because you are a real American. You know about the Bill of Rights and Constitution. Low taxes, states' rights. You are diametrically opposed. So you either roll over to the Mafia and let them rob you, or you're going to be listed as a terrorist. I got a better idea. We're going to expose you as the Mafia. We're going to expose you as a bunch of crooks trying to steal our liberties.
All right, on your mark, get set. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God! Ah! I got 3, baby. Love it!
You can keep both eyes open. So when you bring it up, just relax, take a deep breath, and then kind of exhale as you squeeze the trigger. Are you ready?
Yeah!
Nice.
You never missed, McAdoo. McAdoo, you've shot, I guess, a shotgun one time when you were checking out Central Texas Gun Works, but this is your first time shooting a rifle, second time shooting, period. Is it that big a deal?
It was like cuddling a little baby bunny on my shoulder. It's like snuggly bunny.
Was it fun?
It was pretty fun. It's kind of exhilarating.
Because you were a little nervous coming out here, a little gun phobic.
Very nervous.
Have you been converted?
I need to test out a few more.
So you still don't know if you like guns?
I like guns. I just need to know what kind of gun is the right gun for me.
We're going to let you shoot a .223 in a minute. That is what Joe Biden says women shouldn't get. It is the perfect gun for a woman.
You know, guess what? A shotgun will keep you a lot safer. A double-barrel shotgun than the assault weapons in somebody's hands who doesn't know how to use it, even one who does know how to use it. You know, it's harder to use an assault weapon and hit something than it is a shotgun, okay?
So we're going to have you shoot that. We're going to do some other stuff, and we're going to blow a television up later.
Fantastic.
All right, good.
Have you ever shot a pistol before?
Yes.
Okay, so you know you put this dot in between these dots and put all 3 of them on the target. Now if you look down this sight, you can see how you can see right down the sights. This one, the suppressor covers it up. But it still serves its purpose because you can still overlap them over the target. It just takes a little getting used to. I'm going to load it up for you and then
chamber around. There you go.
There you go. There you go. Go ahead.
Again. You shot a little to the right. Yeah.
Woo! Had a little bit of a kick. Might need to work on my upper body strength a little bit. Be able to handle that machine. But I like it with the silencer. I feel kind of like a gangster, like a mobster. You know, like I should be a...
hitman.
Yeah.
But does it sound like it does in the movies? It doesn't make that chirping. It's not silent.
Yeah. No, it's definitely
it sounds
not.
like a loud air rifle is what it sounds like.
You definitely still hear that in a hotel or something.
All right.
The movies lie to us once again.
On your mark. Set. Go.
Weldon and I literally tried to hit that half-pound charge for an hour.
We've been trying to shoot that half-pound charge all day, Leanne, and you come out here and shoot from the hip. Boom!
Like a Mac do.
That's America.
Mark!
Sorry, Gloria Steinem. The women are getting the guns.
Okay, you ready?
Do it. Ready? Aim.
holy hell! That's what's happening to dinosaur media as we fire bullets of truth into their sack of rotting lies. Yeah! Freedom! The Republic! Human liberty!
Gerald, what do you think about the FBI?
A new vaccine meant to counter HIV may actually increase the chances of contracting the disease. A new study shows that recipients of an experimental vaccine manufactured by Merck using a genetically modified adenovirus actually increased their risk of contracting HIV infection. Researchers randomly assigned 800 uninfected, sexually active adults around South Africa with either the vaccine or a placebo. The results showed those receiving the vaccine had a 70% increased risk of contracting HIV versus those given the placebo. Now with this new discovery, the vaccine-enhanced risk of acquiring HIV-1 clearly shows that the cure offered from an HIV vaccine might actually be worse than doing nothing at all. And this is also the case for the Gardasil vaccine. It's been shown that vaccinating young girls with Gardasil may actually increase their risk of contracting cervical cancer. With the recent resurgence of measles, whooping cough, and varicella in highly immunized populations, research like this speaks to fundamental flaws in vaccine-centric healthcare. Children receive nearly 50 vaccines by the time they are 6 years old. 26 of those are administered by their first birthday, potentially compromising the brain and immune system at a critical developmental stage. Instead of epidemics of measles and polio, now we have epidemics of chronic autoimmune and neurological disease. Co-founder and president of the National Vaccine Information Center, Barbara Lowe Fisher, says that in the last 20 years, rates of asthma and attention deficit disorder have doubled. Diabetes and learning disabilities have tripled. Chronic arthritis now affects nearly 1 in 5 Americans, and in many states, autism has increased by 300% or more. And the assumption that these mass vaccination policies are playing no role is not only unscientific, it's dangerous. With so many unanswered questions about the safety and necessity of giving so many vaccines to children, the right to informed consent to vaccination takes on even greater legal and ethical significance. The issue of informed consent transcends medicine. What about the constitutional concept of individual freedom? If they can now tag, track you down, and force you to be injected with a biological agent of unknown toxicity today, what sort of other individual freedoms can they take away from you in the name of the greater good tomorrow?
Introducing the first proprietary oxygen-based intestinal cleanser, OxyPowder. Backed by real FDA-approved phase 1, 2, and 3 clinical trials. People are suffering from all kinds of digestive issues these days. All the toxins from the air, the food, the water, ultimately ends up in the gut or affects the gut. My main focus was to come up with a remedy for this, something that's safe and effective that anyone can take on a regular basis to keep their intestinal lining clean. My recommendation is to clean your intestines at least 2 to 3 times a week to prevent the toxic buildup from going into your bloodstream. Take your health into your own hands and start cleansing your body today with OxyPowder. Secure your OxyPowder today at InfoWarsLife.com. That's InfoWarsLife.com.
And we're live. It is 7:24 and 55 seconds. Central Standard Time. Leanne McAdoo, David Knight, Jakari Jackson in there, tracking the latest numbers. I want to get Jakari back on the chair and get his take on the Second Amendment. I mean, this is really a referendum against the attack on guns, I think, more than anything. That last symbol of freedom, that bitter clinger thing they're trying to take away from us and complete our journey into modern serfdom, modern slavery. And then we're going to go to Jakari Jackson's piece with James O'Keefe of the Veritas Project, who's the model of real activist journalism, showing the power of the people taking action. But before we go any further, Leanne, what did you think about going out and shooting the 223, 44? What'd you think about it?
It was a lot of fun. I mean, that was all it took, was just to spend an extended amount of time with big guns, not worried about if what I'm going to hit. Actually, shooting at bowling pins and boxes and televisions. It was a lot of fun. The guns were a little heavy, so that kind of, as the day went on, it was a little harder. And everyone's like, just go for it. I mean, all you guys are all working out, and I was like, I can't do it. So got the tripod.
So you don't want to go with something. You want to go with a 50 caliber rifle
all the time.
You just want to carry that around with you?
Just two of them, like the centerfold. No, well, it's funny because Joe Biden, I mean, you saw the first time when I went out and shot with Cargill, and he was just so certain to let women know, you don't want an assault rifle, you want a shotgun.
And by the way,
the complete opposite.
They did a great job putting this out, making it quick, but I wanted the clip in here where Biden says you don't want a shotgun. It shows women being blown back by it. We could even put the clip of you instead of a 223. They don't want 223s because they're such precision, no kick. Everybody can use them. It's the NATO battle rifle. I mean, they are really upset about the proliferation of this weapon.
Right, and the assault rifle that I shot there with Cargill, I'm not sure, what the make model, but it was very light, and it was.
There you are, holding 250s.
Yeah, that is.
Was that easy to hold up?
Extremist.
And there's some automobiles there in the background. Alex, when I was looking at this, the thing I was thinking about was how, in the not too distant future,
I was thinking I want that black one right there.
I think in the not too distant future, it's going to be a rare experience for most people not to go shooting with some exotic guns, but it's going to be a rare experience for them to drive a car. We're going to lose that freedom. We don't even have the equivalent of a Second Amendment to protect our right to move around. We don't have anything explicitly prohibiting the government.
You're right.
They ignore that, but that's the next element of control. And right now, we have virtually everybody has a car, they drive, they know what it's like. They know that it's a risky business. They know that any given day, you could get injured, you could die.
But see, that's the nanny state. Ban dodgeball, ban everything. Now they're saying robots will drive your car. That gives the globalists pure control. We're building a world where we don't know how to do anything, where we're worthless. They're making us worthless before they bring in the eugenics and kill us.
Right.
It never occurred to anybody 100 years ago, for example, to say, of course, guns can be dangerous. But it never occurred to them that they're going to try to completely ban all guns because some people may get injured with it, or because some people may deliberately go out and try to hurt some people. I mean, their response to it 100 years ago would have been the same that we have. That is, you protect yourself against bad people with a gun.
Well, crime rate 100 years ago on record was much lower than it is now. My dad used to bring his shotgun or rifle to school when he was going hunting at a friend's house. They just walk in with guns. And he went to a pretty big high school in a rural area. New York, until just about a decade ago, had shooting at high schools there in basements. They had shooting ranges. So this is a domestication process.
Absolutely. I think the same thing is going to happen to automobiles. They're going to make them prohibitively expensive for people, just as they've done with guns.
They've said that's the plan.
Oh, yeah. You've got to go through all the licensing procedures and everything. It is so easy for them to do this with automobiles because they have the entire infrastructure there now where they can go in and monitor every aspect of your driving and charge you accordingly, whether it's the insurance company or whether it's the police department.
And the boxes have already magically been put in the cars.
Yes.
And Time Magazine saying it's time to get rid of drivers. You went out and talked to Austinites. The majority of them are ready to have their cars taken.
They were so excited. They were like, I don't even have to think for myself.
I want to jump in a wood chipper.
Well, they don't want to have any responsibility over their life. And they want to just sit there in an enclosed little tiny living room and play with Facebook and Twitter and not have to pay any attention to anything that they're doing.
They
would give up their freedom.
Reality.
We look at it and we understand that it's a very important aspect of controlling the government. But all of these these light rail initiatives that are on the ballot here in Austin. There's one in Clearwater. They're all over the country putting in these light rail initiatives. Those things are going to be obsolete, even if they pass. Those light rail systems, those bus systems are going to be obsolete before they can even get the light rail system.
Oh, they're all boondoggles of select inside interest. Great point. You're going to be coming back later, both of you hosting. So am I. We've got a bunch of other co-hosts coming in here to break things down as well. But I want to go back to Jakari Jackson right now to get his take on what he's been hearing us talk about, and to also talk about this James O'Keefe interview that he got. James O'Keefe is in the national news every week. He helped bring down Acorn. And he's just one guy that knows about the hypocrisy, will go out and do real investigative journalism. And he gets calls by Nightline, you name it, saying, we wish we could do what you're doing. We want to have the freedom. It brings ratings. It does the right thing. But they want to kill journalism. See, by government controlling journalism and making dinosaur media kill itself, it's the beginning of the end of journalism to begin with. That's why we're trying to bring it back. They don't imagine that grassroots people could try to build a news organization or an analysis organization on their own. Jakari Jackson, your take on that?
That's exactly right, Alex. And I want to talk about some of our new election coverage coming out here. Let's go ahead and talk about the governor's race now. We know that the governor's race here in Texas has gotten a lot of national attention. Even the likes of Michelle Obama coming out and openly endorsing one Wendy Davis. That's where the guys were out. Well, not at the Wendy Davis campaign, but at the Greg Abbott campaign. And right now we see that Greg Abbott, the Republican, is ahead with 60%, Wendy Davis at about 40%. And it's not a left-right issue. It's not that Republicans are all good and Democrats are all bad. You know, we also look at other people such as libertarians, other affiliations as well. But that's what the big one here in Texas is. And what do you guys think about this this race so far in the state of Texas? You know, do you think we'd be better off with a Greg Abbott as opposed to a Wendy Davis?
Well, look, we're for whoever the underdog is, whoever the people are voting for as a repudiation of what the establishment's been doing. We know they control both parties to a great extent. But clearly, I would think that Abbott is much better than Wendy Davis, who says she wants our guns, hasn't seen a kid she didn't wish was aborted, and is just a nasty, horrible person trying to bring in illegals to leverage and take over the election. Leanne McAdoo, your take on Wendy, I love to kill babies, Davis.
Well, for myself personally, I think it's just really insulting that they only tell women to just vote with their vaginas, as if that's the only thing that matters to this country.
That's the name of this piece on YouTube. Don't vote with your...
Hoo-ha. It really bothers me. I think it's just so offensive. There's so many other really pressing issues that are out there, and that's the thing with me. That's what Wendy Davis, you know, rose to stardom with that. But I just, you know, what else have you got? What else are you going to do for...
Well, sure. I mean, that goes back to Hillary. Vote for her just because she's a woman?
Right.
I'm curious, Jakari, what's going on in the Florida race? Because there you've got a Republican governor running against a former Republican governor who is now a Democrat, and the two of them have flip-flopped on issues so many times. I mean, they're just interchangeable with each other. And there's a libertarian there that we interviewed last week who was pulling around 10% in the polls. Some polls had him a little bit higher. Have they reported anything on that race?
Yes, it's not a hard decision yet, but we see the Republican, Scott, the incumbent, with 48%, and then Chris, the Democrat, with 46%. And then after that, we have Wiley, 3%, Burkett, 0.7%, and Kavari, that is 0.4%.
Interesting. Okay. Still a pretty good show for a third-party candidate who doesn't even get allowed in the debates.
Right. Well, they moved the goalposts.
100% homestead exemption. Why should I even own a house now when the property taxes are so fabulous?
Yeah.
My dad bought 4 acres and a house for $140,000 20 years ago. The city now values it at a couple $1 million. My dad can't, even though it's homesteaded, it goes up 10% each year.
Yeah.
And my dad can't even hardly keep his house.
Yeah.
He doesn't own it. It's a rent.
Yeah.
So I might as well just go rent an apartment somewhere.
Yes.
I mean, they do not want you owing jack crap, and that, again, is enslavement. That's what Mordor on the Potomac wants.
Especially your home, and that was an issue that the Libertarian brought to the forefront there, offering people a 100% homestead exemption. I think that's a great idea. That needs to be...
Well,
yes.
Government housing, you don't have a Second Amendment right or a right to privacy. They come in and search you.
Right.
Now apartments are doing it. See, that's why they don't want you having your own property, because you might get the idea that you're a separate person and not a cog in their machine.
It's just like the transportation issue. For the longest time, they've wanted to have light rail, they wanted to have buses because they want to control your transportation. Now they're going to be able to do that with computer-driven, government-controlled cars. That's the way that they're going to control the grid there. Jakari, what's going on in North Carolina? Still curious about that because the polls yesterday were predicting that Kay Hagan was going to win that, and now early results were showing the Republican there. And although he is very much an establishment Republican, let me make that clear. If they hadn't torpedoed the Tea Party candidate in the Republican primaries, I think it wouldn't have been that close.
Yeah, at this point, Politico doesn't have any hard numbers for North Carolina. They do have South Carolina in the governor's race. Haley, the incumbent, is they say they clinched it at 60%. So still waiting those numbers in North Carolina. Some of the other hard numbers.
Those nukes are missing, Alex.
Those nukes are still missing. The Ohio governor, is it Kasich? Kasich is in the lead with 62%. Politico says they've clinched it. Also in Tennessee, we have Haslam with 69%. They say they got that. And also in Alabama, we see Bentley with 70%. They say they have that as well. The other states are still grayed out or in the process of counting the votes.
All right, we're going to have a lot more on this later, obviously, as we go towards midnight and the results pretty much come in. But, Jakari, tell us about this James O'Keefe piece, Project Veritas, and give us your take overall on this organization. Because I don't care whether you're a libertarian, a conservative, a Democrat, a Tory, whatever country you're in, this is real journalism. I mean, he just continues to have a huge effect doing simple, basic investigations and showing people with stunts what's really happening.
Or they just reveal their own lies. He just lets them talk.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like O'Keefe. I've had a chance to interview him a few times. And every time I talk to him, I always ask him what's next. He never wants to tell me, and for good reason, because he's so controversial. In the report I had a chance to do with him the other day, one of the first things the lady says to him when he walks in, she says, "You look like James O'Keefe." So that tells you how big of an impact that he's having, that people who may not even be a regular follower of his will recognize him on the street. He's like, who's James O'Keefe? So it's a good deal. And I'm real happy to see O'Keefe out there doing many things that he does, whether it's crossing the border, dressed up as Osama bin Laden, the things he did with Project Acorn, and now currently exposing the voter fraud, whether that's in North Carolina, some of the shenanigans here in the state of Texas with Battleground Texas, many other things that he's done as well. I think he's on the front line of investigative journalism. And sometimes it does put him in some hot water. He's been involved in some lawsuits and things like that. And I had a chance to ask him off camera. I said, do you expect any further lawsuits coming in the future? He says, it's inevitable. But that's what happens when you're out there on the front lines of journalism, going at it 100%. You get involved in those situations. And hopefully that, he can beat the rap and beat the ride if he ever encounters a situation like that again. But yeah, James, he has some great things to say, not only about his recent undercover investigations in North Carolina, but also touched on the Eric Holder situation. You guys remember he was offered the ballot for Eric Holder, the Attorney General, which is to say that, a public figure, somebody who's very much in the public light, saying that he wants to ban guns, brainwash people about guns, somebody who's so influential in his circle of influence. If he can be offered somebody else's ballot, what's to say about Joe Blow down the street or, Bob Brown? Who's to say that he couldn't get those ballots just as easily? But it's a good report. Everybody should watch it. And it's coming up next.
That's right, Jakari. And, looking at all of this corruption, this is a system that's not been held accountable. So if somebody like James O'Keefe or Infowars just can go out and change the world, what could other people do? And it shows how controlled the corporate media is, that they just follow in lockstep. So let's go ahead and go to this report. Then we're going to come back and look at GMO labeling with Anthony Gucciardi, Rob Dew, and others. We also have a Greg Pallast interview that Darren McBreen's done. We're going to look at illegal voting and the latest on that, election fraud, the Attorney General going after Texas. We're going to talk to Joe Biggs, and we're also going to look at the best of O'Keefe with Obama. We're also going to look at transcending the system with David Knight. We got Gerald Celente coming up. We're going to have election results on the Texas gubernatorial race being watched so closely with Abbott. And, of course, Wendy, I Love to Kill Babies Davis. That's all coming up tonight. So here's Jakari Jackson talking to James O'Keefe.
And welcome to Infowars continuing coverage. Our topic of the hour, voter fraud. How easy is it to do? It is, in fact, quite easy, as our next guest will demonstrate, James O'Keefe. All right, it's good to see you again, James. The last time we talked, you were doing some reporting about the shenanigans going on in the state of Texas. Now it's my understanding that you've been out to some other areas as well. And I will say that the recent reporting you did is some of my favorite, because we've seen you play a pimp. It's probably the first time I was introduced to you. Then you played Osama bin Laden. Now, my favorite role is you playing a guy who looks like James O'Keefe. The lady in the video, she says, hey, you look like that guy James O'Keefe. And you say, I've never heard of this guy. Let's go to this clip, and then we'll get your comment about it.
Thank you. Who'd you say I look like?
You look like James O'Keefe.
Oh, that. I don't know who that is.
You have to find out.
I will.
I would say
Thank you. My twin?
Okay, James, so tell us where you are, what was going on, and what led you to this particular report.
We're in the area surrounding Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, and we walked into these poll precinct locations and simply said the names of inactive voters, and they told us, they offered us ballots. We did this a total of about 20 times, and everyone offered us a ballot except one, and that person asked to see my driver's license, which is against the rules. You're not allowed to ask for ID, but when they did ask for ID, I was unable to get a ballot. I was unable to get someone else's ballot. So we demonstrated that in-person voter fraud is possible. This comes on the heels of a report we did last week where a worker was fired, a campaign worker was fired for telling us to vote for non-citizens. And this comes 2 weeks after in Colorado, a worker was fired for telling us to go dumpster diving for ballots of African Americans to vote in their names. So we really have done a big series on voter fraud, and it's having an impact on these races.
Yeah, because they keep saying that, voter fraud, it can't happen. It's a foolproof system, or nigh foolproof, should I say. But, you demonstrated perfectly. You can go vote as people who are even deceased. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, anyone whose name is on the rolls, you could walk right up to the poll location, state their name, state their address, and you can get offered their ballot. You just have to sign the form. We didn't actually sign any forms because that would be a felony, but it is possible. There's 700,000 inactive voters. There's over 1,000 people in North Carolina who are registered to vote who are non-citizens. So this stuff is entirely possible, and the elections are so close, it could make a difference.
And when we talk about this voter fraud, it doesn't even have to be somebody who's necessarily not going to vote. Could it just be a circumstance where you get to the polls before they do?
Very, very well could be, and many people don't vote. In Colorado, in the mail-in ballots, almost half or 1/3 of those ballots are thrown away or discarded. And one of the officials in the video says, yeah, you should go fill those ballots out, fill in those mail-in ballots. All you got to do is check mark someone's name and forge their signature, and you can, and congratulations, you're voting on somebody else's name. So it's possible. The Board of Elections is now investigating. It's really a simple ruse. We've done it before. We got offered Eric Holder's ballot 2 years ago. We went into Eric Holder's precinct and walked right up to the Attorney General where he votes, and the poll worker said, here you go, Mr. Holder. And of course, we weren't Eric Holder, but they assumed we were because there's no photo ID. And then after we did this, they actually had a picture of Eric Holder put on his poll location.
Are you serious?
So they instituted, they verified identity for Eric Holder, but nobody else.
Yeah, I remember that one. You guys were like, I'll be back faster than you could say furious. But, it just shows how easy this thing is to manipulate. And people would say, they try to criticize, say, well, you're showing people how to illegally vote. These people already know if they want to participate in these actions, how to do it. Because you don't, in the jurisdictions you're going to, you don't need a voter ID like you do here in the state of Texas. So let me ask you this. At any point, what surprised you the most? Was there a situation you said, well, no, we're not going to get away with it this time, or just something happened that you didn't expect to happen at all?
Well, the shock was, there's a couple of funny anecdotes. One time I was doing this in one of the areas, and I believe it was Durham or Cary, North Carolina, and I was standing right in front of a sheriff or a police officer, and he stood there right behind me as I was doing this ruse. Of course, I wasn't breaking any laws, but there's always the presumption they arrest you and ask questions later. And the police officer had his hands on the side of his body, and it looked like, I basically said to myself, well, I'm pretty much screwed. He's going to arrest me the moment I turn around. So I turn around, I get offered this ballot, and I say, well, let me go out to the car and I'll be back. That was my excuse for getting out of the location. And the officer looks at me, and I'm expecting him to put handcuffs. He literally just walked right by me and said, he just said, hey, he was voting. I thought he was there to, stop me from doing this ruse, but he was just there as a police officer voting. There was another anecdote where the woman in the video actually does say, I need to see your driver's license, and I did not expect that. That was the one thing I did not expect, was for them to break the rules and do the right thing, even though it was against the rules. And that's what stopped me from being able to get offered the ballot, was when she asked me for my ID.
Now, what's the rule that she broke? That just simply asking for a photo ID?
In North Carolina in 2014, you do not need to show a driver's license. And in some of the cases when we said, I would say, do you need to see my driver's license? They would, almost like when you show garlic to a vampire, they would jump back and say, no, I can't see your ID. I can't see your ID. So the notion that someone actually asked for ID is wrong. In the state of North Carolina, you're not allowed to do that. Many people think it's racist to ask for an ID card. I don't take a stance on it. I think it's silly that people say it's racist. But the bottom line is, you're not supposed to ask for ID in many of these states, but that is the only thing I have found that actually stops the fraud, that actually prevents me from getting offered the ballot.
Wow. Now, James, I want to ask you about some of your other reports you filed this year. You've been covering the immigration front, and you and our very own Staff Sergeant Joe Biggs have had somewhat of a friendly competition, I understand, as far as, who can get the biggest stunt to just show the lunacy of our open border situation. Can you tell us about the time you crossed the border dressed as Osama bin Laden?
Yeah, pretty straightforward. We went to Huntsville County, Texas, where the Rio Grande is not exactly grand. It's just a tiny sliver of a river. It looks like a drainage ditch. We dressed up like Osama bin Laden, and we just walked right across, thus proving the absurdity that our borders are secure. No federal border patrol anywhere to be found. This prompted John McCain to interrogate the Undersecretary for the Department of Homeland Security about why I was able to cross with no agents anywhere around. And the video got over 1 million views on YouTube. It went viral. It prompted a discussion about national security and border insecurity. And another instance of our public officials saying one thing about the reality of our world when, in fact, our borders are not secure. And everyone knows it to be true. So the only person that was shocked by it were our government officials.
Exactly. And I believe it was Representative Hunter. He disclosed on Fox News that they had, in fact, caught some ISIS terrorists coming across the border. Of course, this didn't make much rounds in the news cycle because we were talking about Ebola at the time. But, that's another thing. Ebola, what's your view on this Ebola situation?
Well, we did another video where we crossed from Canada to Lake Erie dressed like an ISIS guy with the black cloth around our face, and we had fake Ebola with us and ricin, and we crossed from Canada into the United States near Cleveland, thus proving that our borders were insecure in the north. And I think it's a problem when our government doesn't look out for the safety and protection of our citizens, and that's what our videos demonstrate, both on the Mexican border and on the Canadian border. We walked right on shore, and the Coast Guard said it's possible to do this. It's a problem, and I don't know when people are going to wake up, but hopefully our videos shock people's conscience into doing something and demanding something of their leadership.
Yeah, that's true, because we definitely we get the shock value, but what happens after that? We really wish people would wake up to these things, not say, oh, that's a funny video, or he made a very interesting point, but go to their local politicians, talk to whoever they need to, talk to your local border patrolman and say, what's going on out here? Because we've been down to the Texas border multiple times, Texas-Mexico border, and the border patrol, they'll stop you 100 miles from the Mexico border and want to search your car. Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you guys American citizens? Like, well, if you guys want to know where the illegals are crossing, I can show you some spots, border patrolman. We know exactly where they are, where you can go get them. And then they told us that they were actually giving them travel vouchers. They get caught in a catch-release program, and then they're given a bus ticket to pretty much any place in the continental USA, and then told to, come back to their court date 3 years later. But I'm getting a little bit off topic. And James, I know you never want to tell me what you got coming up, and for good reason, but as vague as possible, what's next for Project Veritas?
Well, I mean, we're focused on these election investigations. We just released one today where our staff is exhausted from pulling all-nighters for the last week, being in North Carolina. A campaign staffer was actually fired on Friday. This is from the Charlotte Observer in North Carolina, reports that the campaign manager actually resigned after our video showed him consulting us to vote for non-citizens. The Attorney General of North Carolina may investigate. The Board of Elections is investigating. Colorado worker was fired. So we've had enormous impact in these races. I mean, some of these states have actually, the polls have actually swung considerably after our investigations have come out. So, you know, this is a new type of reporting. It's an old type of reporting that has come to a new media world, and we're going to be doing a lot more of it. It sickens me to see all these statewide, you know, and national press doesn't even want to talk about it, but the local media does talk about it, which is great, but they're always attacking me and trying to defend the subject we investigate. So it's amazing. Not only do we have, you know, the sort of, it's half tragic, half comic, the absurdity of trying to break through their firewall, get the message out, circumvent the media, avoid the slander and defamation. But we held a press conference in Raleigh last week, and every single TV station showed up. So it's proof that our work is having an impact. I think we're going to be continuing to focus on these elections. There's going to be some runoff races, maybe in Louisiana and elsewhere. And you know how much I love Louisiana, having gotten in trouble down there. So we'll see what we do there, and stay tuned.
Right, and that's another thing I wanted to touch on with you. You know, you're an investigative journalist. You're going out and covering these very controversial topics, and you just said it there. You know, the mainstream media, they'll often come down on you. You know, what's your experience? I'll tell you that, you know, here at Infowars, a lot of times we try to go to a press conference, even when we get the credentials. You know, myself and Joe Biggs went down to the border to talk to Nancy Pelosi, and we call the PIO or whoever the person was, and he said, yeah, I'll send you the information. He never did, so we drive down there, and then they don't want to let us into the press conference. You know, do you encounter anything like that? If you, you know, you do a lot of hidden camera stuff, but if you go with your cameras out in full view, do you ever encounter those type of situations?
I was in the press conference last week, and the Associated Press guy, he says, now you're not even a news organization. He's sitting in the audience. He's asking me a question. I mean, I held a press conference, and everyone showed up. NPR showed up. AP showed up. Local ABC, NBC, Eyewitness News. And and he was saying, well, you're not a journalist. I said, well, I am a journalist. And he said, well, when are you going to release your full raw videotape? And I said, I'll do that when the Associated Press releases their full raw reporter notebooks. And he couldn't respond. So what they do is they hold me to a higher standard than they hold themselves. They don't release their notebooks because it's absurd to release your reporter notebooks. You'd compromise your sources, you'd compromise your methods. But they want me to rise to a higher, almost godlike journalistic standard that they don't hold themselves to, and then they chastise us when we don't hold ourselves to that standard. They're hypocrites, and they're funded by corporations. They're funded by advertising. They selectively edit everything they do, but yet I'm the worst person in the world for rising to that higher standard. It's a total abomination, and they get away with it because they buy ink by the barrel. But the good news is we were trending on Twitter today. We were trending on Facebook last week. We've been covered by every TV station in the state. And the reason why it's working is because people are saying to themselves, am I going to go watch CNN and listen to some guy read off a teleprompter? Or am I going to go to Project Veritas and watch people actually do adversarial journalism that Mike Wallace, Diane Sawyer, and Upton Sinclair used to do? It's more exciting, it's more interesting to follow where the story goes. So people are taking their eyeballs away from the TV sets, and they're starting to get their news from independent people who actually have the courage to do the things that the corporate media can't do anymore. So in other words, I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic about all this. It's just a matter of producing as many stories as we can do, and then they will come to our press conference like they did last week and cover us.
That's right. James O'Keefe, give us your final thoughts and then tell our viewers how they can keep up with your work.
My final thoughts are to stay tuned. If you want to help us, we're a nonprofit, so we get funded by thousands of generous contributions. Project Veritas, Action.com, and send us a tip if you either want to become a videographer or if you have an idea locally to root out corruption. and it's ProjectVeritasAction.com.
All right, James O'Keefe, Project Veritas, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. We'll be back right after this break with more election coverage.
Hi, I'm Dr. Edward Group. Today I'd like to talk about the war on women. You've experienced and heard about the benefits of super male vitality. Now, the new formula has arrived. Introducing the new Super Female Vitality. I have specifically designed this formula to help the body naturally regulate itself without the use of artificial hormones. Key ingredients chosen from the highest quality sources. Each of these ingredients works synergistically with the female body in order to maximize overall vitality. You've heard the reviews and the feedback on how the original Super Male Vitality has revitalized relationships. Now, both the man and the woman can have the revitalization in their own bodies with Super Male Vitality and Super Female Vitality. Secure your Super Female Vitality today from our limited stock at InfoWarsLife.com.
They say any press is good press, but when it comes to Obamacare, brand-conscious celebs just aren't willing to back this PR disaster. In spite of the intention to enlist celebrities for a landmark social media blitz, The Hill reports that Obamacare's stars are fading, with A-list backers mainly sticking to Twitter to voice support for Obamacare, while others have just only appeared in inexpensive online videos, or they've chosen to promote California's insurance marketplace instead of the notoriously troubled website healthcare.gov. And celebrity endorsements are necessary to counter these dismal poll numbers. Support for Obamacare is dropping, and especially among its target constituencies. Millennials, the group so necessary to the Affordable Care Act's success, are largely disaffected with Obama and his health care law, with nearly half thinking their expenses will rise while their quality of care will fall. Support for the health care law declined among the uninsured this month, who are supposed to be its primary beneficiaries. Perhaps more troubling for Obama as he tries to rebrand and resell Obamacare is the Kaiser Health tracking poll that found that Obamacare is losing support among women and Democrats. 48% of women find it unfavorable, and approval ratings among Democrats saw a 15% drop in 1 month. The problem for Obama is that now Americans can actually see and suffer through what Obamacare actually is. No amount of good PR can change the fact that in Georgia, the 4th hospital in 2 years is shutting its doors due to severe financial difficulties caused by Obamacare's payment cuts for emergency services. And A-listers won't be able to quell the rate shock that consumers are experiencing once they do sign up for the Affordable Care Act, including a 539% increase for a couple in Texas and increased premiums for 11 million workers, according to Fox News. These rate hikes even prompted liberal blogger Terj Capps to express his outrage over his family's rate increase, saying, "I'm canceling insurance for us, and I'm not paying any penalty. What the hell kind of reform is this?" Exactly, because it's not a reform, it's a subsidy, a mandate that forces you to turn over even more of your paycheck to insurance companies, or else. One celebrity tweeting about Obamacare is former MSNBC host Dylan Ratigan. He had his insurance canceled thanks to Obamacare, and he wasn't pleased about it. And now experts predict almost 80 million people with employer health care plans could have coverage canceled because they aren't compliant with Obamacare. Those losses would be in addition to the millions who've already lost their individual coverage for the same reason. But Vice President Joe Biden thinks it's great that Obamacare is going to cost 2 million jobs because now women can stay at home and make their husbands a sandwich or something.
This is about freedom. How many of you are single women with children in a dead-end job? You're there because of your health insurance. You would rather have the opportunity to spend the next couple years with your child till they get, if that was your choice, till they get into primary school. You're now trapped in that job because if you leave, you lose your health insurance. Now, you'll be able to make an independent choice.
And here's what another celeb thinks of Obama's signature legislation.
You know, I'm a socialist enough that I want everybody to be have access to health care, poor or rich. You know that old line, the rich should live and the poor should die. You know, I'm not for that. But I think when you turn something over to one industry as opposed to another industry, they're going to do what's self-serving. You know, the bill seems, incredibly complex. And why are they getting exemptions? And why is Congress not participating in the same kind of system as everybody else is? I really think that it's a big bollocks.
Obamacare doesn't need to be rebranded and resold. It needs to be repealed. How many more millions of Americans need to lose their health insurance and doctors that they like just because the government doesn't like their insurance?
DNA force. When cells become toxic, they die early and aging sets in. DNA force. No one has put together a formula that focuses directly on brain health, nerve growth factors, and optimizing your cellular energy at the same time. Just one of the key compounds, BioPQQ, is backed by major clinical studies. DNA force. We now have the synergistic solution. Secure your DNA force today at InfoWarsLife.com or call toll-free 888-253-3139. DNA force. And it's 8:01 Central Standard Time in 2 hours into our continual coverage of this major midterm election that appears to be a major political realignment. The Republicans have gained 2 more seats in the Senate in preliminary numbers right now. Mitch McConnell has also secured his win in Kentucky. We're going to be breaking those numbers down. Jakari Jackson is over there in his studio looking at those numbers. We'll go to him here in about 10 minutes. But I wanted to look at some of the other facets of what this election means and how there's bipartisan pushing to not allow GMO labeling, but there's bipartisan support by the people to do that. We're going to be discussing that as well. But I was just thinking about Obamacare. Even Democrats I know and other talk show hosts I know have all seen at least 50% increases, most of them 100% increases. I've seen a 70% increase with Blue Cross Blue Shield, even though we've never had a claim. My mother and my dad have not had a claim since my sister had meningitis when she was 3. We're talking 25 years ago or so. My sister's a lot younger than me. And they just got calls from their healthcare provider saying, you're so low that Obamacare is going to fine you at the price we're charging you. We've got to raise it $200 a month on you. And that's after they already increased it on them. So you can see the insurance companies wrote this. And I saw a report today in the Associated Press and others that Obama has put pressure on insurance companies in the last week to not do the new increases until after the election. So just like we're going to find out what's going on with Ebola after the election, we're going to find out really how bad Obamacare is after. What a monumental screw job this is. So 60 million, this is Senator Sessions, and they've confirmed it. Green card's already printed. Just fiat, do whatever I want, open us up to the world, free welfare. Executive orders to shut down more power plants. Executive orders on more regulations to shut down mining. We almost have nothing left. I was reading the U.S. used to be the world leader in mining. It's like 1% compared to Africa or 2% compared to Australia. I mean, we're a joke, folks. We are. There's not even one lead mine in the U.S.
Or lead smelter. We've shut the last one down as well.
There's only one uranium mine in the U.S. I'm not even a big fan of all that, but I mean, we are shut down. We are a joke.
Yeah, if you don't get minerals, you're not in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we are just, I mean, these people are screwing us over because they all own the big factories in China and stuff. That's their investment. They shut us down. That makes their investment go up. At our expense, we are under such a tyranny. And then Obamacare is coming into the whole equation here. This just makes me sick. So we've got that. We've got, obviously, news director for Nightly News, Rob Dew here. Anthony Gucciardi, writer for Infowars.com, StoryLink.com, and also one of the developers of the InfoWarsLife.com line of products. I want to get into GMO labeling. Then I want to talk about election fraud and voter ID with Leanne McAdoo, who's going to come back in and with Jakari Jackson, the Texas Attorney General, suing over all that. Just letting you know what's coming up as we give you the latest numbers throughout the evening. And then we'll also get Joe Biggs' report breaking down investigative journalism. We'll go back to Biggs out there at the Texas gubernatorial race being watched around the country.
They've been searched twice now by police just to get into this event, this Greg Abbott event. They've been searched twice, probably because they have backpacks and camera equipment, so they must obviously be terrorists. And it's just amazing the way common press is treated here in the United States. I mean,
and we went and got the press passes.
Yeah, we had everything ready to go. We had the tickets, everything had been done, and still, well, we got to search you. Well, now we're going to search you again. We searched us 10 minutes ago. So we were going to go back to them, but we couldn't because they were being searched.
Well, they're scared of Biggs because he's a veteran.
Right.
And a combat veteran. But the cops know what's going on. Most of them are combat veterans. A lot of them are, at least half. Most of them are military. 70% or so are military. About half are combat vets. The government funds ISIS. They fund Al-Qaeda. They're using this as a pretext to take our liberties.
And speaking about that, just to quickly interject, on Halloween, I was walking around downtown, and they were taking people's accessories for their costume. Like someone had a little cane. They were like a wizard or something, and they took it. They confiscated it at this exact place, the Moody Theater. They had an event, a concert event for Halloween. They took someone's crystal ball. They took plastic hats, anything. And they said,
well, you know why? It's because there's a small element of society that are scum that throw things at the people on stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, just like an authoritarian system, you pay for what other bad people do.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't actually catch the bad people.
Oh, no, they didn't catch the mob of folks pulling a knife on you and attacking you.
No, exactly.
They don't ever catch any of the real criminals. No,
just like at the concert I went to when they took my pants down and put a flashlight underneath my boxers to look for terrorists. They didn't catch any actual terrorists that night either.
And that was in Houston when you went to see, well, one of the greatest acts out there, because I've seen him myself as well. And, of course, that's Alice Cooper.
It's like a theatrical event. You know, you go there, he does a bunch of really interesting things. But they were taking people, and they were taking the outline of their boxers and putting flashlights down, making sure they weren't, you know, carrying weapons. And the women, they had to, you know, pat down their bras. And
of course, you got to pat.
Well, you know, Shane Steiner's wife looks like a beauty queen. And we went to see Megadeth, even though we went to the VIP area in the back. I made the joke, like, I watched her and wave all like 20 guys through, and I go, those women guards, you know, they had like Janet Reno haircuts. I said, they're going to do extra attention. And it was just spit coming out their mouths. They were just, I mean, it just went on and on and on. Oh, my God.
Those are the people who want to.
Those women are hard up.
But this is what we get. This is what we get for letting this stuff happen and not speaking out enough. I mean, this is the kind of society that we're going to.
A nation of
just like this GMO labeling. I mean, we can't know what's in our food because the GMO companies might not get enough sales and not be able to.
Hey, but it doesn't matter what they do. Everybody's turning their back on them. We're done with Bill Gates and all these people. Let's get into bipartisan treason, both parties supporting open borders, gun control to a great extent, but really not letting us label GMOs. Let's break down those numbers. Anthony Gucciardi.
What's really interesting to me, and this is from the Center for Food Safety, all of this research compiling it, is that in every single poll, we're going to go through each one, and we're going to get into really why it's not happening, but over 90+% of people in the United States agree they want GMO foods labeled in every single grocery store.
But I don't need to be intellectual. I'll just call you racist.
Oh, of course. And here's the whole issue, is that they claim that there's no studies that say GMOs are an issue and all of that. That's nonsense. But the whole debate over whether it's safe isn't even here right now. We're talking about labeling it. So let's go through this. The New York Times found that 93% of Americans are in favor of labeling. MSNBC said 96%. That was a 45,000 voters they polled. Reuters and NPR said 93+%. Washington Post, 95%. KSTP, 95%. Consumer Reports, 95%. ABC News, 93%.
I don't care about your facts. Racist, racist, racist.
Yeah, that's the only way to beat it.
Elections?
If you don't eat GMO food that kills rats and honeybees, you're racist.
No, that's the question. Rob said it. And basically, what's funny is we're being sarcastic, but it's actually true.
Yeah, well, no, we're not. I mean, that's the thing.
No, that's really it. Because how do you possibly argue with 96+% of the population saying they don't want GMOs in their food, and then all the studies and the research that we're going to get into, you don't. That's the answer. You don't. And then we look at Prop 37, which was in California. It was the initiative for GMO labeling that every single person thought was going to pass. I mean, there was no question.
That was clear fraud.
Oh, absolutely. And we'll get into what they did about that. But let's talk about the money behind all of it. So some actual good organizations donated money towards labeling. But most of the organizations that you're buying from right now donated millions and millions of dollars to fight GMO labeling because they knew they would lose money.
Yeah, let's do a document cam shot. Let's do
Actually, they have the graphic as well on screen, perhaps. But here's the actual image.
Of course, Monsanto.
Monsanto,
Naked Juice, which is supposed to be a health food.
Naked, which is owned by Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Sorry, PepsiCo. And they donated $1.7 million. Honest Tea, which is organic and supposed to be very healthy, owned by Coca-Cola. I confused the two. It was $1.1 million. Alexia, Cashy, which has been found to contain tons of GMOs. Silk, Horizon Organic, even donated over $200,000 to crush GMO labeling. But that's not even why we can't have GMO labeling. The real reason, and this is in Huffington Post, you know, total mainstream news, did Monsanto trick California voters? Well, absolutely they did, and they're tricking voters around the United States right now, and that's the only reason why we might not see real labeling.
But that's not the issue. 97% that want this are homophobes.
No, obviously they're racist.
No, I have the moral high ground.
You do. You do. And in fact, you could just say that I'm unscientific.
You're just unscientific. I like.
Where's the studies? Where's the research?
You don't use a gene gun to prove this.
Well, I don't care if all the studies for 20 years show that BT corn kills the animals that eat it. I think we should eat it. So what if all the gut disorders are off the chart? Clearly, this path we're going down is good.
Oh, yeah. If you were
racist.
A professor at a university and you were just going to say that's unscientific, hogwash, woo science, then you're on the moral high ground and I'm bad.
Doesn't matter. All the real science shows that.
No, it doesn't matter.
Like the Harvard study on fluoride.
Oh, of course.
Or the German studies on the BT corn.
Even a little bit created tumor growth by 25% and led to infant retardation.
Why are you being discriminatory against tumors?
Yeah, exactly. Harvard's being discriminatory
Tumors
too.
have rights.
Exactly. But look at this.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. Tumors have a right to grow in you, and that's cellular discrimination.
Impressive if you don't eat GMOs and let the tumor get
I think when you're white, notice they're white, blood cells eat cancer, they're being racist.
Infallible argument.
Because what color is a tumor? Usually red.
It's true.
Red.
And some of the cells, once it's a necrotic, can turn black. So it could get pretty serious.
There you go. Well, I think we should all get cancer then.
I think it's, well, thankfully, we all have cancer in our body right now.
So I got a question about this. Why didn't California put it back on the ballot? Are they not allowed for like 10 years now that they voted it down?
Well, basically, there's legalities behind it, but all of these corporations are making sure that never happens again.
Of course.
And again, we have bipartisan, even though the people are 96, 97% for this. I mean, you just label it. Just let us know.
Yeah.
Well, they're not even saying ban it.
Decide.
They're not even saying ban it, which we should do, but they're not even saying ban it. They're saying just label it, which is the most insane thing. It's like saying, please let us know how many calories we're consuming on the products that we eat. No, you don't need to know that. Everything's fine. But
they're going to ban soda and tax soda, but we
want to know the carbohydrates.
GMO in it.
But the good news is people are waking up to this. That's why they're trying to block it. And companies themselves are putting what's in there on it. People are then voting, and it's already destroying McDonald's and the rest of the Monsanto crowd.
I mean, we have the non-GMO project. I buy a lot of stuff of theirs. Just I look for that specific little logo for non-GMO project.
Don't show off how many facts you know.
Oh, I'm serious.
I don't need to be intellectual. Homophobe.
Well, I have some homophobic news in here somewhere about how Whole Foods is planning to label all of their products for GMOs by 2017. Here it is. GMO labeling coming to Whole Foods Market. By 2018, we will require our supplier partners to label products containing GMO ingredients and will work in collaboration with them as they transition to sourcing non-GMO ingredients. So obviously we want it before 2018, but the key here is that everyone's waking up, and the whole fact is that
because they tried to back off and start selling GMO a few years ago, it blew up in their face.
Freaked out. Now it'll be whole paycheck plus though.
Racist.
Well, look, one of the things we talked about this yesterday. So they claimed that if you label GMOs, right, it's going to cost more money. That's actually not true. Here, this is from Huffington Post. Monsanto paid a PR firm with expertise in fighting recycling legislation on behalf of the soda industry to generate a misleading quote-unquote study that was designed to show the proposition raising food prices by hundreds of dollars per state resident per year. So it's literally fake.
Yeah.
And then, as I talked about yesterday, which we actually broke and I was on the conference call for, they illegally included the FDA logo in a No on 37 mailing to state residents and made up a quote from the FDA, which the FDA refuted. The FDA did not and cannot express an opinion on ballot initiatives. Now, let me just say this. Can you imagine if we made up a quote on the FDA saying,
they'd arrest us.
Saying like, these products are so amazing, they do all this amazing stuff and they cure everything.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what they would do to us? Monsanto made up a quote saying, GMOs are completely safe and they're amazing from the FDA. And the FDA was like, no, we didn't say that, but it's okay.
I saw an article today. They're going after Dr. Rima LeBeau for saying she's got a cure for Ebola with her silver, whatever she's got. They're saying, hey, you can't say that. And they're coming after her and they're trying to.
No, you're not allowed to say anything unless they approve it, unless you're Monsanto.
Unless you're Monsanto, exactly.
Then you can identity theft the FDA and it's okay.
Well, a woman faced 25 years in prison for the same thing. She used the federal logo on a mail stamp to try and scam someone, and she's facing like 25 years in prison and $250,000 in fines. I think she ultimately was sentenced.
For wire fraud, yeah.
Yeah, they even used a Stanford logo in TV ads and mailers when the university did not take a stand on the issue and admitted that they had nothing to do with it. So they're literally...
So it was an appeal to authority fraud.
Because this exposes the whole high ground, though, the scientific voodoo lies. If they have these scientists and FDA scientists who just say, like, yes, GMOs are 100% safe, then they have the high ground and they can just say, you're unintellectual if you disagree, but it's all fraud anyway. It's a complete joke. Just like your argument that you're racist and homophobic if you don't like GMOs, that's literally their argument. Like Stanford says it's okay, but they actually don't.
Well, it's like, you don't like Obamacare, you're racist. You're like, what does it have to do with it? Death panels? Increasing prices written by insurance companies. Everyone now sees their premium going up, and reportedly, we haven't seen half of it yet. Can you imagine the next month when it goes up even higher?
I've opted out of Obamacare. There's a way you can do it. And
well, member Drudge did that this year, and they countered him and said, there is no $5,000 fine. Well, if you owned a business in 2014, those kick in. So everybody here that doesn't want the insurance plan,
right,
we can get them.
Yeah.
Which no one wants. They already have their own plans or
No,
don't want it.
They cost too much. They're ridiculous.
We get fined $5,000 per person. So, oh, sorry, there goes your Christmas bonus. I mean, it's. Let me tell you, since Obama got in and these tax increases went in, they got rid of all the waivers and all the write-offs. They don't. If you run by the book, you don't make any money. They have got it figured out. People say, well, good, you don't deserve any money. How do I expand or how do I pay people more when the damn government takes it all?
It's like 42%.
Yeah. That's just federal, though. When I bought this table or these TVs and this equipment, they don't let you write it off in a year now. It's over 5.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, there's $1 million studio? Well, that's $1 million, Alex, you've got, as if I could sell this anywhere.
Right. And then if you sold it, you would get like a quarter of what you paid for.
Here's an example. 3 years ago, this is all under Obama. We still have our 2,000-acre ranch. I mean, it's gotten smaller and smaller as people die, cancer, family, but all over the county there's Joneses and Johnsons and the rest of it. But we've got this piece left that's mainly rural. We raise like honeybees on it and a few cows to get a tax cut if you're doing stuff. My dad gets this letter and it says, Mr. Jones, we see you've been losing money on this for the last decade. And if you don't make money on it, we're going to retroactively charge you. You can't have the hobby farm exemption because we're getting rid of that. That was still in the books, but they said, we don't accept that. Well, they run the cows and everything to get the tax exemption on state property tax, which you still pay a property tax, it just cuts it.
Mm-hmm.
Barely pay that. It's losing money, but you've got to raise something or you lose it. And then no one would even use it. It's just out in the middle of nowhere. And so then they go, now we're just going to take away that exemption. And so now we've basically got to pay to keep it. I mean, we don't own that property. The government does.
I mean, yeah, we're slaves.
And people say, well, that's a lot of land. Don't people get, once it goes into government use, there'll be nothing developed on it. There'll be nothing raised on it.
And they get away with that because the average person doesn't have to deal with that. Just like the average person doesn't run a small, successful business and generate real income for people and help people and give them jobs and have to pay 42 to 46% just on federal taxes.
Made it inside.
Yes, we have Joe.
Okay, I'll tell Joe we're going to him here in just one moment. We'll go back into these reports. But we do have Joe Biggs inside the Greg Abbott campaign for governor against Wendy, Angel of Death, abortion goddess Davis. And he's in there where we're told Lord Jeb Bush and Senator Ted Cruz and others are going to be attending. So I heard you've been searched for multiple times getting in to the Imperium, but you're inside, Joe Biggs. Give us a report on what you see there in downtown Austin, Texas at the Moody Theater.
Joe Biggs here at the Moody Theater. Right now, the mood is victory. They just announced that Greg Abbott won and will now be the governor of Texas. So there was a lot of people in here cheering earlier. Right now, people are waiting on him to come out and give a victory speech. And like you said, yes, Jeb Bush will be here, Governor or ex-Governor Perry, and Ted Cruz as well. Right now, there's a lot of mingling, a lot of people walking around talking, celebrating the victory here, that the state is red and has not been turned blue.
Well, as bad as the red Republicans are, the blue Democrats are a pack of demonic smurfs. There is no doubting. In fact, we need to change the color of the microphone just because of that, you know, to not be associated with it. Joe, I heard you had a lot more fun getting in there.
Yeah, we went through multiple checks by security. We were told to go upstairs in the media line. We'd been checked. Then we had to leave again. Then we came back up. Then they made us leave again to get another media badge. So we've been back up and down the stairs, and they finally let us in after about 45 minutes of running through all that. So it's been interesting, but hey, we made it inside. And like I said, once these people get here, we're going to do what we can to talk to them and get some questions and find out some answers as well.
Well, I can see there the party of Lincoln in Texas is extremely white.
Yes.
And I think that's the point that Rand Paul's been making properly, because I don't care if you're black, Hispanic, or polka dotted. You want to promote free market and guns, we want you. But that's the Democratic media. They've been very effective, even though they're the party of the Ku Klux Klan, the party of slavery, the party of everything else, of demonizing the Republican Party and the Tea Party, where minorities will vote for them, but they won't go to the events. And I've had to convince folks I know to go to these events that you know, they think they're going to be burned at the stake or something. There's a Klan rally. I will assure you that's the Democrats. Not that there aren't some racists in the Republican Party. I mean, that's undoubted.
Well, it reminds me of the opening scene in the movie Patton, where Patton walks out and walks in front of the giant American flag. As you can see, they have the large Texas flag across the stage right now. So it kind of has that Patton feel to it when you walk in.
Now, Joe, how about we talk to some of the crowd there, get their take on what's happening. Why don't you line up and talk to a few folks and get their take? Because I guess they are now projecting that Abbott will be the next governor of Texas, replacing Perry after, what, 14 years?
Too long. I don't know. He's longer than Bush. He was longer than Bush. It was ridiculous and didn't do much, kind of paraded around, was sort of a fake politician, tried to push the Gardasil shot on young girls.
Well, that's why I really have a problem with him, but compared to Wendy Davis,
Isn't it just so weird, though, that everyone I talked to, I know we talked about this before, even these so-called hardcore Democrats, they're literally saying, I'm not Republican, but I just can't handle the Democratic Party anymore. Especially black people who have been fooled over and over again.
Well, the Democratic Party says we're going to legalize unlimited people and give them free stuff, and we're going to take your guns. Joe Biggs, go ahead, talk to folks. Go up to them, see if they want to talk. Say, hey, what's your take on election 2014? Who do you want for president? What do you think of Abbott being projected as the next governor of Texas?
That's a good article to support what we were saying right there, too. Is this the end of the relationship between blacks and the Dems?
I agreed. Yeah, Joe, just go up and start talking to folks.
He's right here.
What are their biggest issues?
Hold on, we got a lot of people pushing through. Yeah, I've got a couple getting ready to come up in a second. They're right there. I've got a couple that came by and were talking to me earlier, so.
Yeah, whatever. Just stop people and talk to them. I know they're all milling around wanting to worship the Republican Party. I've been to those events. God almighty. I'm talking about a nightmare. Slit my wrist. I've never been suicidal. That's a figure of speech, but my God, the sycophantic nature of it.
Here we go. We've got a, what's your name again, sir?
My name's Tom Cotis.
All right, Tom. So how do you feel about the Greg Abbott victory here tonight?
I'm actually really pleased about the Greg Abbott victory. I believe that Wendy Davis was a little disrespectful with some of her tactics when it came to running. I think Greg Abbott's a great guy. I agree with some of his policies, and I look forward to the future in Texas.
What are some important issues you'd like to see change or be worked on thus far here in Texas?
One thing is Proposition 1. I don't believe that the plan that we have right now is sufficient. I think that the plan should be revised a little bit, and I obviously did not agree and did not vote for Proposition 1.
Who's he supporting for president?
Who are you supporting for president? This is Alex.
For president right now, who am I supporting? Not Barack Obama.
No, but in the Republican field.
Well, in the Republican field, when it comes up, who will you support based off who you know right now?
To be honest, I don't know if I have a great answer for that. I would like to keep on doing my research on all of the candidates when it comes down to voting for president in the future.
Yeah,
but
Ted Cruz, Rand Paul.
Based on what's going on right now.
What about a Rand Paul? What do you think about him?
I don't know too much about Rand Paul.
Ted Cruz?
I like Ted Cruz as senator right now. If he were to run for president, he very well might get my vote. So,
what do you think about the how we've dealt with the border situation here in Texas? Do you think it was necessary to bring the National Guard out there? Do you think that helped in any kind of way? What do you think?
I would hope that it helped in some sort of way. You hear different stories from different news outlets, so it's kind of hard to believe everything that you hear based on where you're getting your information from.
Where do you get your information from? What's a news source you like the most?
Well, that's a great question. I love Infowars. I also like Fox News, and I pretty much read everything that I can. It's what I do in my free time. I do a ton of research in my free time and love taking in everything and trying to read between the lines from the media and what we get.
Well, thank you, bro.
All right, thank you. Have a good night, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, you can see up there on Fox News, 3 net gains for the GOP. They get 2 more. They take the Senate, just so everybody knows. And then the next big war is throttling the Republicans, getting rid of Boehner in the House. We get the House and the Senate with Obama as a lame duck. We could impeach him. We could rout the whole thing, abolish Obamacare. Joe Biggs, ask people what they want to see repealed first as the Republicans take the House and Senate. Hasn't happened yet, but it's probably going to happen. Ask them what they want to see repealed first, federally and at the state. Is it Obamacare? Is it gun control? Is it the open borders? I mean, I can't decide what's worse, open borders or Obamacare. They're both so incredibly evil because we're kind of winning the war, holding them on the Second Amendment.
Well, they're intertwined, too.
Yeah, they're intertwined. Yeah, so Joe, just randomly go up to some of these trendies. And I should not call everybody trendies. I'm sorry. I mean, come on, folks.
That's what we encounter a lot.
Yeah, no, I'm
some
joking.
of them actually seem well-spoken.
No, they're nice people. I shouldn't be mean. Okay, I'm just being obnoxious.
But they're trendies.
And the last guy said Infowars was his news source.
I know. Let me be mean a little bit. Anyways.
up there.
Can I ask you a question real quick? What's something, if the Republicans take it all, what's something you'd like to see repealed first? Would it be Obamacare, the open border situation? What's something you'd like to see worked on with the Republicans take it all?
I think they're both important issues. I think the border is definitely something that us Texans think about a lot. But I also think Obamacare is big nationwide. And I believe that that's probably what I'd like to see first is Obamacare repealed.
Because essentially it's a death panel. I mean, people are waiting to get this health care, and it's not happening.
Right. Yeah, it's a dragged-out system right now. And something needs to happen with it. Obviously, us Republicans are for just abolish and get away with it. It's costing us too much money right now, and we just need to get rid of it. So.
Joe, good job. Go talk to those women at 12 o'clock.
Which ones?
The redhead, dead ahead. Attack. Anyways.
Don't you like having the reporters out there? They're kind of like your robots.
I love the fact we're in here in the studio. Teleprompter.
Let me ask you guys a few questions real quick.
Making fun of everyone.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Anybody? If the Republicans take it all, what are some things you'd like to see repealed? Would you like to see Obamacare taken away? Some work on the open borders? What would you like to see done here?
Honestly, I don't think a whole lot of anything will get done regardless of whether or not they take the Senate because Obama's still in the White House. And, I mean, I guess if anything happens, it'll be on the state and local level.
I feel that. That's the exact same way I feel. Well, how do you feel after the midterm election? For me, I find it to be almost pretty scary in a sense to know that Obama can feel like he can do whatever he wants after this midterm election. He's got his pen in his phone. Do you feel like he's just going to go on a executive signing frenzy?
I mean, he's got 2 years left. He's approaching lame duck status. Yeah, he'll try and do a lot of things through executive order, but he's tried to do that for the rest of his term with mixed success. So, I mean, that will be his strategy, but that hasn't been as effective in the things he's tried to get done in the past.
Yeah, who's her favorite in the Republican field for president?
Who's your favorite to run for president for the Republicans so far?
Oh, well, now that Chris Christie is no longer viable, I honestly have no idea.
God.
As long as it's not Ted Cruz, I'll be okay.
Well, it's starting to quiet down. It looks like they're about to come out here on the stage right now. So if you guys want to stay tuned, We're going to focus the attention right here for the victory speech.
Yeah, go ahead and aim it right up there. And then, guys, as soon as somebody comes out with something, I do like that Texas flag. I do like that.
It does look nice.
But see how they kind of watch Fox News, and they want to go with what's still mainstream. Oh, Chris Christie. That's like Obama, but meets Jabba the Hutt.
Why would I mean,
the best analogy ever.
I mean, that is the worst. I mean, Chris Christie's worse than Jeb Bush.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, you cannot get worse.
He basically is a Democrat. Why would she ever say Chris Christie?
He's a mobster.
Listen to this
definitely
song.
A mobster.
We're going to focus on this as the Republicans act groovy. Hey, I'm down with it, homie.
Yeah, look at the top conservative contender coming out to a rap song.
Is he really raising the roof? Was that? Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought that was Rick Perry. Oh, my God.
Look, we have the political handler acting tough.
Maybe they're trying to appeal to the youth.
More!
All they do is win, win, win.
More! All right, here, let's go to this feed. Let's go to it.
Celebrate. We got a great night, folks. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2014 Victory Night celebration. And I emphasize the word victory. It's not your normal victory.
Did he say literally?
We crushed the Democratic Party. We annihilated battleground Texas. And we completely wiped out their entire statewide ticket.
Yeah, I like that.
That was good.
Screw them.
Yeah.
Hate those bastards. God, what a bunch of commies. I can't believe they're real-life commies. The thing is, these Republicans are a bunch of turds.
And everyone
the Democrats are just filth. They're filth.
There's also a railroad commissioner. She's a woman that's in the forefront of the newest wave of pragmatic conservative leaders.
Pragmatic. Watch out for that word.
She was raised in a strong conservative household. Her father is the former Speaker of the House, Tom Craddock. She was retained.
They're going to trot out a whole list of people here.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night.
She is a trusted political advisor, and she did a great job advising the RBT.
It'd be funny if he said Karl Rove after that.
She trains chimpanzees in finger painting.
But she's conservative.
And Christie has pushed the maximum effectiveness and efficiency. And she learned all that around the table in Midland with her family. She's a lifelong Republican. But I would tell you the thing that she should be most proud of.
Is this not a narcissistic introduction?
Yeah. She was the statewide chairman of our victory effort.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wendy Davis.
Well, hey, it's we the people, right? It's about us.
No. It is.
No, I'm being sarcastic. They're talking about themselves for 5 hours.
I know. I just hate the political process. That's what I mean. You got to hold your nose with this stuff.
$1 million of the other side spent.
Do they not understand, though, even from a marketing perspective, if they were just real and came out and talked to, like, these people as real people, it would be
Celente was right, though. Politics is like Hollywood for ugly people. Is that what he said?
Show business.
Show business for ugly people. I mean, that's a... Not that this guy's ugly, but...
Tonight, our base turned out, their base did not. Who had the better ground game, right?
No, America rejected feverish, bloodthirsty, evil communist
in pink suits,
literally dragging their knuckles, rubbing their hands together.
They went against the bloodbath.
Yeah, the Republicans need to get this. We ain't in love with them, and we freaking hate their guts, okay?
Yeah.
Now do something, scum. God almighty.
To a job that many times is...
It's how these politicians are in love with themselves. I don't want callers calling in telling me how I'm great all day. Can you imagine this guy if he had a talk show? It would be one caller after another telling him how great he was all day long.
They defeated a bloated bloodbath.
A bloated bloodbath.
That's Wendy Davis.
Who is this? Who did they even bring out now?
They're championing it.
Before we get started, I want to thank Steve Munisteri. What an awesome chairman.
Oh, thank everybody for 10 hours. How about you thank the voters for rejecting a communist person that wants to kill babies and wants to take our guns and is a Democratic Party star who just fell on her ugly face. How about we hear about what scum Wendy Davis is and what Greg Abbott's going to do
to fix the border.
To fix the border and to cut the franchise tax that is really a Texas sales tax on businesses.
Yep.
I want to hear about that. I want to hear about reality. I don't want to hear a bunch of thank this person, thank that person. I'm really complaining.
It's like the Oscars or something.
Look, I used to be involved in Republican Party politics 20-something years ago. These events want to make you want to throw up. Like, there's a lot of nice people at them, but, I mean, it is a bunch of glad-handing and a bunch of people think they've arrived because they're at some meeting. And they're like, oh, you don't need to be so extreme. We should give up some of our guns. That's the kind of crap I heard from them 20 years ago when I started my own talk show, because I wasn't going to put up with it. The only reason they're winning is because of what we're doing, and they admit it's the Tea Party doing it. But then they want to backhand us and go, we're pragmatic. You bastards, Jeb Bush, all of you are the problem, not the answer.
There's a young Bush, George P. Bush, is running for, land commissioner?
Yeah, and he says, I'm a Tea Party person. I don't like the New World Order.
Oh, yeah, right. We'll see.
Let me see some good votes by him before I believe that.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to blame folks for their family, but I want to see results first. All right, we'll go back to him later when Abbott. The minute they bring Abbott out, which is probably going to be about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
The minute they bring Abbott out, we'll go to it. But we've got, when is Celente coming up?
We got Celente at 9 o'clock. So, and then we have a Greg Pallast interview, which is about 25 minutes long.
So let's go to Greg Pallast now so that we can come back, have Celente ready. Yep. And then Celente can be ready. He understands we can fade it down and go to Abbott.
Yeah.
And we'll cut into the Pallast interview that was taped earlier today.
That was earlier in the week.
Okay, that McBreen did. I saw McBreen there taping something today, so
yeah,
he did something else. So that's coming up, and we got all that for you. Infowars.com.
Can I just give a couple evil weed information? Actually, it looks like D.C. is going to pass it. They're 67% to 32 right now in favor of having it, so that'll be interesting. And having legalization. And Florida looks like they're going to get a medical marijuana initiative, 57% to 43, not final yet. But it looks like those...
Well, I don't endorse the whole drug culture, but I do endorse decriminalization.
I agree.
I mean, that makes sense, right? Like,
we're spending $12 billion just this year federally on putting people in jail and on the drug war. On this drug, when we're letting the troops grow it, we're letting
well, sure, it's the new slavery. They bring it in, hoping we use it so they can put us in their system. Got to decriminalize immediately. We'll come back after Greg Pallast, because who's doing the Greg Pallast? McBreen's doing the Greg Pallast.
Yep.
And then who's going to interview Celente?
I can do it. Gooch can do it. Anybody can. If you're still here, you can do it.
Oh, I'll be glad to do it. But we'll figure it out during this interview. And folks, this is teleprompter free. This is real people that study real news, real analysis. We don't get up here and stuff suit and go, I am the political expert. What I say is absolute fact, and I don't know jack shit. Oh, sorry.
And notice, though, we don't stay on one topic. We're going to talk about Monsanto, but we actually branched off into more interesting things and developments
because
happening.
The sign that it's centralized, state-run media is talking points.
Exactly.
There's segments on Conan O'Brien and stuff where they say the same thing on like 150 channels.
Yeah.
The same person writes the teleprompters for pretty much all.
Yeah. Well, guess who's writing the teleprompter here? Nobody.
And we just
you can tell he just cursed.
Actually, earlier today, or just now.
That's racist if you say it.
Gave me this article. Hackers target NRA leader prior to Washington state gun control vote. So he talked to the NRA leader, said they had their Facebook hacked, a bunch of friends were taken off.
Oh, yeah, there's cyber war by the Democrats.
That's actually exclusive breaking news.
Infowars.com.
Exclusive to Infowars. So while we're here doing this, we also have the writers in the back bringing us news. We've got Jakari over there looking at the tweets.
Yeah, I want to be clear.
It really is a big
whether it's
operation.
Joe Jennings or whether it's Adon Salazar or whether it's Marcos Morales or whether it's Kit Daniels or whether it's the whole crew here. We can't take time out to thank CJ back there. Nico, well, just everybody. We got John Bounds going to be popping in later.
Yep.
Everybody here, Buckley, everybody is bringing you this information and this research and these stories. But yeah, I mean, the Democrats have gone full weaponized because they want a one-party dictatorship, not a two-party oligopoly. And they're moving to take over. Investigative journalist, former BBC host, award-winning writer, former federal crime investigator. Here is Greg Pallast on election 2014. And then we'll come back, get more on Greg Abbott if he's come out on the Texas win, which he is a good guy overall, I think. I mean, compared to Wendy Davis, he's an angel. Yeah. But the whole political machine makes you want to vomit. And then we will...
you got Celente Live, too.
We'll go to Celente Live. And then we've got a lot more coming up tonight.
We're here till midnight.
And we'll give you all the numbers as they come out. But it's looking pretty clear. The Republicans only need 1 or 2 more seats to take the Senate. So this is a big deal. Stay with us. Tell your friends and family about the transmission. Send them the free link you're watching us on right now to Twitter and Facebook. Do it. help promote the real people's media that's Americana-based, not Republican or Democrat. We make the Republicans look like absolute chicken shits. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Well, the midterm elections are here, and once again, the usual suspects, the corporate giants, are funding ballot initiatives. There are GMO labeling propositions, for example, in Oregon and Colorado, and Monsanto Corporation, along with Coca-Cola and Pepsi, they are spending millions of dollars on ad campaigns urging people to vote no on GMO labeling. They say the labeling will hurt local farmers and the economy. Greg Pallast, I'd love to get your take on this. I mean, come on, Monsanto, do you think they're really concerned about family farmers?
No, but they're really concerned about Monsanto and their robo farms. I mean, Monsanto is, of course, they're selling seeds that are genetically modified, and they sell like Roundup ready soy. What that means is that you can dump a bunch of chemical pesticide called Roundup on the soybean, and supposedly it isn't ingested into that bean. The problem is that Monsanto not only tries to control the ballot box, they try to control the science. In an investigation I did for The Guardian, I found out that Monsanto, for example, in the analysis of their hormone, BST, which is used to get cows to produce more milk, they gave the Food and Drug Administration tests which showed that there was no problems after 6 weeks of ingesting food and that had BST. What they didn't include, and some scientists from England found in the computer tapes, was that after 6 weeks, if you add a couple more weeks, weeks 7 and 8, cows started having pus in their milk. Isn't that nice? Yeah. And lesions. That was left out of the Monsanto presentation that got them the good housekeeping, yummy, edible stamp of approval from our Food and Drug Administration. But that was foregone because they had their own people. The head of the Food and Drug Administration came right out of Monsanto. And and this is a bipartisan thing. I mean, the Monsanto is extremely close to both parties, but especially, by the way, the Democratic Party. Hillary Clinton was very close to Shapiro, the head of Monsanto, and the head of the FDA was from Monsanto was appointed by Bill Clinton. So you have to understand that and both parties have played footsie with Monsanto. But the problem is that Monsanto is not being straight with us about what they're putting in these frankenfoods.
Well, that's right. And I've always called them mad scientists, and they have the Democrats in their left pocket, Republicans in the right pocket. But let's talk some more about that, because this is a massive revolving door between Monsanto Corporation and positions in the federal government. I mean, isn't this an obvious, apparent, a blatant conflict of interest?
Well, it gets even worse, because there is a world government, don't forget. When we're talking about the World Trade Organization, which controls the trade in Monsanto products, the Monsanto products, which are genetically modified, lab-created DNA, are on, some of those products are on what's called the Codus Alimentarius, which is a list of foods which any nation in the WTO must accept. In other words, a nation can't say, "Ooh, we don't want that BST milk with with pus in it. We don't want that stuff." They can't refuse that stuff, Monsanto products, if it's on this codex. Now, how did they get on the codex with quite dangerous products? The answer is that they got the inside information on the secret codex meetings, which were passed to them by both U.S. and Canadian operatives who were supposedly working for their governments or the World Trade Organization, but in fact were passing secret information to Monsanto so that they could work the lobby and get their robo foods on the international list. So you have to understand, our food supply is controlled by an international organization, the World Trade Organization. What is bought and sold in the United States and considered healthy is determined by in secret meetings by groups that Monsanto has tremendous influence over. Mm-hmm. and we basically are locked out of the room. So, you know, most people don't even realize that our food supply is actually listed for us, what can be sold and not sold by this international organization.
Well, this should be the political discussion in America right now. I think it's very important. I think it's obvious that they want to control the world's food supply. And I'm starting to worry about Hillary Clinton. She looks like she hasn't slept. I think she's getting frustrated. She looks like she's very concerned about feeding African children. The food aid campaign in Africa. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, there you go. I mean, part of her plan is to require African nations to accept genetically modified foods designed and owned by Monsanto, which of course is really disastrous in a place like Africa because those seeds cannot be reused. In other words, for thousands and thousands of years, for millions of years, humans, since we started agriculture, actually tens of thousands of years ago, have reused seed from a prior crop. But if you start using Monsanto products, you have to buy the seeds every year. And in poor nations, in Africa, you know, it sounds good, oh, we'll bring in these miracle high-yield seeds. But it's disastrous for Africans because they can't use their naturally grown seeds. They can't reuse the seeds. So they become kind of slaves, a kind of seed colony of Monsanto. So we're back to a new form of colonialization, except this is genetically modified colonialization, not the old type with guys in pucka shorts and funny hats.
I mean, genetically modified sounds Frankensteinish. Drought resistance sounds really something you want.
So basically, we're letting Monsanto, a care of Hillary Clinton, recolonize Africa. I don't think that's a very good proposition for Africans.
No, they're saying they're doing this so Africa can become food independent, but they're really, in reality, they're becoming dependent on Monsanto, and I think that's the direction they're really going. Also, I was going to say, I cannot believe the money that they're spending on political ads here in America for this food labeling propositions. They're spending $3 million opposing GMO labeling in Oregon, $4.7 million in Colorado. And I tell you what, Edward Bernays, the father of propaganda, he'd be proud at some of these ads because they're complete with, oh, you know, it's a typical cowboy, farmer wearing a cowboy hat, the concerned doctor or the smiling teacher, and they're telling everybody to stand with family farmers and vote no on GMO labeling.
Agriculture is crucial to Colorado's economy. Proposition 105 would hurt Colorado food producers by forcing them to use misleading labels that conflict with national standards. Please stand with Colorado's farmers and vote no on 105.
What do you think about all these ads that they're running on television right now?
What they're telling you is don't label products that have genetically modified ingredients. Don't label them. They are arguing in favor of voluntary stupidity. They want to, in other words, stupidity is a profit center in America. The dumber the consumer, the dumber the citizen, the more junk they can sell you. And they're actually asking people to say, don't allow a farmer to say, this does not have genetically modified products in what I'm selling. So, for example, in Vermont, you're not allowed by U.S. law. You can't say that your product is using GMO-free milk. You can't do it in the United States. You're not allowed to actually say that. You're muzzled. The First Amendment does not apply to food labeling. So, for example, Ben & Jerry's, to get around the prohibition on saying our ice cream doesn't have GMO milk in it, says, oh, we are part of a GMO-free organization. And every member of the GMO-free organization doesn't use GMO products. It's a way to get around the label police at the FDA. Now, at the state level, they're trying to stop any products from being labeled with their actual ingredients. Can you imagine? They're actually trying to make it against the law to put the true ingredients inside the box on the outside of the box. So Monsanto wants you to vote to be stupid, to not know what's in the box. You know, if their products were so wonderful, if they were so safe, you would think that they'd want to say GMO modified ingredients genetically modified ingredients inside. Yummy, yummy. You'll want this. Because if it's such a good idea, it's so healthy, people will clamor for it. It should raise their sales to be properly labeled. But they know. They know.
Of course they know. And
fool.
And not only
buying something safe that way.
That's right. And not only have they infiltrated our federal government, but they also control the federal courts as well. They are above the law. Now they have liability protection, no thanks to Obama, through the Monsanto Protection Act. And you know, what's to stop these guys? And I'm surprised, where are the liberals right now? Because a lot of the liberals, they're not making a fuss about this. I'm just trying to imagine if George W. Bush, if he signed off on the Monsanto Protection Act, wouldn't they be screaming about that?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing is that, I mean, Monsanto is very smart. A really smart corporation understands you don't favor one party over another. You don't put your bet on one horse. You buy the racetrack. You fix the house, okay? And Monsanto is very sharp in making sure that they just load up the Democratic Party with cash. And they've been huge supporters, especially of the Clintons. And the FDA has been genetically modified at Monsanto's request. Mostly, I mean, the Bush administration had their hand in these games with Monsanto, but nothing close to what the Clintons did. And I think that a lot of Democrats who are sitting there eating bean sprout sandwiches and making sure their kids have, you know, that they buy things that are organic, and they go to Whole Foods, they pay triple. I think that they would be shocked to find out that, in fact, a lot of those products that they think are wonderful and organic and free of any manipulation are, in fact, Frankenstein foods that are not properly labeled, care of the Clintons.
That's right.
It's a big problem. I mean, this is the problem of pretend partisanship. They own both parties, and that's what I guess a party is for.
No American will ever be able to seriously say again, my vote doesn't count.
24 hours after the polls closed, we still don't know who won, Al Gore or George Bush. And we will not know until tomorrow at the earliest.
You're the one, you know, you broke the story about the election fraud during the 2000 election in which Choice Point, they had their hand in stealing the election for George W. Bush in Florida. And now Choice Point has a no-bid contract with the Department of Homeland Security. I was hoping you could tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, just back in 2000, a company called Choice Point and its unit, the Database Technologies. These are the early beginnings of the cyber spying, which has now gone completely berserk in America. Choice Point was keeping files on every American, and they got a no-bid contract from Jeb Bush's Florida government and Catherine Harris to hunt for illegal voters on the voter rolls, people that had supposedly committed felonies and aren't allowed to vote. And they tagged about 58,000 people. Turns out most of them were African-American men who simply had common names like Joe Black and Joe White and John Johnson. By the way, there are 86,020 John Johnsons in America. Or I should say John Jacksons in America. 53% of them are African American. One of them has probably committed a felony crime. That doesn't mean that the guy in Florida voting named John Jackson was also a felon. Turns out none of these people were guilty of anything but voting while black. They lost their vote. George Bush was elected president. Whether you like that outcome or not, it wasn't done by a vote of the people. It was done by a vote of this company, Choice Point, which provided the computer scrub lists for Catherine Harris. What was their payoff? They ended up with a fat, multi-billion, no-bid contract with the Department of Homeland Security. So they went from falsely tagging African-American voters as criminals to keeping track on you. And it was the beginning of the program. They used to call the program Total Information Awareness. Yep. And they had a pyramid with the all-seeing eye. And the all-seeing eye was this company, Choice Point, which figured out that if you set yourself out to manipulate elections, when your boys when you elect your boys, then they pay you off in fat contracts. It's about the money. It's really not a partisan question. It's a question of cash. As I always say, we don't have a two-party system. We have a one-party system. The party is Hezbollah Shekel, which is the party of the cash. That's what's going on. and now it's continued into this election, too, in a new form.
Well, didn't Choice Point, aren't they international now? Because I've heard they're stealing elections in Brazil, Venezuela. I guess once you help George W. Bush get in office, looks like they've been rewarded ever since.
Well, Choice Point's been bought up by all those companies that keep track of your credit ratings, like Axion and others. So they've been absorbed into this kind of total financial national security tracking network.
Tracking DNA of Americans?
So, and that's the other thing. They ask you to send in hair samples from your kids so that in case they get kidnapped by aliens, you'll have their DNA. See, but what are they doing with your DNA information in the meantime? Okay, so yes, they were hired by by our national security agencies to start mucking around, and we caught them with this in the voter rolls of Brazil and Venezuela and Argentina and Honduras and Mexico, because we didn't like who the people there were voting for. We're for democracy as long as our national security apparatus agrees with the vote choice you're making. This creates a bit of a problem for the United States, just like with Ed Snowden's discoveries that revelations that the phones of the president of Brazil and the president of Ecuador were tapped by our national security agencies.
That's right.
I'm not even sure what junk they find out about. It's the silliest stuff, but it's unfortunately it ruins the relations between the peoples of our nations when these kind of Austin Powers buffoons start pretending that they're actually spies getting us important information. You know what they're doing? They're actually getting information for companies like Monsanto. When I looked at I worked for The Guardian, which obtained the original WikiLeaks documents. I've looked through thousands of pages of the WikiLeaks documents. I'm going to tell you right now, there wasn't one single page of the thousands I've looked at, not one, which actually dealt with national security, with like Al-Qaeda or guys trying to blow us up or, light their underpants on fire in an airplane. No information about that would, save American lives. Nothing, by the way, about ISIS. That took everyone by surprise. Nothing about Ebola. Nothing that's going to be of interest. Now, I was in Liberia, and none of that is in those files. What's in those files is requests from U.S. corporations for intelligence information.
Big brother.
That's what I was finding. That our military security apparatus is there at the behest of big companies, and that's what I found in the WikiLeaks files.
I can imagine. Well, let's talk about what else is on your radar. What do you expect to see as a result of the midterms here in the United States?
Mischief. What we're seeing now, I've uncovered in a story for Al Jazeera, which is crazy. I'm working, had to put this story in some network that's out of the Arabian sands instead of the U.S. networks. But, I got to go where they'll take the story. And in this story, I've uncovered a list. Our government loves to keep lists on you. They have a list of 3.5 million people that they say have voted twice. And by the way, one of the double voters, if you vote in 2 different states in the same election, that's a felony. You go to prison for 2 to 10 years. By the way, one of the voters that is on the suspect list is a guy named Alex Jones. Mm-hmm. So fire Alex, I'd go into hiding right away. The feds are looking for him. 3.5 million Americans are supposedly committing the crime of voting in 2 states in one election. Now, most Americans don't even get off the couch long enough to vote once, let alone twice. It's a phony. We don't have Americans voting in 2 different elections. No one's ever been able to nab anyone. You have about 1 person a year who gets caught doing it. It's real easy to get caught. You have your address on the voter form. So, it's a phony, but it's a way to block voters from voting. So what they do is if your name's on the list, they'll send you a postcard. You don't even know what it is. It looks like a piece of junk mail. Throw it out, and boom, you suddenly walk in. You've lost your right to vote. You've lost your right to vote. 3.5 million Americans. And like I say, on that list, I'll show him his name is Alex Jones. And So, you know what? I have a feeling that Alex wasn't voting in 2 states.
Yeah, probably not.
What they were doing is why they get Alex Jones, because Jones, believe it or not, there's more than one Jones in the United States of America, and there's more than one Alex Jones. And their entire system of matching, this is the big hot shots with our massive national security apparatus. Their entire matching system is first name and last name. That's it. And even in their propaganda, their instructions that go with this matching system, hunting down double voters, they say that they have social security numbers, but if they don't match, they ignore it. Over 1 million, almost 1.5 million names on the list have mismatches of middle names. So like Alex Eric Jones would be matched with Alex Thomas Jones. And that's our hot shot national security apparatus. And what are they doing? It would be funny. It would just be slapstick with this idiotic matching list and accusation of millions of people voting twice. The problem is that they can use this to selectively knock out your vote.
You don't have to wait till election day. You can vote all week. I mean, you can only vote once. This isn't Chicago now. You can. I'm teasing Chicago. I'm messing with you. That was a long time ago.
By the way, the state of North Carolina, which is having a very hot race right now, has proposed, and get ready for this, they want cameras in the voting booth that would take your picture while you are voting. So they could, if your face does not match the face recognition software identity check, I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. They can exclude your vote. But that requires them to tag your picture to your particular vote. So gone is the secret ballot. And they say, oh, this is so someone doesn't vote for you. Come on. We haven't had, it almost never happens in the United States that you have identity theft. Someone walks in and votes in your name. It almost never happens because it's easy to catch these guys. But what they want to do is take your picture while you are voting, tag it to your vote, and then make it subject to challenge. Oh, your face doesn't match the software recognition image that we have.
Well, and I imagine that's a test pilot for the rest of the country in the future.
Absolutely. That North Carolina is pulling this stunt, and they'll have a choice point-like company, and so it's the problem is that first of all, they're clowns. They don't know what they're doing, so they don't do it right. So a lot of people are going to lose their vote, as they have with this so-called double voter game. And also the most vulnerable people. This is how you win elections. You can knock out, in Florida, they knocked out 58,000 people. Bush won the presidency by only 537 votes. With this double identity stuff, they're not going to knock off 3 million people. They are going to knock off, I can tell you right now, Virginia's already removed 41,000 people suspected of voting twice. And I went, by the way, I was just in Carolina. They hired an FBI agent to run this program. I said, if people are voting twice, have you arrested any? No. I said, isn't that a felony crime to vote twice? Yeah. So why don't you arrest them? Well, it's not easy. I said, you got their names, you got their addresses. You're at FBI, you've got their phone numbers, you've got their social security numbers. I mean, you're telling me you can't get these guys? No, it's not easy. So I got the list, by the way. I got 2 million of the names.
I bet you did.
And if you go to gregpalast.com, you can see it. I got 2 million of the names, and I went out and met some of these so-called double voters, these criminal double voters that ought to be in jail. And one guy, I'm not making this up. I went to one guy, he was in a wheelchair in a nursing home. I said, did you vote here? Did you vote? It was in North Carolina. Did you vote here in North Carolina and also in Virginia? He says, I swear on a stack of Bibles that I didn't vote in those 2 states at the same time. And I said, aha, I got you. I was lying because he was in this wheelchair, and there's no way he could have picked up a stack of Bibles. So, but this is what they're doing. They have, so they can pick out anyone they want. Say you voted in 2 states. Your name's Alex Jones. And there's another Alex Jones in North Carolina who also voted. And that means you voted twice. Your vote doesn't count. That's the game that's being played right now. Right now.
Oh, yeah, and I don't see them stopping anytime soon. You've been uncovering this sort of thing for a long time now. I'm anxious to see what you uncover as a result of the midterms. Thank you for joining us, Greg Pallast. GregPallast.com is the website. And be sure to check out his latest bestseller. It's called Billionaires and Bailout Bandits, How to Steal an Election in 9 Easy Steps. The Huffington Post, it says that this book is the most terrifying book a Democrat can read. So, and all of his books and documentary films are not just earth-shattering bombshells of vital information, but they're also very humorous at times. Greg Pallast has a great sense of humor and a great attitude in the face of corruption. And his books, let me tell you something, folks, they're bestsellers for a reason. So check it out, GregPallast.com. Mr. Pallast, thanks for joining us today.
You're the best. Thanks a lot.
All right.
I want to know what's really happening with Ebola. I want to know if there are things out there that could protect this country and protect my 3 children, just as you do. Government can't and won't protect you from Ebola. It is up to all of us to be prepared and to protect ourselves. I'm not sitting back waiting for the government to come protect me and take care of me. It's why I'm doing
these last 14 years together. It has been a powerful time. But you know, here's the best thing. The best thing is, when Greg Abbott is the next governor of the state of Texas, things are going to get even better. Because Greg Abbott understands that to give people freedom, freedom from over taxation, freedom from over litigation, freedom from over regulation, to continue to move those public schools forward, that is a platform, that is a foundation of which this state will continue to lead America. That's why.
Greg Abbott on stage right now. This is live coming from the Moody Theater.
I will suggest
Rick Perry, sorry, Rick Perry. He's talking about Greg Abbott. He's probably going to introduce him here. And we got Gerald Celente coming up. Give you a little taste of this. To cut into our ads for the people out there. So be sure you go visit InfoWarsLife.com, InfoWarsStore.com to check out all the stuff we have available.
Patrick, and to have served with Dan and had the opportunity to be the lieutenant governor for a short period of time. To have been a partner with Greg Abbott over the course of these last 14 years. Let me share something with you. There is just a really good feeling when you need your lawyer to sue the federal government, and you got Greg Abbott as your lawyer. That is a great feeling, and that's the reason that experience that he's bringing to the table is going to translate so well as the governor of this state. I can tell you as I walk off this stage, as I finish the next 60, 70 plus days of being your governor, that I may have some concerns about things in life. I don't know what they are. But I can promise you one of them is not where Texas is headed. The leadership that you all are putting into place, I would suggest is some of the most solid, thoughtful, conservative, principled leadership in America. And America needs Texas doing what Texas has been doing for the last 14 years. We're going to continue that track on.
All right. Hey, guys, thanks for joining us. This is Rob Dew here. We've got Rick Perry on stage, the current governor of Texas, who is basically introducing the new governor, Greg Abbott, who has defeated abortion Barbie, Wendy Davis, which I think is a good thing, definitely. Thanks for joining us here. We're going to be here till midnight tonight. We've got about 3 hours left, maybe a little more. Maybe we'll go into overdrive if we feel like it and keep going. We're streaming this live on Infowars.com/show. We're also streaming it live on PrisonPlanet.tv. If you're a member there, you can go and check it out. Also, we're streaming live on YouTube on the Alex Jones channel, youtube.com/The Alex Jones channel. Those are all the places you can get this stream live. We sure do appreciate you joining us. And we're about to go to Gerald Celente live, trends forecaster up in Kingston, New York. He's going to be joining us to talk about stuff. His new Trends Journal just came out. In fact, it was brought to my desk this morning, which gave me the idea, hey, maybe we should get Gerald on to talk about this stuff. And when Greg Abbott comes on, we'll go to him a little bit and let him talk. And but for now, I think we're ready. Let's bring on Gerald Celente. Is he out there? Gerald, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. So Gerald Celente, trends forecaster up in Kingston. I just got the new Trends Journal, Occupy Peace, May 2nd, 2015. It looks like you got a lot of big things coming up. What's on your mind now with all these midterm elections? Are you going to see any change? What's your feeling on all this?
Well, my feeling is that everyone should go back and watch Alex Jones' Obama deception. And it's played out. It should win an Academy Award because what we talked about in that movie, and you were up here to film it, it's all come true. It's just one big fraud followed by a mid-election fraud. I've been in this business. I began my career, by the way. I used to run political campaigns in Westchester County in New York in 1970s.
So you've seen the pageantry involved in all this and the pomp and circumstance and the BS that goes along with a campaign.
Yeah, and I was the assistant to the Secretary of the New York State Senate. In my entire life, I've never watched a midterm election that so many people cared so little about. There wasn't one major issue, yet they're estimated, what, 1.5 million TV ads, about $4 billion spent for what? To put in take out the incompetents and put in the inepts? I mean, it's more of the same, just different names, and much of the same has never left. You look at all the career politicians that still are, back in office again, never having a real job in their lives. So this is, again, everyone should go back and look at the Obama deception because it played out exactly like that. Obama's approval rating is at its lowest since he began the charade. The public is turned out and tuned out, and I'm wondering what the numbers are going to be because as watching the returns coming in all night, I haven't heard many of them. I predict it's going to be a very low voter turnout. So that's really what it is. It's just more of the same, but probably a little worse in some areas.
You know, aside from these elections for the incumbents and the challengers that are going on, there are some interesting GMO initiatives, the GMO labeling initiatives out west. There's a few medical marijuana and just legalization of recreational marijuana initiatives going on. Plus, there's also a lot of light rail stuff sprinkled in, stuff that'll take your money and raise your taxes in a heartbeat. A lot of that going on. Are you interested in any of those? Or are those trending in your area?
Of course I am, but but again, how many states with the GMO? What is it? Just a handful. And the same with the legalization of marijuana. I mean, that's one of the big, shams of all times. My God, this war on drugs that's just kept, throwing people in jail and filling up the prison industrial complex. Again, when you look at this, Rob, when you look at the entire aspect of the campaign, the elections, these are just little pockets. There's nothing really about the economy. There's really nothing about foreign policy. There's really nothing about anything. And so as I look at it, and looking at it as a trend forecaster, here's what I see. I see that if the Republicans come in, there'll be more of a push to war. Not that the Democrats were slowing it down much, but it'll just a little bit more juice into it. And they're going to pass that Trans-Pacific Partnership gig, robbing more of our money so that the multinationals can make more of it by doing a trade deal. So they'll push that through. But it's the same. You know, there's really not much difference. Again, the inepts or the incompetents, or I like to call them, rather than the Republicans and the Democrats, I'm more comfortable calling them the Bloods and the Crips, because they're both murderers and thieves. They kill millions of people in the name of bringing freedom and democracy to sovereign nations, and they steal our dough every day from too big to fail or tax breaks for their buddies or whatever else they can make up.
And they arm terrorists, and then we have to go fight wars against the terrorists that we arm. They also ship in the drugs. You can look at Afghanistan. They're having record opium production right now. We're guarding those troops. We're helping them with fertilizer. We're helping them bring their bring their crops to market. And then we're also the black ops stuff, the cocaine flying in from Central America. We're doing all this stuff, and it's our government. And then we're putting people in jail who use the stuff here. It's a great system that they've developed for us. Really amazing. Look at that, $7 billion U.S. campaign. Still doesn't quite hit the $20 billion that that all these agencies are using with the micro purchase credit cards. What do you think of that? $20 billion in 1 year spending on micro purchases is what they call them. Anything less than $3,000. I could use a few micro purchases every now and then. How about you?
Oh, yeah, I saw that piece. Again, it's what I said. It's the Bloods and the Crips. They're murderers and thieves. How much more proof do people need? And then they throw out these 2-bit lines. Don't forget to vote. Don't forget to vote. Yeah, throw out the bums and bring in the scums. That's all it is.
Exactly.
So they call it a democracy. It's a gang of 535. That's all it is. And they don't represent us. They represent the special interests that give them all that dough, like the $4 billion that went into this charade. Again, I've never watched a campaign, a midterm election, where so many people cared so little. The fraud is in front of all of us. I'm surprised they didn't come out with an ISIS scare, a couple of hours before the election, or the booths opened up,
Right.
I was surprised they haven't pulled a fast one to get the people to the polls or throw some fear and hysteria in them.
Well, and the economy took a back seat in this election. Not a lot of people were talking about it, and that's something that's been on my mind. The economy really hasn't recovered from 2008. They keep saying the unemployment's going down, the economy's growing, they're stopping QE. What is the big deal now with stopping QE Infinity that they finally said they're going to put a hold on? Are they even really putting a hold on it, or is this just another sham?
There's something very interesting happening with that, by the way. First of all, they're keeping interest rates to record lows. And then when you look at the recovery, and you look at the data, for example, about how many new home buyers there are, the numbers really dropped significantly, and how many new multifamily dwellings are being built is skyrocketing compared to what it used to be. Go back to the QE. Here's a little set. We're coming out. I'm going to give you a breaking trend. It's going to be one of our top trends for 2015. I shouldn't do this, but I am.
That's all right. We're all friends here.
It's not capitalism. It's bankism. You look what happened when the Federal Reserve announced last Wednesday they were cutting out, finally, the quantitative easing. Bingo, voila. 2 days later, the Bank of Japan announces that they're going to go into quantitative easing plus. When you compare their GDP to our GDP, it would be the equivalent of the Federal Reserve dumping in $3 trillion. Oh, what a coincidence. It happened right after they announced in the States that they were cutting back their quantitative easing. And then tomorrow, watch what's going to happen over there in Europe, because the ECB, the European Central Bank, is meeting. See if they're going to do anything. This is a central bank takeover. It's not capitalism, it's bankism. You saw it with the too big to fails. when they bailed out the banks. Again, they're murderers and thieves, the Republicans and the Democrats. You remember that guy, the U.S. Treasury Secretary under Bush? Was it Henry Paulson? I think he played Frankenstein on the B movies before he got the job at Goldman Sachs. Yeah, that guy who gave us too big to fail. Yeah, you remember the Obama administration that pushed it through. You remember the Clinton guys. Yeah, the other Goldman Sachs guy, Rubin. Yeah, little Robbie Rubin. Yeah, the guy that killed the Glass-Steagall Act so you could give the bankers more freedom to rob from us. The whole game is a banking game. It's in front of everybody's eyes. The Japanese just shoved it to us one more time, and they really stiffed their people over there. But you know those Japanese, man, they don't rebel. You think we got it soft over here where the people don't fight back. Over there, you know, they just keep bowing, man, and taking it. How about another Fukushima for you? So what I'm saying is what the Japanese bank, the Bank of Japan, just did on Friday is a criminal act followed by the criminal act of the takeover of our country by our central bank. That's only propped up the very rich. The numbers are there. Our median household income is below 1999 levels, and that 1% got a lot fatter and richer.
There you go. You said it. We're joined by Trends forecaster Gerald Celente. You can read more about him at trendsjournal.com. And we're going to get into his Trends Journal, the latest issue that's come out, in just a second. We've also got playing over here on the sidewall. It looks like Ted Cruz is giving a speech right now, stumping for Greg Abbott. They're bringing out all the stops now in the Republican pageantry. And what did you say, Gerald? Politics is show business for what?
Ugly people.
There you go. You said it.
That's all it is.
You got it there. But we are going to, whenever Greg Abbott whenever they bring him out at some point, we are going to go to a little bit of his speech, see what he says, see if he's going to have any meaningful change for us, see if he'll hit hard on immigration, all the illegal immigration that's going on. Is he going to hit hard on the border, closing the border up? Is he going to hit hard on the taxes that they're charging people here? Alex is really up on this franchise tax that they've started laying onto him, and it's really cut into the money that he's made and tried to put in back into this business. He can't put as much in because it's being taxed. So giant corporations around Texas can be brought in and be given free water, free electricity, no property taxes. That's the way they work it here. It's everything is done for these giant corporations so they can bring more people in and start charging taxes on them. I mean, you've seen the way it works, Gerald. Let's go into your Trends Journal, Occupy Peace, except we've got a lot of war going on here. I've noticed some really interesting things. You're looking back at Iraq. You've got fears, history repeating itself on page 8. It looks like we've kind of failed in Iraq by going in there and destroying it and then not really rebuilding it. You've got your Rally for Peace coming up at the oldest intersection in America, which we've talked about before. I've actually seen this intersection, seen the buildings. It really does exist, and there you are, a picture of you standing there in it. And then at the very end of the Trends Journal, and people can subscribe to this by going to trendsjournal.com, you've got some history lessons. Look back to see what's ahead. It ain't pretty. No denying what history's trying to teach us. You've got the warrior stage, intellectual stage, merchant stage, and chaos stage, the different stages societies go through as the cycle continues, the cycle of life, basically the way things happen. Where do you want to start in the Trends Journal?
Well, you know, let's look at the wars. It's one failure after another. How many more failures do we have to add up? How many more people have to die? How many more of our soldiers have to come home in a situation where they're committing, what, 22 suicides a day, and our veterans aren't taken care of, sending them into these fruitless wars, built on lies, by the way. And when you go, you know, I'm of the Vietnam era, and I remember the Gulf of Tonkin story that turned out to be a great lie that, what, killed over about 60,000 of our troops.
Yeah, it filled a sports stadium, a modern sports stadium. You can fit the number of men that died, and that doesn't even count the number of Vietnamese that we killed, or the number of guys that came back wounded and totally destroyed with broken limbs, broken heads. I mean, it really did destroy a whole generation of men there. And for what? A lie. It was all based on a lie. The Gulf of Tonkin, look it up. It was a total lie. And it was made up to make this war and escalate it.
Right. And then the Korean War, another losing war before that. And then, of course, you had the Afghan War. We did on the last Trends Journal, the summer edition, we did a piece on George Bush's his 9/11 evening speech and the one several days later. And I wrote that only a madman would speak these words, and only a nation dumbstruck with fear would believe them, and believe they did. There was not one fact in his speech that took us to war against Afghanistan. Not one. And everybody waved those flags and tied yellow ribbons to everything that didn't move. Now we're in the longest war in American history, and for what? A total failure? Oh, not for what? You made the point. Hey, the opium biz is really booming now. It was at zero when the Taliban were there, or near or thereabouts, way below. And let's not forget, who created all this? Oh, that peace-loving peanut farmer. Yeah, you remember him, Jimmy Carter. Oh, yeah, that great guy who invented the Mujahideen. Yeah, Mujahideen, Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, ISIS. Yeah, one generation after another. Created by Carter, Brzezinski, and all of the other psychopaths and sociopaths that are running the show to beat the Russians. You remember that one. And then, of course, there's the Iraq War, built on lies. Well, let's just call them the facts were wrong. Saddam Hussein did not have weapons of mass destruction nor ties to Al-Qaeda. But yet we went in anyway, and then they roll out these losers, man, like Cheney and Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz, and they repeat the same stupid lies, and the prostitutes bow down, suck up, and swallow them. The world is better off without Saddam Hussein. Oh, yeah, man, Iraq's a lovely place. It's beautiful. Oh, and let's not forget Libya. Oh, Libya, oh, Libya. Who did that one? The Nobel Peace Prize winner. Yeah, Obama. You remember that humanitarian mission brought to us by Hillary Clinton, Samantha Powers, and Susan Rice, and Barack Obama destabilized the entire area. Yeah. They're telling people now in Benghazi to leave because it's a free-for-all. And it's spreading into Tunisia, into Egypt, into Mali, all over. People are flooding into Europe. You want to talk about an immigration problem? Yeah, thanks to the United States and its NATO flunkies. So every war that they have taken us to has not only caused more disaster, it's drained our treasury.
And that's by design, Gerald. That's totally by design, to get us into these wars, to spread us out, and then we become picking for the bank. The bankers can come in and just do whatever they want to us. And it really is disgusting. It really is disgusting. Now, where do you see, with this new crop of senators and congressmen coming in, it looks like there's going to be a GOP majority. Where do you see that, aside from Africa? Do you think we're going to start going into Africa, and especially in West Africa, where we're already established a beachhead thanks to Ebola? Where do you see us going in after this?
Well, what they're going to do, one of the things they're going to do, they'll probably kill that Iran deal that they're trying to do now, that Obama administration is trying to push through. And again, you know, I just want to jump back to something you said about the taxes in Texas. Yeah. And how, you know, they're hurting the little people while the big guys get all the breaks. You saw that guy, Obama, that guy, yeah, Obama, no, the other Obama with the L in it. The guy that, you know, from Microsoft bought one of those basketball teams. Yeah, that guy's worth, you know, several $1 billion, like maybe 15. They gave him $1 billion tax break for buying it. And then you pick up the news this week. The guy Malone that owns Liberty Media, name like the huge one. He gets tax breaks all over the place, too. It is a banking takeover. and you're bringing it back when you said, yeah, this is a banking deal, puts us deeper in debt, and then we have to work for the multinationals, and they pay us nothing. So what we're doing with Occupy Peace right here, and you were here from the, by the way, we own 3 of those buildings on the historic corner. What we're doing is we're going back to the roots of the founding fathers, every one of them, beginning with Washington, a real man, not one of these little boys that can't fight their way out of a paper bag or play a mediocre game of golf and like to play basketball, or over there in England, maybe cricket. This is a real man that fought in the war, Washington. He said in his farewell address, no foreign entanglements. Franklin, no foreign entanglements. Madison, Adams, one after another. And guess what? The world was at war then too. But they built America. And I'm tired of these people saying, oh, they did this, they were terrible. If you don't like it here, leave. This country became great because of the principles and the Constitution that was developed here that so much of the once free world used to copied as a template for their freedom. Of course, here it's been taken away from us, but that's another story. Right across from me, right on the other side of this camera, is the courthouse. This was the first capital of New York State that the Constitution of New York was written. 4 Supreme Court justices were jurors there, including John Jay. 90% of America's Constitution came from the Constitution from colonial Kingston, New York. We're bringing back democracy. The seeds of democracy was sown here, and 6 words killed it. Harvard, Princeton, Yale, bullets, bombs, and banks. And the first criminal, may he rot in hell, who sold us out was the Princeton president, Woodrow Wilson, who not only gave us the Federal Reserve, he also put us into World War I against everything that this nation believed in.
And I was just about to bring that up.
Look who's running the show now.
I was going to bring that up, Gerald.
Guys.
That's when we got into our first big foreign entanglement after we had, developed our sovereignty, was World War I. And that was the beginning of this long slide of being beholden to the Federal Reserve, being beholden to giant banks who aren't elected. It's just and the giant military-industrial complex now that they get paid either way, whether we win the war or lose the war, or whether we continue the war. They're making their money, and I guess the people working in that industry are getting paid, but it's not anything that's producing anything. It's not a space industry. We've pretty much given that up for a couple rockets now that can't even get off the ground. It's just a disgrace that we can build these amazing weapons that can be fired from 20, 30 miles away, can pinpoint a house, and yet we can't get rockets off the ground now. I mean, it's a total disgrace.
People can't pay their water bills.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. So Occupy, I mean, you nailed it. So that's what we're saying. And again, I really want to stay with this Harvard, Princeton, Yale. I'm tired of these arrogant people, all in politics, telling us what to do and how to do it. Go up and down the list. The program is there. They're all club members, whether it's the D.C. gang or the Wall Street criminal operation. It's the same club, and we're not in it. So what we're doing with Occupy Peace is going back to the roots of democracy, believing in the founding fathers. Oh, and by the way, another man, not like these little boys in the White House that we've had, the Clintons, Bushes, and Obamas. A real man, Eisenhower, in his farewell address, warns the nation that the military-industrial complex is robbing us of the future of the children, the sweat of the laborers, and the genius of the scientists. And you nailed it with these high-class weaponry that they're making. Could you imagine if those trillions were invested in we, the people? So Occupy Peace, the motive is no foreign entanglements, rebuild America, and here's where it's going to be different from anywhere of any rally ever seen before. We're going to give takeaways. This isn't a thing to go, yeah, and then you go home and forget about it. we're putting together a battle plan for peace, because I would rather fight for peace than die for war. And I'm not a pacifist, as you well know.
You're a close combat practitioner. Exactly.
I'll kill anybody that tries to kill me.
I totally agree. Hey, let's end here on the Trends Journal. You have this Cycles of History. Why don't you give people a quick history lesson of the different stages that societies go through, and what stage are we in right now?
You got them there in front of you.
I got them in front of me. I got the warrior stage, the intellectual stage, the merchant stage, and the chaos stage. Now, where are we at right now?
We're in the chaos stage.
All right.
As I said, the warriors are gone. The intellectuals were the founding fathers. These guys that are in place now know nothing about anything. We're in the chaos stage. And by the way, one of the things that I would love is for you, Alex Jones, and the crew to come to the Four Corners on May 2nd, 2015, and broadcast live for OccupyPeace.us. And anybody could go to that site, by the way, and sign up, because our future is on the line. I'm a trend forecaster, and I believe in the trend, the prophecy that Einstein, going back to the chaos theory of the cycles, Einstein said, I don't know how the Third World War will be fought, but the fourth will be fought with sticks and stones. And that's where they're leading us. One losing war after another, and now they're getting big.
I totally agree. And it is a crazy world that we're becoming into, the chaos that we've created by taking down these evil dictators that were, essentially keeping the different tribes under control. Gaddafi, yeah, he was a socialist, but you know what? He was feeding his people. They had power. They were getting water. They were doing deals with the Chinese. He wanted to create an African Union. So what do? We take him out. Same thing with Saddam Hussein. Oh, yeah, we sold him weapons of mass destruction. He has weapons of mass destruction, so we got to go in and take him out. But, we don't talk about the weapons of mass destruction that we sold him. And then it came out that we found weapons of mass destruction there, but we didn't want to say anything about it because they had our stamp of approval on it. They were all made in the USA. So, of course, they're never going to mention that stuff. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And we keep buying into it. We keep buying into the next war. We buy into the next fake terrorist attack. It just continues on a cycle. And like you said, we are in the chaos stage right now in our history, and it's filled with drones and cameras. And guess what? We're all walking around with cameras. And it looks like they're about to bring out Greg Abbott. Gerald, do you want to stay with us while they bring him out and comment on what's going on, or do you want us to let you go for the evening?
Why don't we let me go for the evening?
All right. Well, tell us where we can find more of the Trends Journal. And did you see Anthony Frida got his piece of artwork accepted, his 9/11 truth piece, into the 9/11 museum? Did you see that bit of news that was out there?
Isn't that great news? Yeah, Anthony Frida is great. Yeah, and of course he's an illustrator for us, and you guys use him as well. And I know he's been on with Alex. Trendsjournal.com, trendsjournal.com. It's the only place where you read history before it happens. And for all of those of you that want to fight for peace, bring home the troops, seal the borders, rebuild America, OccupyPeace.us, sign up, give us your comments, and let's turn this around. Let's bring it back to we the people and take it out of the hands of the gang of 535 that they call Congress.
All right, and I'll leave you with that. Gerald, thanks for everything you do. And anytime, we love having you on. You're a great breath of fresh air to just really just wake people up with some energy. A guy your age still out there screaming about the system and the way things should be and where we've gone wrong and everything else included. And thanks for joining us here on our live midterm election coverage. It was a pleasure having you on.
Thanks a lot for having me.
All right, there goes Gerald Celente, and you can find out more about him at trendsjournal.com. And it's a great magazine. It's got everything you need in there to figure out what the heck is going on in your world and why it seems like we can't figure it out. Like, why do we keep going into these wars? Why do we keep messing up? Why do we keep doing the wrong things? Is it on purpose? Usually it is. Usually it is on purpose. All this stuff is done by design. I want to go to a quick article here that Mikhail Thalen just released about an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half ago. We're into, looks like working on almost hour 4 of our live coverage of midterm elections. Looks like they're going to bring out Greg Abbott in a second. So I want to go over this article before he does. Hackers target NRA leader prior to Washington state gun control vote. So the head of the NRA's push of Initiative 594, Washington state restrictive gun control measure, says her phone and Facebook account were targeted by hackers only days before the election. Essentially, they came in and went after her Facebook, took away a lot of her members, then hacked her phone. Her phone started going crazy, and this was an exclusive that we got from Mikhail Thalen, one of our writers here at Infowars.com, putting this up. Just one of the many things you'll see on Infowars.com. And hey, while we're sitting here waiting for Greg Abbott coming out, I want to encourage people out there who are watching this live on YouTube or at Infowars.com/show. These streams, while they are free, at least the YouTube one we're not paying for, although they are putting their ads on it. And at Infowars.com/show, we do put a short ad in the beginning. A lot of this stuff is funded by the members of PrisonPlanet.tv. They're the people who pay a monthly subscription to have access to the live show video, the live nightly news, all of Alex's movies, special reports, books. I mean, just in the last 3 months, we've probably put 50 special reports up there that you're not going to see anywhere else. Stuff about Agenda 21, about fluoride in the water, a whole host of issues. And it's all there, and it's all thanks to your support at PrisonPlanet.tv. So while you're watching this, and next time we go to a break, I encourage you to become a member. You can also share your username and password with up to 11 people. So that's 11 Info Warriors for the price of one. You can get one membership, and then you can split it with your friends. And I think if you pay with a year, you even get more off, or you can pay for it by the month. But you do get 11 days free to try it out. Less than $5.95 a month, 15 days free. And there you go, $54.95 per year. And we do have specials that we run from time to time. But get in now. Become a member now of PrisonPlanet.tv and help us take this to the next level. Then we can hire more reporters. We could have more than just one reporter out at one location. We could have 10 reporters out at locations and just bring you up-to-the-minute news. This is how we're doing it. And I encourage you also, send us your tips to whistleblowers@Infowars.com. That comes directly to my desk. I get to read through a lot of your tips, and it is an amazing wealth of information that we have, almost too much for one person to go through. But we've got the writers here. We've got writers at Infowars.com. If you have a tip for them or a story that you've written, we do take stories from outside people. We also take outside special reports. If you go out there and shoot a report on something, say we had a guy, he sent me an email one time. He says, hey, you know, I was trying to get on the bus and pay for cash, and they were like mocking me for wanting to use cash. They made me run to the ticket booth and buy a ticket and with a credit card. Then I had to come back with a special card and get on. And the guy had the change right there. He just didn't want to make the change anymore. This is part of what we're going through. It's this cashless society control grid that we're just going to be ingrained into in just a few years from now. A little bit later, we're going to be talking about the robots that are taking over your jobs. All you people out there crying for a raise in the minimum wage to this living wage, it's about to all come tumbling down. They're making robots that flip burgers better than you could ever do it. They're mixing ground beef live, cutting tomatoes as they need them. I mean, it's all coming down the pipe, and this is something you should be worried about. There's one right now. There's the big dog. Imagine that with a giant glowing skull face coming at you with giant blades. Watch this thing. It's going to take off in a second, and it's going to run you down. All right, this is what's coming down the pike, and it's scary. And these things are going to be autonomous. They're going to be able to think for themselves. They're going to be able to go, hey, you're not wearing the right color armband. We're going to come after you. It's coming down the pipe, people. So, you know, and the people wanting a higher minimum wage. Look, I had minimum wage jobs when I was in high school and out of high school, and even working through college, I worked minimum wage jobs. But I also gained skills, even the skills I gained outside of college. I was a theater major. I didn't know how to edit video. And then I moved down to Austin, Texas, and I wanted to be a director. And I went around trying to apply for these places. And they said, you know what? If you want to be a director, you better go out and do it for yourself. So I started shooting video on my own. I bought a camera, I bought a computer, taught myself Final Cut Pro. That is how you're going to get things done. You're not even going to really get things done going to college. I don't even use my degree, although it has probably opened some doors for me in some of the larger corporations I've worked for in the past. And it does look good on a resume. But it does drive you into debt. It took me till I was about 36 paying off the debt. Looks like we got Joe Biggs coming on right now. Is he ready to go? Is he ready to talk? Is he out there? Joe, how you doing? Oh, he's giving us the wink. And can you hear me, Joe? Do you have your earpiece in? Joe is live down at the Moody Theater right now. Can you hear me, buddy? Give me a thumbs up if you can read me loud and clear. All right. What's going on right now? What's the atmosphere like at the Moody Theater now that we bring in our new Lord Abbott, who's going to be coming on stage in a second? What's the scene like out in Austin, Texas?
Right now, everybody's having a good time. Everyone's having a beer, drink right now, kind of celebrating their victory right now. Right now, we are awaiting Greg Abbott to come up on the stage. They're getting some stuff ready for that. So within the next, I would think, 5 to 10 minutes, we should be expecting him out here. I've spoken to a few people. You know, Ted Cruz was up here a minute ago. He gave a very passionate speech for a while. Got a lot of people animated, talking about how the Republicans are going to vow to follow the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And, you know, you could hear some echoes back in the crowd of people yelling out to Ted Cruz, you know, run for president, things of that nature. You know, during his speech, I was yelling out, secure our borders, you know, stop Obamacare, and many things like that. So some of the people looked at me like I was crazy, but then some turned around, smiled, and shook their head, and they agreed with that. So far, high spirits are here at the Moody Theater.
All right. Have you been able to talk to more people since we left you? Right now, it looks like you might even be able to interview some people now before Greg Abbott comes out.
Well, I mean, we just now got a break. I mean, everybody's been listening to like a long stretch of different speakers so far, so that hasn't been that much. A lot of people are walking off right now, getting drinks, going to the bathroom, things of that nature. So
why don't you grab somebody behind you, see if they're interested in talking, finding out what their big issues are. What would they like to see change with this new governor coming in? I'd like to see him secure the border, for one.
Would you mind talking?
Tell them we're live on the air right now, beaming out across the world.
Well, I'm trying to get some people.
These stuffy Republicans.
Would you mind talking? No one wants to talk right now.
I don't have an opinion right now. I'm too busy. Yeah, we're going to go to John Bound in the Twitter room and see what he's got going on and any update on any races. John Bound, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Did you just call me a racist?
I did. What kind of race baiting material can you provide to us right now?
Well, the Republicans have taken Congress. Yay.
And what does that mean for us?
It means we're screwed.
What about the Senate? How are we looking in the Senate?
Well, let's go over to the Senate. And the Senate, we have a very close race in Virginia, of all places. The incumbent Warner is now fighting off Gillespie. It's very, very close. And over in Louisiana, the incumbent Landrieu is being pummeled at the moment by Cassidy, a Republican. So
interesting. Yeah, they also had a third-party candidate there in Louisiana. How are they doing? 2%.
Not so good.
Yeah.
Not so good.
I voted for the Libertarian candidate for Texas governor because I just can't stand voting for establishment people. You know what? How's the Attorney General race for Texas going? I know one of our guests, the DWI dude, was actually running for Attorney General. Have we had any returns on that, or is it just another? He was running as a Libertarian, and they had a Democrat and Republican.
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on that. This is loading a little slow.
All right, what are the tweets looking like right now? Anybody out there asking questions?
Yeah, they are. They're making comments here. Another moron for governor in Texas. Let's see. We got any questions? Come on, folks. Let's get some questions out there. Throw a question mark on the end here instead of an exclamation point. Let's see. NBC, how do voters view government actions on global events? Well, the Ebola response, according to NBC, that the Democrats approve government action. Of course, the Republicans don't. And military action against ISIS, 60%, the Democrats, 56%, the Republicans. So people are completely blind.
Yeah, and scientists are predicting now there's going to be 130 Ebola cases in the United States by the year's end.
That's right.
Which is really scary. But they don't say what's coming after that.
Well,
How many?
And we've gone to sleep on the Ebola thing, not us covering it, but as a country, we've gone to sleep because they're probably whisking away everybody that has Ebola, and it's gotten very quiet. So when we get more information on that, then we'll be able to cover that. But
that's true. We also have Jakari Jackson here as well. Where is Jakari located? What studio is he in
I'm back
right
here, dude.
Oh, okay.
You see me now?
Oh, there you go. All right, Jakari,
yeah,
what do you got for us?
I want to talk about some of these ballot measures we were teasing earlier in the evening, talking about Alabama and the Second Amendment rights that passed with a whopping 71%.
That's good news.
That means they will keep their right to bear arms in the state of Alabama. Very exciting news.
Yeah.
Recreational marijuana in Alaska, that's still being teased around right now. Something you guys talked about a little bit was the minimum wage increase that passed in the state of Arkansas with 65%. Now, dude, can you reiterate what you were talking about earlier about your trials and tribulations with the minimum wage? And now look at you, you're on. Look at Rob Dew. Isn't everybody proud of Rob Dew? And I'll say for myself, my first job, yeah, they're clapping in the back too. My first job was pushing shopping carts at a grocery store for less than $6 an hour.
There you go. I made $4.25 at McDonald's, and then they gave me a penny raise. They said, you know, you haven't been here long enough to get a real raise, but we really like what you're doing. We're going to pay you $4.26 an hour.
Whoa.
Wow. And I looked at him. I said, are you serious? You're just going to give me a penny raise? I said, yeah.
Hey, we got all these guys in here. Oh, you say Biggs is ready?
Biggs is talking about something.
Okay, let's. I think you have Joe Biggs. So I'm here if you need me, dude.
All right.
I'll go out.
Hey, Joe. How?
I was gonna say, people nowadays, a lot of the youth have this self-entitlement. They feel like everything should be given to them now. You know, they go into this McDonald's job and they get paid, you know, $5, $7, whatever it is, an hour, and then they complain. They're being very selfish about it. They're thinking about the now instead of the future and how raising the minimum wage is going to affect you down the road. How that 99-cent burger that you're buying is going to go up and be $3 or $4 now. There's not going to be a dollar menu anymore when you're paying everybody $10, $10.15 an hour. You know, it's ridiculous to raise it because over time, it's shown through history, it's bad to raise the minimum wage because all it does is affect all these businesses. You're going to have a lot of small businesses who aren't going to be able to pay that wage, and they're going to go belly up. You know, so people need to just think about it right now. It's a job to start you off. It's supposed to motivate you to go and get a better job somewhere down the road, not sit there and support a family with 15 kids living off food stamps and complaining about how you're not getting $10 an hour working at Burger King.
Well,
and
what's
also,
going to happen
we've seen
is
the hours getting cut because of Obamacare and also these minimum wage increases. So, you know, you have more people. I guess they could potentially make more money, but you're going to have fewer people working fewer hours.
Yeah, exactly. And they're still going to try to get their food stamps. You're going to see those people with their cards at the grocery store trying to buy lobster and beer, you know, on our money that we work hard for. You know, I can't stand seeing that when you see somebody go in there and they're using this stuff to buy cigarettes and beer in places because they allow it to happen. You know, you need to get off your lazy butt and go do something, work hard and make something out of your life, not be lazy and stay at a dead-end job and expect to support your family off that.
That's right. And Biggs, more on that. You're talking about guys buying lobster and beer. I believe it was on Fox News. They had that surfer rat guy who was going to the mini mart and buying lobster.
Yeah.
You know, I wish I could have some lobster. You guys want some lobster in here?
I can't afford lobster. I can't afford lobster. But let me tell you how it's going to work. If they raise the minimum wage, Walmart's not going to raise their minimum wage. They'll be exempt. Burger King won't raise their minimum wage. They'll be exempt. It'll be the small businesses that they're going to hit over and over again. So anything that they create is just going to hurt the small business owner. It's not going to hurt Walmart, who's exempt from Obamacare, right?
But the people don't understand, though, this is what's going to happen. We already have these smart robots who are taking over jobs. So these people are whining and complaining about not getting these 10, 15 an hour raises. What's going to happen is these corporations are going to go, okay, guess what? I can get a robot to do your job for cheaper. Bye. Go home. And then they're not going to have anything whatsoever. So that's something that people have to think about, too, as well. It's getting to a point where they can bring in robots to do your job if you complain about your $7 an hour wage that you're getting.
Yeah, we've got some robot news coming up with what they're doing with the robots out there, especially the killer robots, how Google is now buying robot companies left and right. And what do you think they're creating? This is a company that already knows everything. One of the companies they're buying makes smoke detectors and thermostats. Well, they're going to be finding out what you're setting your temperature at, what you're smoking. Those thermostats probably have cameras and microphones in them. They're going to be using that to mine your house for data.
Hey, I heard you talking about smoking. Let's talk a little about smoking in the District of Columbia. We have recreational marijuana. It's going strong at 68% for. And also in Florida, we have medical marijuana is a go with 42%. Oh, that's a no. Oh, I'm sorry on that. You missed on that one.
Florida. Yeah, it didn't pass in Florida.
Oh, it didn't pass in Florida.
It didn't pass. Yes, that's correct. No. Did not.
So the casino mogul, I guess all of his money paid off.
Oh, right here. Yeah.
Because it was trending ahead earlier. That's interesting.
They need 60%. Until the government can figure out a way 60% to make money off of that, it's not going to go legal everywhere. You know, these guys need to make money off of it. And until then, they're not going to let that pass.
Which is why I think you've never seen it in Texas ever brought up. And I think they like their prison industrial complex here. If you ever drive on your way to Midland or Odessa, you pass through several prisons there. You go out east into the Pines, there's prisons there. Texans, one thing they do is love to incarcerate people because it is big business. There's a prison about 20 miles from here, a big federal state prison, where, you know, it's huge. And I think Alex brought Jesse Ventura out there, Alex brought Jesse Ventura out there when they were shooting the conspiracy theories special when they were doing their special on FEMA camps. So it really is, you know, incredible that, you know, you look at the midterms. Is anything really going to change? We're going to see the Republicans gain control, but we've seen the Republicans in control before. Did anything change then? They took over when Clinton was in office. Did anything really change? No, it got up to the year 2000 and we had a giant .com crash. And then 8 years later, we had another crash. So we're due for another crash in 2 years. If you follow it every 8 years, we get a little dip.
Hey, I think we have Greg Abbott about to come out on stage.
Yes.
All right, so I guess we're going to go to Greg Abbott live, and then I think we'll cut off here and go to a break, and then we'll come back with our next panel that we're going to have. We also have David Knight coming up, talking about how to get yourself transcending the system. We're going to talk about some of the illegal voting that was going on. We're going to have look at the economy and jobs with myself, John Bound, and Jakari. And then we're going to end tonight with Obama's five-finger death punch. What's going to happen after the election? That should be interesting. But for now, I guess we go to another piece of history. Texas elects another governor who maybe will keep staying asleep on what's going on at the border and other issues. But it looks like they're going to bring out Greg Abbott. We're going to go right to that live whenever that happens. And it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're just going to milk it for a while and get.
Yeah, they like milking the thing.
The crowd fervored up. What else is going on, Jakari, with the races?
Let's go back to some of these races. We'll go over some Drudge headlines in the meantime. I think Biggs is saying something. Let's go to Biggs. Oh, Biggs, did you have a comment?
No, I'm saying before each one of these speakers come out, they like to build it up real big, get the crowd involved. You'll hear a lot of chanting and screaming right now. So they're doing a video showing Greg Abbott in his victory, and he's about to come out on stage right now and give us a victory speech here in front of a lot of Texans who are very happy for his victory.
All right, Jakari, what do you have going on? What are your updates? What's Drudge saying right now?
Okay, so we're on Drudge. We see Republicans take Congress plus 7 Senate. So the Republicans are having a very good night, as we see with Greg Abbott here in the state of Texas. And let's look at some of the other governor races here in Oklahoma, my home state. We have Mary Fallon, traditional Republican, but she did sign a law a few years back saying that in the case of an emergency like Hurricane Katrina, they could not do door-to-door gun confiscation. So I like her for that, but pretty much everything else, not so much. We'll look here in the state of Florida. David, you were interested in this race, I believe. We see Scott, the incumbent, is the nominee or has the clinch there with 48%. Let's look up here. New York, Como, the gun grabber extraordinaire, following the footsteps of Mayor Michael Bloomberg, has it with 55%. He said, if you don't like guns and if you don't like babies being aborted, you can just get the hell out of my state.
And that's what they're doing. People are leaving the state of New York, even though upstate New York's very beautiful. All I heard about how beautiful it was from Jason Burmis, who lives up there now. And I've driven through it, especially going up to Kingston to see Celente. And it is a beautiful area, very historical, lots of nice rivers, beautiful trees. And they also have skiing. Really
yeah, we know Rob Dew likes to ski. I think. Do you see some action? Okay, they say Abbott is coming out.
Here we go.
All right. History is being made, folks. You're watching it live here on Infowars.com/show. You can also catch our live YouTube stream at youtube.com/The Alex Jones Channel. Or if you're a member of Prison Planet TV, you can join us there as well. And please tell your friends we're going to be here for another 2 hours, maybe a little more, depending on how we feel, although we do have the rest of the week to get through. And we really are blowing a lot of it on Monday and Tuesday night here at the Infowars.com studios. But we really are putting the studio through its paces. And it's been a lot of fun making this happen, putting this thing together, doing all the prep work that it takes to put something like this together. You know, we may be on for 6 hours. We've been prepping this for now 2 weeks, 3 weeks now, on and off, doing off-site interviews, doing different interviews, putting special reports together. We're going to have David Knight coming up talking about how to transcend the system for those of you who just can't deal with the system the way it is now, who don't want to work around it and transcend it. And we're going to have Obama's five-finger death punch coming up. We're going to talk about the illegal voting that's been going on. Maybe some races in your area.
We have David Knight. He wants to give people a little bit of a preview of what he has coming up.
Sure, yeah. Let's go to David Knight now.
Yeah, we're going to be talking to a state rep in New Hampshire. Of course, they have the Free State Project there. I think it's very important for people to understand that they can make change not only within the electoral system, and I think where they're going to have success is not going to be at the top of the ticket. It's going to be at the local and state level, and that's what they've done in New Hampshire. They've readjusted their focus to take things at the local and the state level. And of course, some people do it in the electoral system. Some people do it as direct activism. And I think that two-pronged approach is very effective. I think they're seeing some results in New Hampshire, but it's always a struggle. So we're going to be talking to him in an interview that we taped earlier today. And we're going to be looking at some of the other methods of civil disobedience that people are using.
And we still have a Bev Harris interview we haven't gone to yet.
That's right.
In fact, maybe we'll go to that Bev Harris interview after we see Greg Abbott's victory speech. I don't think we're going to listen to the whole thing. It's probably going to be very boring. You know, a lot of Republican fanfare.
A lot of people standing at the podium.
Who is this right now? Is this his daughter, or who's talking right now? I don't even know.
That's Greg Abbott's daughter.
Greg Abbott's daughter, yeah. Sure, she worked very hard to help get her daddy in. He's been Attorney General now for at least 8 years, maybe even longer.
Just like he has taken care of mine.
So, we talked a lot about Greg Abbott and Wendy Davis. What do you think about one Kathy Glass?
She was a Libertarian candidate running for governor, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I actually voted for her. And honestly, I didn't even do much research. I didn't think she had a prayer, but I do vote Libertarian anytime there's a Libertarian.
Okay, we got Abbott. We got Abbott.
All right, there he is. Everybody bow down. It's Greg Abbott, new Texas governor. He did beat a monster, though.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy we don't have Wendy Davis in.
I know some people that are very sad Wendy Davis didn't make it.
Yeah, like 10 people. Well, maybe more here in the city of Austin.
I bet there's some unborn babies that are happy she didn't make it.
Oh, my God. It's true. So, yeah, he's
making
out there,
the rounds right now. Yeah,
yeah, just making the rounds right now.
Yeah, I owe you.
So, you know, one of the things when they announced that he won was the fact that this conservative guy came out to a rap song. A lot of people on Twitter were very upset about that.
Greg Abbott did, or the guy before him?
Or they announced all I do is win. And who sings that song? Does anybody know? Whatever. I didn't really care, but that was a Twitter meme a little bit earlier. Was it Lil Wayne?
Texas.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You know, one of the things I liked about Kathy Glass was she had an interesting position on homestead exemption, just like the candidate in Florida for governor.
Well, of course, the libertarian. She wants to keep her money so she could spend it on what she likes to do. In my case, is going snowboard.
Earlier tonight, I received a telephone call from Senator Davis, congratulating me on the victory tonight.
I think it's amazing we had the technology to do this, beam it back live with the power of a little phone, a little spy device.
I told her what I want to tell you. Whether you voted for me,
Yeah, shout out to the NSA.
or didn't vote at all, I'm going to work every single day to keep Texas the best state in the United States of America.
Yeah, I have to agree with that statement. Living in Louisiana, we always look to Texas as like this amazing place. And always wanted to visit Texas, go to the malls in Texas. We thought Louisiana sucked. You would drive into Texas and suddenly the roads stopped going ka-dunk, ka-dunk, ka-dunk. So they definitely know how to keep their roads in better shape than most states that are surrounding them.
And we are so proud of our teenage daughter, Audrey.
Let's hope she doesn't go drinking with the Jenna Bush sisters. Was it Jenna and the other one?
Generations of Texas, and it looks pretty good. Well, tonight, Texans sent a message. You voted for hope over fear, for unity over division, for the majesty of what Texas is and what it can be. As Texans, the bonds we share transcend our differences. We all want to live in safer communities, have greater opportunities, and to give all of our children lives worthy of their promise. You know, I am living proof. I am living proof that a young man can have his life broken in half and still rise up to be the governor of this great state. And as governor, I will ensure that Texas remains a state that provides that brand of opportunity to
I was just thinking of an old Kids in the Hall skit where that guy was clapping. Looked like he was smashing his head. Yeah, I agree.
Governor, I will build a better future for the next generation. Nothing is more important than providing our children the education they need for the jobs of tomorrow.
Right, teach them more Common Core
To
math.
succeed should not be confined to just one side of town. It should be the birthright of every Texas child. I want our schools to be the best in the United States of America.
Let's go to bed interview after this.
There are no second-class dreams, and there should be no second-rate schools. As governor, I will keep Texas #1 in the nation for creating jobs. We will do that by keeping government small, by keeping taxes low, and ensuring that regulations are reasonable. You know what? Contrary to what some people say, businesses do, in fact, create jobs.
And there you go. That's a direct contradiction to Hillary Clinton with Greg Abbott saying businesses do create jobs. I believe it. I've watched Alex Jones create many jobs here. When I got here in 2009, I think I was number 12 or 13 of a team, and now we're getting close to 50. And it wasn't done by government stimulus. It wasn't done by taxpayer bailouts. It was done by you out there supporting us and by us providing the news the best we could. And especially Alex getting up every day and getting on the radio and just telling it like it is. And, you know, I was a big fan of the Alex Jones Show before I started working here. I remember tuning into him on the radio back in 1998, driving down the road, and I hear this guy yelling about the same things I've been reading about. And it sure is a privilege now to be sitting in this studio, seeing what we created. I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I had a big hand in putting this whole thing together. This is a great studio. It went through a lot of trials and tribulations, and you do not believe what the first drafts of this thing look like compared to what we have now. And it is thanks to you out there, the viewers and the readers of Infowars.com and the people who participate in what we're going through, who send us tips and help make us one of the biggest alternative news sites in the world. It really is a testament to what we can do together and really pull it. It doesn't matter about these midterm elections or these other big elections. What matters is that we're getting information out to people that they can use, especially the health information that we bring out. So it really is a pleasure. We're going to go now to an interview that we did earlier today, or it was yesterday we did, or no, it was this morning, wasn't it? David Knight interviewed Bev Harris of Black Box Voting, and she's going to talk about all the voting fraud. And then we're going to have a panel in here. It's going to be Leanne and Jakari, and I guess we'll have David Knight in here as well, talking about the different vote frauds that are going on around the area. And then we're going to go to David Knight in the studio, a small studio, Studio B, about transcending the system. And I'm going to take a little break, and then I'll be back up later with John Bound talking about the different economy stuff that's going to be going on. Then we'll end it with Obama's five-finger death punch. So we still got about 2 hours left. Enjoy this interview with Bev Harris of Black Box Voting. This is Infowars.com, and this is Rob Dew.
Well, tonight we're covering election results, but can you really trust the election results? Are they truly being reported? Is there fraud going on? We saw that blatantly happening in the 2012 GOP primaries, particularly directed at Ron Paul. Tonight we're going to talk to Bev Harris of blackboxvoting.org. She's been following this problem for years, and of course, it begins with who has access to the ballot. It includes who's voting legitimately, who's counting the votes. We're going to look at some very simple solutions that you should be pushing for in your area. So joining us now is Bev Harris of blackboxvoting.org. Thank you for joining us today, Ms. Harris. Give us kind of an overview of where you think we are. We've seen all these stories about voting machines flipping from Republican to Democrat. It seems to kind of follow whoever's in charge in a given area, depending on whether it's going to flip it from one party to the other.
That's absolutely right. What you see is, if you're in politics and you want to do something you shouldn't, you know who your go-to guy is. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. The Democrats have their go-to guys, and the Republicans have their go-to guys. And certain locations are what I would call open for business, and some aren't so open for business. So, when you look at election fraud, it's not, some guy, in a control room controlling the whole business. It's a patchwork, and there's a bunch of different locations. Some are not so corruptible, some are very corruptible. And it depends on who has his hands on the controls. The controls nowadays being the electronic.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have a story that's up today, and this is something this election cycle has really kind of hit some mainstream news media as well. They haven't really reported much on voting fraud in the past, essentially pretending that it doesn't exist or it's only one or two incidents that are isolated whenever it does turn up. We have a story today on Infowars.com about touchscreens flipping in North Carolina. Of course, there's a close race there. That's largely controlled at the moment by Republicans, even though it's a Democrat incumbent for senator. In this particular case, it was somebody voting for the Democrat, and it flipped their vote to Republican. But we've also seen in just the last couple of weeks, we've seen in Illinois that's controlled by Democrats. We've seen a Republican voting, actually a representative voting for himself, and he saw it switch to his opponent. In Maryland, we've seen Republican votes switched to Democrats. So that's something that seems to be very easily done. We also have an article up today about how cybersecurity experts said Donald Duck could be elected because of shoddy electronic voting. It seems to me when we have refrigerators that can be hacked to send out spam, and that actually has happened, somebody jacking into someone's home and actually sending out spam, not the canned spam, but the other kind of electronic. As I look at this, it seems like there's a lot of different ways that fraud can come in. For example, who they put on the ballot. There's a lot of restrictive rules that are put on for third-party or independent candidates that the major parties don't have to do. And then, of course, they can also limit this in terms of who gets access to debates. That's a very important part of the fraud that many people don't even think about even before the election takes place.
Right. And, you know, it's a really important facet because let's say you have, let's say you're a Democrat and your Democratic candidate is found to be corrupt, or a Republican, doesn't matter. Let's say that they're embezzling or whatever. Should you have to switch ideologies in order to vote for someone who doesn't have his hand in the till? This is a real problem. And because they limit ballot access so carefully in so many locations, the only option you have to get somebody out of office who's really not doing the right thing is to switch ideologies. Yet, if you open up ballot access to get more candidates on the ballot, you have kind of a, you know, a bigger farm team, if you will. And you don't have to change your entire ideology if the particular guy is not serving his constituents.
Well, it's kind of like the choices. It's kind of like the choices you're given in a old Soviet-style department store. You know, you get maybe one choice, maybe two, if they've even got anything in stock. And that's the problem that we've got, is that they restrict that. Why should we be restricted to two? What's the magic number about two? It absolutely makes no sense.
Right, and so many things that are unhealthy for democracy happen when you restrict it to that.
Yeah.
You know, we're seeing some very interesting things in other countries. New Zealand has got a party now that they've got called the Internet Party, and they have a person who's named Kim.com who runs everything. Germany has the Pirate Party. But, you know, I guess what I'm saying is all over the world we're starting to see that this duopoly situation is not the way to go, because you end up with a couple of problems. One, you have very limited selection. And by the way, they flip-flop back and forth. There was a whole slew of people who changed parties who were already in office.
Oh, yeah.
Because they thought they could get elected because that party was throwing more money at them. So,
yeah, famously in Florida right now, you've got the Democrat was the former Republican governor, and then he switched parties, embraced Obama, and so now he's running. So essentially you got a former Republican governor as the Democrat, and the current Republican governor who are running. And it's interesting that the third-party candidate there that we've interviewed here is Adrian Wiley, and he's polling between 15 and 20%. And I think it's a very good example of them moving the goalpost when he qualified in the polling. What would have normally been included in years past at a 5% level or at a 10% level, when it looked like he was getting that, they moved it up to a 15% level. I mean, what do we have to do? Have somebody be at the 51% level, be included in the debate if they're not a Republican or a Democrat? I mean, it's absolutely absurd that they wouldn't allow people like that. But we've seen it in the Republican primaries as well, where they excluded former governor, two-term governor. They excluded Ron Paul many times. So that's one of the places where the control is exerted at the very beginning of it. A large part of it,
power.
Exactly. What I call is control of the ballot. Let's talk about voter ID, and then we'll talk about the machines. There's a lot of back and forth, a lot of lawsuits going on about voter identification. And it's only about 14% of the states right now that even require a photo ID. I know in North Carolina, where I used to vote, you would just walk in and give them your name. And I know personally someone who did that and found that he had already voted. His dead mother had already voted.
Right. And I'm glad you brought this up, because there's some real misdirection happening in this debate. Voter impersonation, or exploiting people's names to vote, is a real issue, and it does happen, but it's done by insiders. It's not done so much by an outsider who wanders into the poll and comes up with someone else's name. It's done by insiders. And there are many, many proven cases of that, where for example, the poll worker sits there and looks through the list, finds the people who rarely vote, and casts votes in their name when nobody else is in the polling place. They actually had to overturn a state Senate election in Tennessee because of that. We saw in Georgia where voters who were who were elderly, over 70, were having absentee ballots cast in their name. That happens from someone on the inside with inside access to the system. Now, the issue about voter ID is it does nothing to address what really happens, which is that the insider is exploiting the voter list to cast votes in the name of people who rarely vote. And that is happening and has been proven to happen many, many places.
So what's the solution?
Someone with access.
What's the solution to that, Ms. Harris?
Yeah, you've got to have transparency, and you got to get rid of no-fault absentee voting. That is a ridiculous concept. It's impossible to really ever know who put the ballots in absentee voting. Now, you want to have it for sick and shut in and people who are out of state. That caps the risk at about 5% of all votes. But when you start opening it up, we now have 26 states that have no-fault absentee balloting, and they quickly rise up to 2/3 of their votes are absentee. And
hang on a second. Hang on a second and unpack what you mean by no-fault absentee voting.
No-fault means anybody can vote absentee without any reason. Okay?
Okay.
Now, what that does is that's convenient. It doesn't increase. They don't tell the truth on this. It doesn't actually increase the turnout. But the number of people who normally vote, who choose to go absentee instead of go to the polls, it rises. So it ends up that you have about the same percentage of voters, but about 2/3 of them end up voting absentee because they feel it's convenient. One would think that it would increase turnout, but the statistics show that it actually does not, and that's just a myth that keeps being spread in order to push this.
While we're talking about, while we're talking about absentee, I'll let you finish that, but I also want to know what you think about absentee ballot voting by the military. Is that being honestly reported as well?
Yeah, well, there again, that's a small number of votes. So, what we want to do first is look at where the largest potential is if you're going to manipulate an election. Once, and I'll bounce back to that in a second. We're bouncing back and forth. Once you have no-fault absentee, so anybody can, and you start getting 2/3 or 70% of all your votes are absentee, that's a very large pool of ballots that nobody really sees who puts them in the pool. That opens up a huge window for somebody who works with the absentee ballots in the election office to simply scour the list. Oh, these people never vote, and stick ballots into the pool in their name. And that is, it's not that I'm making this up. That's been caught in state after state. So I don't know why they're not addressing that. I think it's because it's unpopular. But the way to address it is to say we vote at the polls where a real body walks in the door, and we can see the real person, and then we, cap this absentee voting to the people who really need it. Now, military absentee voting, if it's got the right checks and balances, it has to. You have to have it. You can't necessarily have soldiers showing up at polling places around the world.
Do you have any information that would indicate that the military votes are not being counted? Talked to many people in the military. They felt like it was coming in too late for it to be effectively counted, or that it wasn't getting through.
Yeah, that's the strategy of manipulation for the military votes, is to just delay sending the ballots out, which is now the solution to a lot of this stuff. It's not going to eliminate it, but it will help. Is transparency. When you know when the ballots were sent, then you know if they weren't sent on time. When you know who is on the voter list and who cast an absentee ballot, then you can do something about seeing if some of those are false. And one of the things we are seeing with absentee is because they're sticking absentee votes in, when somebody who maybe seldom votes does show up at the polling place, they're told they already voted. This happens over and over. It happened in Georgia. It's recently happened in New Mexico. It happened in Alabama. And when they trace it back, if they ever bother, it typically is a person who works in the system. And what they say, these two words you hear all the time when there's some impossible situation in an election. They say, it was human error.
Right.
Human error. Now, I ask you, if you are working for a bank as a teller, and by the way, they're paid less than election officials, and you say, well, $10,000 is missing from the till, sorry, it was human error. It was human error.
Yeah. It's kind of like what the IRS just did. Exactly. It's kind of like what the IRS just did, the way they said, hey, we lost all of our records. It's like, would you ever accept that excuse from a taxpayer? So they have a different standard that they have for themselves. So moving on from voter fraud, let's talk about how the votes are tabulated. And, of course, many different ways that they can game that, not just with electronic voting machines, but also even changing the tally as it's passed the custody, as it changes along in hands.
Right. Yes. There's basically 3 points when you can do it. You can either do it going in. Somebody at some point has to set up the election and say, this is the candidates' names, and each, this one's a Democrat. They have to set up the ballot. Mm-hmm. And that ballot is then electronically translated to the voting machine so that they know, when you color in this oval or you push this thing, that's supposed to go to, Joe Blow. So that is one way to do it, is on the way in, put in an algorithm that says, hey, for every 5th voter who votes for the Democrat, flip that vote to the other one, and if they correct it, they work really hard and they catch it and they're a good proofreader and they correct it like 2 times, then give it to them. Mm-hmm. That'll shave off a certain number of votes. So that's one way. That type of program is loaded going into the system. There also is, while you're voting, you could do something, and I think one of the biggest areas is after the votes are cast, they have to be transmitted to a central tabulation machine. In other words, you've got precincts all over the place. You have to run all the ballots through, and they all have to get added up. Mm-hmm. During that transfer process and during the adding up process, you have a tremendous opportunity to change things, because by then you already know how much you need to change if you are the electronics.
Yes, we saw that in the Republican primaries and the caucuses specifically. We had a lot of people in several states saying, hey, when I saw the totals transmitted up to the state tally, it wasn't what I had counted here at the local level.
Exactly. That happened in Iowa. And that was why transparency was so important, because, to be able to see that count, so as it happens at the time, and so you can compare it with what gets reported later, and better yet, to be able to videotape it. Cell phones will videotape now. The guy's calling out the count, videotape it, and then if they report something different, you can prove that it's different. And we saw that in Maine as well during the caucuses. Mm-hmm. They were reporting completely different results.
Yes.
And so, something's wrong then when they do as they tried to do in Maine, when they say, we're going to ban videotaping when we call out the results.
There you go. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, going the opposite direction. So what is your ideal system as it would work? I mean, when they had elections in Iraq, they had a lot of problems in terms of identifying who the voters were. They didn't want to have a very long extended period. They were afraid that people would come back and vote multiple times, so they had it on one day. People would go and vote, and they'd paint their thumb indelible ink purple, so they couldn't vote a second time or go to another town and vote. So that was a very simple way to do it. Of course, you could still have fraud. You could still have people coming across the border. You could still have fraud in terms of the transmission of the votes. But what is your ideal system? What would you do to reform the system?
It does vary from country to country, because Iraq is a situation where there's violence, and there are several countries who have election violence where, people get killed for votes in certain places. That has a little bit different set of parameters than we have here in the U.S. But mine's very simple. We have to be able to see and authenticate the counting of the vote. Any method will do, as long as we can see and authenticate the counting of the vote. There's 4 areas we have to see and authenticate. One is the voter list. Who can vote? We need to be able to see that list. We can, in many states, for $25, you can get a list of everybody, who's allowed to vote. You can confirm it yourself. The second one, so who can vote, who did vote, the vote count, and the chain of custody. Who did vote, who showed up at the polls. That's where we get into problems with absentee voting, where we don't know who put the ballot in. You ought to be able to see a warm body show up, at least. It's not going to eliminate all fraud, but it sure helps. You can't have one guy sitting in a room, just stuffing thousands of ballots in there. So who did vote the voter list? Who can vote? Who did vote? And the counting of the vote needs to be something we can see and authenticate. And as I say, any method will do. If you want a hand count in public, as they've gone back to in Germany, fine. Another method would be to simply take a picture of all the ballots using a high-speed scanner at the polling place and let everybody have a copy of that if they ask for it. They could pay for the CD, I don't care, but so that they can see all those ballots. Mm-hmm. Hey, they're actually doing that in Eureka, California. How about that?
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Good.
and guess what? The first time they did it, the public looked at it and found out they didn't count, that the machines miscounted the votes. So, I mean, transparency doesn't prevent all future fraud. Nothing will. You can't prevent all future bank robberies by having secure bank vaults, but it is certainly a mitigation. And so you want to have those 4 steps transparent so that things will get caught.
That's right.
Or at least can get caught.
So what they're doing in Eureka, essentially, the person's name is not on the ballot, so there's absolutely no reason why you couldn't photograph those ballots.
That's right, exactly. They run them through a high-speed scanner. People can get them on CD. It's very helpful to candidates, too. Recounts are extremely expensive. Every now and then, the registrar has told me there, a candidate will come in and say, let me just, look at the ballots. I feel uncomfortable with something I thought I should have won. And then they look at the ballots and they're like, oh, yeah, well, okay.
That's an excellent, simple solution that would go a long way to restoring honesty to it. As you point out, there's not any perfect system, but the system that we have now is very, very easily manipulated from beginning to end. One of the things we didn't mention, of course, was even gerrymandering. That's one way.
Can't prevent all future bank robberies by having secure bank vaults, but it is certainly a mitigation. And so you want to have those 4 steps transparent so that things will get caught.
That's right.
At least can get caught.
So what they're doing in Eureka, essentially, the person's name is not on the ballot, so there's absolutely no reason why you couldn't photograph those ballots.
That's right, exactly. They run them through a high-speed scanner. People can get them on CD. It's very helpful to candidates, too. Recounts are extremely expensive. Every now and then, the registrar has told me there, a candidate will come in and say, let me just, look at the ballots. I feel uncomfortable with something I thought I should have won. And then they look at the ballots and they're like, oh, yeah, well, okay.
That's an excellent, simple solution that would go a long way to restoring honesty to it. As you point out, there's not any perfect system, but the system that we have now is very, very easily manipulated from beginning to end. One of the things we didn't mention, of course, was even gerrymandering. That's one way they get to pick the voters, and so that's been with us from the very beginning. We see that happening, as well as ballot access. But I think the thing that really concerns most people is the counting of the votes being honest, that they're really legitimate voters, and the votes are being counted legitimately. But when they turn up errors, as we were talking just before the interview began, you talked about how there's essentially kind of a culture of lying. Once mistakes or frauds are found, they essentially disown it. And go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. This is something that I've been discovering in my research, and it's not just a sporadic problem. It is a culture, and I think it must be fostered somehow in the election training or whatever, where something will come up, an impossible number, for example. You have more votes than voters. And this happened, here's a perfect example, because sometimes it's good to have it concrete. In Memphis, Tennessee, Shelby County, I got his own records. And using his own records from the election administrator, I could see that there were 3,000 more votes than voters. And he said, no, there's not. So I took it to the press, to the newspapers, and this is where the press needs to do their job better and focus on the records, not just a statement. Because the newspaper reported, well, Beth Harris says there's 3,000 more votes than voters, but election administrator Richard Holden says there's not. Because she doesn't know what she's looking at. So I wrote the reporter and said, get the records, ask him to give them to you, count. I mean, that's not, how hard is that? And it gets worse than that, by the way. In that situation, he later admitted in court that there were more votes than voters, and he admitted to his elections board that not only were there more votes than voters, but he couldn't find the reason why, he said. But it was human error.
Well, that's exactly what we see once they get elected, too. And they're part of the people who are committing this fraud, as you're pointing out. They're insiders. They're part of the political process. When we catch the politicians or lawmakers doing something wrong, their strategy is just to deny that it happened, even when presented with hard, cold evidence. Well, thank you so much for...
That is actually a culture. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Well, thank you so much for talking to us. I'd love for the voters to really get serious about seeing a reform in the electoral process from the very beginning, to try to make these things more honest. You gave us a very simple example of how they corrected that, or not making it 100% honest, but certainly something that's going to be very effective at combating fraud in California. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll be watching your website.
Thank you.
Thank you. So even though we may not have a lot of confidence in these election results, that's their story, and they're going to be sticking to it. So stay with us. We're going to have more results and analysis of this election. We'll be right back.
Globalists have controlled the mainstream media for a long time, but now they're expanding and making the weaponization even more vicious and deceptive. All the major networks are state-run.
We are partnering this year with the NFL.
The NFL has become a political weapon against the Second Amendment and pushes Obamacare. MSNBC tells us that our children belong to the state.
We have to break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents or kids belong to their families and recognize that kids belong to whole communities.
The brainwashing media machine has been turned up on high, and it's time for humanity to double down on the true people's media and strike back against the tyrants that are destroying our civilization with their lies and fraud. We are the resistance. You are the resistance. You are the Infowar. It is more important than ever to realize that we are not the alternative media. We are the true media. The establishment dinosaur press is dying.
We are in an information war, and we are losing that war.
Join us at InfoWarsNews.com and PrisonPlanet.tv. Members can share their memberships with up to 11 people. By subscribing, you will literally be buying war bonds in the info war to expand our operation in the face of the tyrants. Join us at PrisonPlanet.tv. I want to know what's really happening with Ebola. I want to know if there are things out there that could protect this country and protect my 3 children, just as you do. Government can't and won't protect you from Ebola. It is up to all of us to be prepared and to protect ourselves. I'm not sitting back waiting for the government to come protect me and take care of me. It's why I'm doing everything I can to boost my body's natural defenses. That's why I've got storable foods. That's why I've got my colloidal silver from InfoWarsLife.com, the silver bullet. That's why I've got nascent iodine X2 that has absolutely supercharged my personal body's defenses. I personally have gotten prepared, and I recommend everybody else get prepared as well. So visit InfoWarsLife.com today to find the most cutting-edge, hardcore supplements on the planet. Or call the InfoWars staff, and we can answer your questions or take your order over the phone at 888-253-3139.
And because early voting runs through this Friday, you don't have to wait till Election Day. You can vote all week.
The Rio Arriba County Clerk's Office reported this afternoon that a voter trying to cast an early ballot in Espanola today was told he had already voted 3 days prior.
Activist on the tape goes on to suggest that discarded ballots could be collected from what she called Ghetto Aurora, saying that African Americans and Mexicans tend to throw out their ballots.
And as for those programs we do need, I'll make them work better and I'll make them cost less.
Thousands of federal workers are issued taxpayer-funded credit cards so long as they buy items that cost less than $3,000 or micro purchases. Our review found about $20 billion in just about the course of a year.
We'll save billions by cutting waste and improving management and strengthening oversight.
We asked all of these other major federal agencies based here in D.C. for their micro purchase shopping lists, and all refused.
I'm pledging to cut the deficit we inherited by half by the end of my first term in office.
The Independent Congressional Budget Office warning a new fiscal crisis is coming if Washington doesn't get its spending in check.
Raising the debt ceiling, which has been done over 100 times, does not increase our debt. If you got a business, that you didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen.
Live from the Infowars.com studios.
First, Ebola is not spread through the air like the flu.
Ebola is capable of entering human airway cells. Ebola is primed to be able to have respiratory transmission.
Crashing through the lies and disinformation, it's Alex Jones. You are either with the Republic or against it.
Welcome back to Infowars, continuing coverage of the elections 2014. I'm joined by Miss Leanne McAdoo, a Twitter favorite. Everybody's talking about Leanne on Twitter, on Facebook. It's her and Alex are the most popular people, but it's good. You know, we're glad to see everybody is coming out because we have such a strong male dominance. It's nice to have the ladies who come out and can handle their own.
They liked the gun piece. They like to see the women out there learning how to handle the big guns.
Yes, learning how to handle the big guns. And since we're talking about the social media, this is a good time to go to John Bound over there in Studio B. Can you hear me, John?
I've got you there, Jakari. And as it stands now, I guess you got me?
Yes.
As it stands now, the most interesting event going on is in Illinois, where a man who's going to run Illinois like a business has taken over from a former candidate who took over for the former candidate who went to jail, Rod Blago, I can never say his name right, Governor Blagojevich, who's doing time right now. Now, Rauner's main base is billionaires, so Illinois is in good hands, just like, you know, the rest of the country. Now, there's 9 new tweets here. Maybe somebody's going to say hello to Leanne. We've got, of course, Florida didn't pass the medical marijuana, as everyone expected.
But D.C. did.
But D.C. did.
So maybe our elected representatives won't have such a power trip. They'll peace out there for a little while.
Right, and people, unfortunately, shouldn't get too excited about medical marijuana because they're taxing the Obama juice out of medical marijuana up to over 100% in some cases, but at least 70%. So they need to change that law that's been on the books since, was it 1983 or something like that, where they're allowed to tax if you have an outside grower provide you the medical marijuana. In order for you to make a profit, you have to grow it yourself. Let's see what we have here on Twitter. 2 new tweets, come on. Charlie Crist leaves the stage after conceding, and we need to come together as a state. No, not too many questions yet, but I will keep you informed.
Yeah, that's good to know, John Bound. And I know we have a lot of races. We were recently talking about the governor's race here in the state of Texas. Do you see anything else on the governor's page? Any other people being officially elected to their state government?
Well, yeah, we have governor election results right here. And as you know, the Senate race is just out of control Republican-wise. And let's see, the latest in the governor race, the 2014 governor election results. We're still battling here in Kansas, which is a very close race between Brownback and Davis, and Brownback's an incumbent. Colorado, a very interesting race where the incumbent looks like he may actually end up losing. So maybe as far as Colorado's medical marijuana laws are concerned, there may be an issue there, but that remains to be seen. And very close race in Idaho, as well as Oregon, which is now reporting very close races. Democrat is in the lead in Oregon, as expected. And Those are the races that we're looking at right now.
All right, well, thank you, John Bound. We'll come back to you at the end of our segment. We know you have a new special report that you want to premiere, so we'll get back with John in just a few minutes. But first, Leanne, let's talk a little bit about voter fraud.
Yeah.
You know, we've had a chance to talk to James O'Keefe, many other people as well, Greg Pallast. And, you know, James O'Keefe illustrated so eloquently how easy it is just to walk into a polling place and assume somebody's identity. You know, it's not even so much, you know, you steal somebody's, you know, physical identity. You don't have to steal their social security card or driver's license. You can just go in and say, you know, hey, maybe that should be the next thing. I go in and say, hey, I'm Leanne McAdoo. And it's, oh, well, there. If you know her address, you know, hey, you can go ahead and vote. Not here in the state of Texas, but other places as well.
Maybe you transitioned, you know what I mean? To be really racist and sexist for them to question if you were not Leanne McAdoo.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true as well. Let's go ahead and look at our first article here. We see video. Votes for Republicans switch to Democrats in Illinois. And I do believe we do have a video of that.
There's so many people have been taking video inside the voting booth just showing they're trying to take, vote for a Republican, and it's just instantly choosing for them the Democratic candidate.
Right.
And we see that in Maryland, in Virginia, in Illinois. I know there we go. That's, just over and over again.
There's no voter fraud. What are you talking? That's a Republican conspiracy theory.
Yeah, well, and that's what they say is that it's, oh, well, that's so rare. Voter fraud is so rare. Well, then I guess, what also is so rare is that someone in this day and age doesn't have any form of identification to be able to go in and vote with it. That seems even more rare to me.
Yes, that is exactly right. Let's keep it moving here. We'll talk about Maryland Board of Elections probe Republican to Democrat ballot switch claims. And this begs the question, why not go back to the old-fashioned paper ballots? Mm-hmm. You go in and you punch your ticket and, that's what it is.
Well, I was seeing some reports a little earlier that St. Louis, some counties there were running out of the paper ballots. So that's what they say,
That's what it was. Well, James O'Keefe showed, was it in North Carolina, they were throwing the ballots out because they had a record number of people who weren't voting. Then all you had to do was go dumpster diving and get your new ballot and say, hey, I'm James O'Keefe. I'm Attorney General Eric Holder. You can go vote as pretty much anybody else that you wanted to.
Right.
All right, so let's see here. Now we have this article, massive non-citizen voting uncovered in Maryland. So, that's what the people were talking about a lot. One of the big concerns was you can have non-citizens come in and vote, and that's exactly what seems to be the case in Maryland. And, and if people want to come to this country legally, they get naturalized, and then they have the process to vote in a legal and lawful way, that's fine. But, just to say, I'm here, so I'm going to vote. I don't understand that principle.
Right, and a lot of states their laws say that they have to count the election results as official before they can say, well, we want to recount. So obviously these places like Maryland and Virginia, where they're showing on video proof that they're not able to vote for their Republican candidate, they're obviously going to be demanding a recount if it doesn't turn out the way the people there want. But here in Texas, we mentioned this earlier, they forgot to put Greg Abbott's name on the ballot.
Oh, they forgot. Yeah, they
it's
forgot.
Not even there. But, he still won, so.
Yeah, and that's the big thing we've been talking about. And I think we keep referencing the governor's race here in the state of Texas, where, we have Greg Abbott, the Republican, versus the Democrat, Wendy Davis, and also Kathy Glass, the Libertarian candidate. I kind of mixed their names together there. And it's not a left to right. It's not a Republican-Democrat kind of deal. But, that's just what it happened to be here in the state of Texas. I would definitely support a Libertarian candidate, for anything if they were, pro-family, pro-freedom, pro-guns, all the things that I'm for. That's what I'm about, not so much as being a big part of the left-right paradigm.
Right. Well, it's interesting to see. You can see there from that map that they didn't have, they really wanted to turn Texas blue, turn all these other states blue, but a lot of the states are red. So it backfired. All this voter fraud, Obama joking about being able to, vote as much as you want, every day of the week. Oh, you can only vote once, but you can go every day. Wink, wink. So all of that they did still did not give them any kind of a win. I mean, they were really getting a bruising there. But what do you think about the fact that the racist and sexist GOP is they are making some pretty landmark elections here with women and black representatives?
Yeah,
what are they going to do? I mean, how can they call them racist and sexist?
Yeah, they always want to say they're racist. Like my home state of Oklahoma, we have Governor Mary Fallin, who was just reelected, you know, but they want to say it's all a sexist thing, it's all a racist thing. People of other nationalities being elected to these Republican offices as well. And like I said, it's not a Republican-Democrat thing, but they always want to tell you that everybody's racist or sexist. You're not racist or sexist if you refuse to vote for somebody who doesn't have your best interest at heart, somebody who wants to take away your right to defend yourself, somebody who wants abortions. We see it not dumb enough to fall for it anymore. That's pretty much it. Yeah, you're not a racist, you're not a sexist, even though they want to lock you into that mind frame of thinking. And let's move on here to some other articles. And we see non-citizens are voting. Once again, that's reestablishing what we were talking about earlier, talking about one James O'Keefe. And I think we do have a special report from Staff Sergeant Joe Biggs he's filed talking about the highlights of James O'Keefe. This guy, I think my first interview with O'Keefe was about when he was doing some voter fraud, not here in Battleground, Texas. It was before that. I've had a chance to talk with James O'Keefe many times about many different topics. And, you know, he's a very interesting guy. He goes out there on the front lines. We're talking about Project Acorn. That's what it was. And this was, you know, his things are so simple, but they're so over the top and it's somewhat ridiculous. You don't think that people are going to fall for it. You know, I think the first time I was talking to him, he dressed up as a pimp. You know, went to like a costume shop. You know, I had a big fake fur coat on and a pimping cane, and you know, he strolls in there with his, you know, prostitute girlfriend or whoever she was supposed to be. He says, "Hey, you know, I want to pimp some school-age children out of my Section 8 housing facility." And they say, "That's fine. Just make sure the kids go to school." So that's kind of the things that happen, and the things that he exposes. You know, of course, in crossing the border, dressed as Osama bin Laden, how easy it would be to bring Ebola into this country, many other things as well. But if we have that video, let's go ahead and look at the best of James O'Keefe.
And because early voting runs through this Friday, you don't have to wait till Election Day. You can vote all week.
I'm not Barack Obama. I disagree with him on guns, coal, and the EPA.
But then I see the ads where Allison's up there talking about how she supports the coal industry, and then I just start thinking to myself,
you know, she has to say that, because in Kentucky, if you don't support the coal industry, you're dead,
right,
politically. And I know that that's true, and I know that's why she has to say that. But you know, when politics is a game, you do what you have to do to get to point B. And then you do, I mean, it's a lying game, unfortunately.
So she's saying something positive about coal because she wants to be elected.
If we can get her elected, do you think she's going to do the right thing and she's going to, you know, try to wipe out that coal industry and go for better resources?
I absolutely think she is.
And the reality is, the truth is, Obama's regulatory policies have had the impact totally restricting what coal can do. And he's basically shut down all the really terrible environmental practices. So between the market forces and what he's already done, this is not, it's not like a big, you know, hook hanging over our heads, because it's already going in the right direction. She's just got to do what she's got to do.
I have a little secret too. Okay. I hope you help me out. I actually, I have a license. Right. I'm registered to vote. Okay. But I'm not legal. Oh. I'm here and undocumented. Okay. But I can vote. Yeah, you can vote.
The story was simple. Our investigator posed as a Brazilian-born immigrant who wanted to vote but wasn't a U.S. citizen. Here, she and her partner are talking with Greg Amick, the campaign manager for Democrat Erwin Carmichael, who, believe it or not, is running for sheriff of Mecklenburg County, North Carolina.
Do you want to tell him your situation? Yeah, so, I mean, I do have my license, but I'm not legal. Okay. And I want to vote. Okay. But I do have my license. I'm registered.
You are registered?
I'm not registered.
You do not need a photo ID. When did you register? Have you
I don't have my green card, so I don't know if that's...
You are registered to vote, though?
I'm not registered to vote, yeah.
Have you voted before?
No.
You've never voted before in Mecklenburg County?
What happens is the state gave a bunch of illegals when they gave them their license with the DACA card for the DREAM Act.
a lot of them inadvertently got their voter registration card as well. Okay.
Earlier this month, voter rolls in North Carolina were shown to include a large number of immigrants who had been registered to vote but shouldn't have because they weren't U.S. citizens.
So technically they're not legal, but she really wants to be able to support pay. You do not have to have your driver's license, but do you have any sort of an identification?
No, I do have my driver's license.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
Then show them that and you're good.
But the only problem is, I don't want to vote if I'm not legal. I think that's going to be a problem. I'm not sure.
It won't be. It shouldn't be an issue at all.
No, I have my license, I'm registered to vote, but I'm undocumented. I'm illegal. But I want to vote. I want to support Kay Reagan. That's what I'm here.
You already registered?
Yes.
I'm going to tell you what, I go in there and vote, and whatever address you use before, use it. I go in there and vote, and let them find out if it's wrong.
And because early voting runs through this Friday, you don't have to wait till Election Day.
Vote as much as
you
you
can
want.
vote all week.
All week.
Yeah, vote early, vote often. There's the president for knowing about the election fraud, and he even referenced the city of Chicago,
right.
The city that he likes to call home. Now, Leanne, we were talking during that video piece about that video that premiered the Democratic. They said it was nonpartisan, but it is a bunch of Democratic people talking about Democratic things like locking down guns. You saw the picture of the lockdown gun. And of course, it's the Turnout for What campaign. We see stars of the industry, entertainment industry, Little John from Little John, the East Side Boys. What was the young lady's name?
Lena Dunham.
Lena Dunham and all the rest of them. And the thing about it was just talking about this particular piece, this one piece just showed you how desperate, people are to get these particular measures legalized. Now, Little John was talking about the legalization of marijuana, something I'm not against. I'm not a marijuana advocate, but I don't like people being given, prison sentences, for smoking a little bit of weed. Same thing, I wouldn't try to outlaw the use of alcohol, even though I don't drink. But, thinking about this, and I know you guys talked about this the other day, the absurdity of some of these campaigns, what is it, how does it affect you, or what are your thoughts? What is your thought process when you see these kind of just outrageous things that they're willing to go to just to get a vote?
Well, that's the thing that I find so infuriating. I mentioned it earlier about just even Lena Dunham is telling women to go out there and vote based on, their sexual reproductive organs, and that's it. And I think it's just that is how stupid they think people are, that they don't think that you're going to worry about how you're going to feed your kids or if you're going to have a job next year because it's being given, to illegal aliens that are getting these 34 million ID cards that they're waiting to roll out. How are you going to feed your family, and are you going to be feeding your family GMOs that are wrecking them down to third generation in their DNA? So I mean, there's just so much more that we should be worried about and that we should be focused on, but they want everyone to just fight amongst themselves and worry about, who's gay and who's not. And, there's more going on in the world. And I actually makes me very angry when I see these ads, or even like the creepy Mitch McConnell ad where he's like,
although he's just looking around.
It does not make me want to vote for him, but it does make me laugh.
Yeah, so, I was just thinking about that, about the bipartisan support, because a lot of people ask, does it really matter what type of person I vote for, whether they be, a third party or, the two main parties, whatever else. So, does it make a difference, Leanne? If you vote for these mainstream candidates, of course, there are different people in different aspects, not just your big races, but your smaller city, county races. Does it matter? Is there a difference between these candidates?
Well, I mean, obviously on the local, smaller level, I think, like we've got Mike Cargill, we know him. We know what he stands for. So there we can see. But as you get up in the hierarchy, I mean, power corrupts. And they're all the same. They all want to spend money. They just want to spend money on different things. They all want that mass surveillance state. They voted unanimously. I think there was one vote against for the Patriot Act in the Bush administration. So they're all the same. They got the TSA. What the TSA has caught 0 terrorists, right? But they're sticking their hands down our pants, and also there's like 400 plus TSA agents that have, they've been convicted of pedophilia and crime and stealing people's things and then selling them on eBay before they even get off their shift. But these are the people that are going to help stop the war on terror. Of course, now we're talking about this perpetual war, and Obama is just the puppet that's, set up to put all of these things in place. Everyone's blaming everything on Obama, but he's doing a really good job at what he was put in there to do. Council on Foreign Relations, globalists, they want all of these things to be put in place. And so he's just kind of, moving the pieces on the chessboard. So then it's the next person that's going to come in is going to move them a little farther. So he's actually doing a really good job.
Yeah, that's right, because we think about like Bush. Let's talk about Bush and Obama. They're both, war hawks. They're both, they have Guantanamo Bay, they have surveillance. You got the Patriot Act, you got the NDAA. Obama said he would not re-sign the Patriot Act. Of course, he did that thing. So, you have to be careful. It's not what they say, it's what they're willing to do. So you have to pay very close attention to what your people are doing who are in office. So anyway, I believe we do have David Knight ready to go in the other studio. David, are you out there?
Uh-oh.
I think we have a bit of technical difficulty
there.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We can't.
I can.
We might need a refresh. Did we, I wanted to play that clip. I think it's just like a 1-minute clip of James Hagel basically saying that we are preparing for a new world order. He was questioned on all this ongoing global chaos. Of course, we know that after the election, we're going to see just how chaotic everything is going to be. But here we have James Hagel basically saying, yeah, I think that this chaos is bringing us into a new world order. So it's just like Captain America. Mm-hmm. That's what they said. We're going to create all this chaos.
Yeah, you have to destroy the world in order to build a new one.
And have people beg you. So can we?
All right, let's go ahead and throw it to that clip.
Oh, all
okay,
right.
We're having some technical
Never mind. Well, basically, he says,
that.
What we're seeing in the Middle East with ISIL is going to require a steady, long-term effort. It's going to require coalitions of common interests, which we are forming. So basically there he's saying that they're forming this global government, and ISIL is actually helping them do exactly that. And that's what we've been reporting about here. That's what it's all about. They're arming them. Oops, we accidentally dropped some more weapons into the hands of ISIS. Darn, now they've got even better weapons. So it's just more of the same.
It's more of the same because we see Mrs. Clinton even admits that we created the Mujahideen. And then, you got Al-Qaeda, you got ISIS now, like you said, accidentally arming these people that we're fighting against. Just like, well, it wasn't an accident. They did very much on purpose, where they armed the Mexican drug cartels with Operation Fast and Furious. There's an accident that they got caught.
Yeah.
They always want to talk about the gun registration and all these other measures for you, the private citizen. Meanwhile, while they're talking about universal background checks for you and me, I think they really did do a universal background check on these Mexican drug cartels to give them to the worst people possible. They gave these guns, these fully functioning guns, no RFID chips or anything that I'm aware of, to these drug cartels. Now, I do believe we have David Knight waiting in the wings. Can you hear me there, David?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier today, I interviewed someone from the Free State Project in New Hampshire because, we have a lot of people who follow us and they understand the fraud, the manipulation that's inherent in our electoral system, just as we were talking to Bev Harris earlier today with black box voting about the many different ways that the system is gamed. So what do we do about that? Well, it turns out there's a lot of different ways you can get involved, and we're going to talk about that at the end of this segment. We're going to play that interview that's with a state representative in New Hampshire. And of course, in New Hampshire, they came up with the idea that they would try to get a critical mass in a small state of about 20,000 people. They're nearly there. They've got a little over 16,000 now. And they've had several people elected to the state house. They've had 20 people elected to the state house, even though that's a small number of the overall representatives there. They have 400 representatives in New Hampshire. And to put that in perspective, that's about one representative for about 3,300 people.
Yeah.
In U.S. Congress, that's about, you have one congressperson for about 500,000 people. Or looking at it from a different perspective, if we had the same ratio, there would be 99,000 congressmen in the U.S. Congress if we had that kind of representation. So we don't have much representation at the federal level. That's part of the problem. And in New Hampshire, they've got a smaller state. They've got more direct local control there. And of course, people have also gotten involved there in terms of direct action. And Keene is a big example of that. We're going to be talking to to the state representative. We'll have that interview at the end of the segment. But I wanted to, before we get to that, talk about some amendments that were on the ballot in various states today and how they turned out. In North Carolina, there was a constitutional amendment that would waive the right to trial by jury for felony charges. Now, this is something that would allow the person who is being charged with a felony to voluntarily waive that right. It was demanded by the North Carolina Constitution. They said, we need to get this out of the way because we need to streamline the justice system. The problem is that, of course, they're going to use pressure in terms of plea bargaining, as we've seen. We've essentially seen trial by jury evaporate throughout the United States because of this kind of plea bargaining pressure where they trump up the charges against someone and then say, if you will plead guilty to these lesser charges, we'll take off these other phony charges. That's what's going to happen. People are going to lose their right to a trial by jury. Of course, they're not exercising that right in most cases. And in many cases, it doesn't work because the jurors are not fully informed of what their duty is. But it's sad to see that fail in North Carolina. 54% of the people said they didn't value their right to a trial by jury. That's a sad state of affairs. A little bit better in Tennessee. Now, in Tennessee, they do not have a state income tax, but several times in recent history, they've tried to impose that on the people of Tennessee. So they put a ballot measure there to say that there will never be an income or payroll tax, and that won 66 to 33%. In Florida, the medical marijuana initiative failed. It became very close. It was just under 60%. They needed 60% to make that pass. The interesting thing about this, I think, is that when this first qualified for the ballot this summer, it had 90% support in the public. Now, they got behind that and opposed it. It was Sheldon Adelson was the person who was most involved in that, providing 85% of the funding. Sheldon Adelson, if you don't know, is a casino owner in Las Vegas, very big in the gambling industry. He was someone who was instrumental in the primary in the 2012 caucuses there in Las Vegas. He famously got a caucus set up for a Sunday that was originally scheduled for a Saturday night, and he got it set up for a Sunday and tried to enforce that only Orthodox Jews would be allowed to vote in that process. And he is someone who gave millions to the campaign of Newt Gingrich, essentially a one-man super PAC for Newt Gingrich. He gave $15,000 to Lindsey Graham, and immediately Lindsey Graham introduced an online gaming ban. Of course, I'm sure that was just a coincidence, but here you have a situation where he can give $15,000 to Lindsey Graham when Dinesh D'Souza talks to some friends and raises $20,000 because he didn't follow the letter of the law. He didn't just get a civil penalty. He got a criminal penalty. They're going to send him to jail for that. But of course, Sheldon Adelson can give millions to Newt Gingrich. He can give $15,000 to Lindsey Graham, and he can give $4 million to stop medical marijuana in Florida, and he did. He got what he wanted. Now, the interesting thing about this is that the no people were saying that medical marijuana was going to be an excuse for outright legalization, and so it had to be stopped. Where was Sheldon Adelson on the legalization initiatives in the District of Columbia, in Oregon, in Alaska? Not a dime for those. So basically what he did was, even though they're saying we can't have medical marijuana, we can't allow the compassionate treatment for people who are suffering under cancer therapy, under HIV therapy, under many different issues. It even is very beneficial for glaucoma. We will not allow that for medical purposes. We will send people to jail, saying that they don't want to see this turn into a legalization thing, and yet he doesn't support a ban on legalization in these other states. So what is the issue there? Well, Vice magazine looked at it, as reported earlier. They said he has tried several times to get into the casino business in Florida, which currently is controlled by the Seminole tribe, the Indian tribe there in Florida. So perhaps that's part of the move. I don't know. Nevertheless, it is sad to see that that option taken off the table for people in Florida. Now, in other news, we see that, and we're going to talk about people in New Hampshire, libertarians who are standing up for their rights. basically standing up to parking meter maids, paying off people's parking as their parking meter expires, putting money in the meter so they don't get a ticket. That's a very visible example of standing up for fellow citizens, and I think it's something that's really helped them in the public light. It's something that's not a big fine, but it's a nuisance fine for people. They did, in fact, cost the city $80,000, and the city got quite irate about it. But there are other ways to engage in civil disobedience. And we've reported on this before. Pulpit Freedom Sunday is a thing that happens once a year by an organization, the Alliance Defending Freedom. And this year, they did it again, and they endorsed candidates from the pulpit. This is one way that the IRS has intimidated people. You know, it's not just going after the Tea Party. For decades, the IRS has been intimidating pastors from talking about politics or moral issues from the pulpit in a way that would get involved in politics. Now, this is something that, you know, the original Tea Party, I could say, was the Black Regiment of the American Revolution. It was the pastors who galvanized their congregation about issues like religious freedom and free speech and things that really set afire the 1776 revolution. But of course, they stopped all this using the IRS to intimidate people with an amendment that was passed by Lyndon Johnson. That is in direct conflict with the First Amendment, and so the Alliance Defending Freedom has taken the idea that they're going to directly challenge this. So for several years now, they've had thousands of pastors make explicit endorsements from the pulpit on a specific Sunday and then tape that and send it to the IRS, defying them to do something about it. And like we see in so many different instances, like we saw with John Corbett standing up to the TSA, like we saw with the fellow in Michigan, Baker's Green Acres, who stood up to the Department of Natural Resources there in Michigan, who said that he could not raise a certain type of pig. It costs people a lot to stand up to that, but eventually, if you persist at it, if they don't drive you out of business, if they don't totally bankrupt you, they will eventually ignore you and leave you alone. And that's what they're doing now with the pastors there. They have yet to come back to any of the pastors and say that they're going to take away their tax exemption, which, of course, is the sword of Damocles that they hang over their heads. Now, last election in 2012 in North Carolina, there was a constitutional amendment passed to ban same-sex marriage. That year, I think it was 5 states had that issue before them. 3 of them accepted same-sex marriage. 2 of them rejected it. North Carolina was one of those to reject it. What has happened this year, just within the last month or so, a North Carolina judge had rejected that constitutional amendment, said that it was unconstitutional according to the U.S. Constitution. It went to the U.S. Supreme Court. They refused to hear it, so it stands. Now, the fallout of that, I think, brings up an interesting point, and that is the conflict of rights. We've seen that the Libertarian Party in most instances has come down on the side of same-sex marriage, saying that that's a civil liberties issue. But when they force people to recognize it, or in this case, when they force magistrates or they force pastors to marry people, I think at that point, they are infringing on someone else's rights. Certainly no one is suggesting anywhere that I know of that homosexual people would not be allowed to live together, to do whatever they wish, but there are a lot of people who don't want to be compelled to participate in their wedding, to marry them, to take photographs or whatever, and we see over and over again in different places that now that is turning into a coercive measure against people violating their religious freedom. And so we see that some North Carolina judges have now resigned rather than perform these marriages because they say that conflicts with their religious freedom. It brings up an interesting conflict of rights. And this organization that has organized Pulpit Freedom Sunday is telling them, you don't have to resign. You can stand on your First Amendment rights. So I think this is going to make an interesting case of a conflict of rights. We have seen that in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, a couple who had a marriage chapel there, and they were also, I think, ministers in some church there, said that they did not want to perform same-sex marriages. They are now have the municipality coming after them, threatening them with several months in jail and thousands of dollars in fines. So that is now going into a legal court case there. So it's not a clear case that if you have a ballot amendment that gets passed, that you're not going to have that struck down by a court judge. We've seen the same thing happen in New Hampshire with the fully informed jury law that was passed there by the legislature, saying that the judge would not, could not take punitive measures against a lawyer who argued for jury nullification and could not prohibit a defendant from making that argument. That has now been struck down by a judge, so there's still work to do there. But as we see, there's many ways that you can approach that, and as we're going to see now in this interview in New Hampshire, they're coming at it from an educational standpoint as well. Having people show up at the courthouse when they're picking juries, educating jurors as to what their rights and their responsibilities are as jurors. They have a right and a duty to judge the law as well as the facts of the case. And so if we have people that understand and exercise those rights, understand their duty and exercise that duty, that is what's going to be needed to bring back trial by jury. As we see in North Carolina, they just said, well, I don't think we need that anymore. We can just streamline this case. I don't think so. Without further ado, let's go to that interview we had with Mark Warden in New Hampshire. He's a state representative. He moved there as part of the Free State Project, and we talked to him about working within the system and working outside of the system. You know, there's a lot of ways to game the political system to try to get the results that you want to have happen. We've seen this in the past with gerrymandering. That served the interest of various political parties. We see Obama essentially doing this with open borders and trying to open the voting rolls to people who aren't even citizens, trying to get a reliable block of voters who are going to support his agenda for a more socialist welfare state. What if that were done to serve the cause of freedom? In 2001, a Yale doctorate student, Jason Sorens, came up with the idea for the Free State Project. They wanted to find a state where they could move a lot of people who were interested in liberty, where they could collect together and move that state instead of being diluted amongst the 50 states. New Hampshire was an ideal location because of its small size, because of its small government, and because the legislators there are so responsive, so local to the public, with just a few people per legislator. They're only paid $100 a year in New Hampshire. So it's a more open system to change than we see in many of the larger states. Joining us today is someone who moved to New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project, and he is concerned with constitutional limited government, lower state spending, individual liberty, lower taxes, Second Amendment. Joining us now is Mark Warden, state representative from New Hampshire. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mark. I know it's a busy day today with the election and you're running for re-election. I wanted to focus on a couple of different issues. Number one, the effectiveness of people who are strategically thinking and acting at a local level. And then the other part of that I want to talk to you about in the second part of the interview is what activists are doing in New Hampshire apart from elections. Now, this is, you're coming up to your second term, is that correct?
That's right. I just finished my second term in New Hampshire. We have 2-year terms for the state legislature, and I've been a state rep.
Okay, and I think one of the things that people don't realize so often, they get caught up in the really high-profile races, governor, senator, president. They don't really think about what's happening down ticket, where they can have a big effect with state representatives, with town council people, with sheriffs, for example, who are going to stand up for their liberties. And I think we've seen that happen in New Hampshire. You've got a very unique situation there. I remember about 20 years ago, I was told that if somebody spent more than $1,000 to try to get elected to state legislature, they were accused of buying the election. Is that still true?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Here in New Hampshire, we have the largest state legislature in the country, with 400 representatives and 24 senators. So what that means is it's very accessible to the people, and it also means that your legislators held accountable. Each state rep only represents about 3,000 people across the state. So we have, lowest population districts anywhere. And what it means is people see you at the grocery store, the coffee shop, they know who you are, they knock on your door, and it really helps to keep people honest and accountable.
That's right, and that's what I think is the power of people looking down ballot, looking at the people who are in their local city government, looking at people who are at the state government. Now, in many places, I think back in North Carolina, it was well over 50,000 people that we had per state representative. So New Hampshire is kind of unique in that respect. Give us a feel for your involvement. You're pretty much on the political side, is that correct, in terms of election as opposed to direct action?
Yeah, that's right. I've done a little bit of both, but I did move out to New Hampshire because of Free State Project, which, as you know, is a sort of a geopolitical movement to get liberty-minded people to move to the small state of New Hampshire, and once here to exert the fullest practical effort to reduce the size of government and expand personal liberty. So some people choose to act in the political realm, as I have done, with success, and whereas others might be more comfortable doing their own type of outreach or activism, whether that's civil disobedience or starting a business or starting homeschooling networks. You know, everybody has a different path to liberty.
Exactly. And along those lines, we've seen a lot of things done, particularly in Keene, New Hampshire, and the Robin Hood Project. Explain that to the people who are listening.
Sure. There are a number of activists in the small town of Keene, New Hampshire, who started going around putting nickels in parking meters, walking ahead of the meter maid, of the so-called parking enforcement officers, right? So they thought it was kind of a fun thing to do, and really the people that avoided a $10 or $15 ticket loved it. They thought it was great. So these folks were just doing it as volunteers. They put a little note on the windshield saying, "Hey, we saved you from a ticket. If you like what we're doing, please join us. Pay it forward. Do it for somebody else, or send us a check." And really, the town folks have loved it. But of course, the town itself, the bureaucrats, hate it.
Yeah. I think that's a genius idea because it really hits people. It's a small amount of money that's involved there, but it really hits people about the predatory nature of government, doesn't it?
That's exactly right. It points out the gun in the room and the real nature of government, which is to grow and to take money from people. So what's interesting about the whole story is the reaction from the city. And they couldn't stand it, so they put an injunction against these guys and took them to court and had a number of hearings. Of course, it all fell through because these people are just doing something as volunteers and acting to help out their neighbors. But boy, the city hated it.
Yeah, they tried to change the kind of parking meters that they had even, didn't they?
Yeah, they tried to change them to, I don't know, the coinless ticket-based thing. And then, of course, they tried to pass a new ordinance that said you have to be so many feet from a parking enforcement officer and you can't talk to them and things like this.
So they're just illustrating the point. They're just illustrating the point that the Robin Hood people were making about how predatory, how intrusive, how dictatorial these guys are. They could easily just charge people $10 more in taxes or whatever. Just put it into property taxes or sales taxes. Or well, you guys don't have a sales tax there, right?
No state sales tax.
Yeah.
Right. There is on rooms and meals, but no state sales tax, no state income tax, which is another of the reasons that people have chosen New Hampshire to move here with Free State Project, and frankly for all sorts of reasons. New Jersey and New York and California, these places are just doubling down against gun owners. So legal gun owners have one day doing the nice thing, celebrating their Second Amendment, and the next day they're a felon when they change the laws in Massachusetts or New York. So those places are driving people out. They have net out migrations. They have freedom-loving states like Montana, Wyoming, and here in New Hampshire that are seeing net immigration of people who value personal freedoms.
Yeah, I've seen other things about Keene where they basically have a network of people. Somebody gets pulled over in a traffic stop. They'll send out a text message to other people or a phone message, and they'll show up to make sure that everything is being done, or basically kind of point out to the police that it's a victimless crime if they're just breaking the speed limit. So they have a lot of different types of activism like that. Give us an idea of what's going on in the legislative side, because of course today is election day. What kind of success has the Free State Project had in terms of getting state representatives elected who value liberty?
Yeah, we're making real progress. But first of all, I need to point out, David, that the Free State Project is really not a political group or organization. It does not engage in politics. Its sole mission is to get freedom-loving people to move to New Hampshire. But certainly those people once here get involved and do their best they can to affect change by reducing the size of government, reducing the cost and scope of government, protecting our civil liberties. And that's where I've been involved. And as you mentioned, we have had a number of successes. There have been nearly 20 Free State Project participants over the years who have been elected to the state legislature. And we have 20 or more running for office today, and I expect 2/3 of those to win. So basically what you're looking at is a very small percentage of the 400, but it's a group who's super motivated, typically very well educated, intelligent, mobilized and has a good community and support group behind him. So what we do is we get together in a caucus and form sort of factions inside the legislature, work with other let's say, natives and other New Hampshireites who are in the House who also believe in constitutional limits on government. And we've been able to not only stop a lot of bad laws, but pass good laws. One of the biggest milestones was in 2011, passed a budget that reduced state spending by $1 billion. It was a 10 or 11% decrease in state spending. It was historic, largest in the country and the largest in the history of New Hampshire. And a lot of members of the Liberty community who are state reps had a big part to play in that.
Well, you said that you've only got, say, 20 or so, and you hope to see those numbers go up. But because they're hardcore people and because you're starting to build a constituency that is looking at the liberty side of all these different issues, I would imagine you would be able to get people that would not normally have been in that, been looking at the liberty side of issues, people who are Republicans, who are Democrats in the legislature, start to move your way on individual issues. On some of the issues, you'd probably be aligning yourself with Democrats, on other issues with Republicans.
Well, that's exactly right. We like to look at a personal freedom issue like, let's say, marijuana, to grow your own or to smoke marijuana. Nobody should be thrown in a cage for that. So there are some Democrats who agree with that. The libertarian, the free stater type of minority helped stop the repeal of gay marriage. They've helped pass medical marijuana and notably also worked towards getting the jury nullification on the books here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, and that's what I want to talk to you about, because to me, that is kind of a junction between the legislative and the individual activist. Because if you're on a jury, you have the power to use your vote to shut down an unjust law. And people don't understand that they have that power. They've been misinformed by judges. Judges threaten and punish lawyers if they inform the jury of that right. And so in New Hampshire, you guys were able to get a law passed that essentially would not require the judge to tell people that they have, people on a jury, that they have a right to judge the law as well as the facts, but it would keep them from essentially taking action against lawyers who brought up that defense. Is that correct?
Yes, that's great. Isn't that great? I mean,
yes.
It's a real milestone. It's a huge advancement for people who have committed no crime against person or property, where there's no victim. A chance for the juries to see that and just drop the case altogether. There's already been one instance of it where somebody was growing his own marijuana for, I think, religious or personal use purposes, and the jury saw right through that. So it does. What this law says is that the defense attorney or the defendant himself can bring up the idea of jury nullification. The judge can't stop him or her from doing it. But we got to take the next step. So we also have activists out here who stand at the courtroom steps on jury selection day and hand out flyers and pamphlets, helping to educate them about the right to jury nullification.
You know, I interviewed the New Jersey weed man, I guess it was back in 2012. There's a guy who was a medical marijuana patient and a marijuana activist in California. He went to New Jersey where the laws were much stricter. They had him for a very large quantity of marijuana based on their laws. They were going to send him away for a very long period of time. He reasoned that the majority of people didn't support marijuana laws, so he figured he could get 3 hung juries in a row. The first trial, he put up a sign that showed that in the New Jersey Constitution, it said that jurors had the right to judge the law as well as the facts of the case. The first judge made him take it down, but they'd already seen that. And so they acquitted him 7-5. But then the prosecutor came back a second time. The second time he got a judge that allowed him to leave that up and talk about it. And at that time, he was acquitted 12-0, and they couldn't come back after him again. It was a very important illustration of the power of that. And of course, that's something that goes back hundreds of years in English and American common law, a tradition. It's written in many of our constitutions, and yet we have a judiciary who says just the opposite, misinforming and lying to the juries in most cases.
And unfortunately, a lot of people in the legislatures across the country think the same way.
Yes.
It's sort of a rigged system in that the people who are drawn to politics often are the kind of folks who like government, they like rules and regulation, they want to control others.
Yes.
So this jury nullification is probably the single greatest power that any single individual has. So even though nobody likes the idea of sitting on a jury, we should encourage our freedom-loving folks and your listeners to go out there and sign up and volunteer for jury duty and embrace it when it comes along, because you could really make the difference in somebody's life.
Yes. Now, I want to do a quick follow-up, and maybe you can fill us in as to what you think the status of this. Just on October 24th, Reason said that the jury nullification law in New Hampshire was just recently gutted by the New Hampshire Supreme Court. Is that your take on what happened with this recent trial?
You know, it was a setback for sure. So we're going to have to come back legislatively and tighten it up a little bit. This always happens whenever you pass a law that's not airtight. You'll find people who are going to exploit it to their own advantage. And, of course, the powers that be, the establishment, don't like anybody be able to beat the system. So they challenged it. I think the important parts are still there, but we'd like to improve it and probably require a judge to give this this disclosure to juries before they even start. I think that'd be the next logical step.
Well, you know, the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. You're never going to get there where the other side is going to stop trying to take away your freedoms, your property. So it's a constant fight, isn't it, Mark?
It absolutely is. And this is kind of a funny aside, but after 4 years in legislature, I found out that no matter how skeptical you are about government, it's worse than that.
Yeah.
I started out as an activist, a libertarian type, and an anti-government, anti-establishment type of person, and I got elected. Even with that message, people elected me. But once I got there, I realized that most people who are drawn to that kind of power, they like it, and they have a good old boys club. And one thing that they don't teach in Civics 101 is that despite the idea or the concept of these checks and balances of the three different parts of government, you have the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive branches, the lines are scarily blurred when you look closely.
Yes.
For example, during the legislative hearings, you have a long parade of the bureaucrats from the departments, the state departments, and bureaucracies in there telling the legislators how to vote, or how to change the law to benefit them, not to benefit people or to liberty, but the department. So this is something that we need to make people aware of, and why it's important that more regular people get involved instead of just throwing up their hands saying there's nothing they can do.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for talking to us. You're a very good example of how people can get some things done at the local level. I understand people's skepticism, but I don't understand the cynicism of just throwing up your hands and saying the system is too corrupt, it's hopeless, we can't do anything. That's exactly what they want you to do. I really appreciate you people at the Free State Project in New Hampshire, and especially you, Mark Warden, for standing up and fighting for liberty up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Good luck today. And again, a good example of why participation in the electoral process, if you do it strategically, can be effective. And of course, New Hampshire is a unique situation. That's why it was picked by the Free State Project. It's a very small state to start with, and the ratio of people to their representatives is very small. The amount of money that's in play there is very small compared to most states. Nevertheless, you can still do something at the local level. There is still a lot of power that is just sitting there that we could turn towards serving the cause of liberty. Now stay with us. We're going to be right back for more election updates.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage. This is the final stretch here at Infowars. Our great panel here, John Bound and also Rob Dew. We've been bringing you all this marathon election coverage.
5.5 hours in.
Yeah, 5.5 hours in. We're trying to end about midnight Central Standard Time. And we do this with the support from our great viewers, people who log on to prisonplanet.tv, where you can get yourself a 15-day free trial. It supports our broadcast. It's what gives us the equipment to go out into the field, like you saw Joe Biggs out there earlier. Also, all the great stuff you see here in the studio, all the guys working behind the scenes. Can we get a control room shot to show all the guys out there working working hard. This is what your money goes to.
That's Joe.
Joe goes to Joe Jennings.
He's doing all the work.
Yeah, there's Joe. He's doing our Skype stuff.
Working hard.
Also,
Hey,
there's Joe
Biggs
Biggs.
is back.
Yeah, Marcos, CJ, all
Nico,
the guys over there. So
Ricardo.
Yeah, that's what it goes to. So that's what you guys support. You go to prisonplanet.tv or you go to the Infowars shop and you get some of our high-quality products. So like, Rob, dude, what do you have over there?
Look, check this out. The last 5.5 hours, 6, is brought to you by the Wake Up America blend. If you can get that on camera 4 over there, if that one's still up. Yeah, there it is. You have the Patriot blend and the Immune Support blend. This is what we've been drinking all night. Pots of coffee, keeping us moving and looking at all the news and trends that are going to affect you in this new, I guess, this new paradigm now that we have a Republican-controlled Senate and House. I don't think we're going to see much change.
No, I don't see much change in our future either, but we've been out here working like robots. And on the note of robots, you guys have a lot of news. We were talking about that. You teased that a little bit earlier today. We saw the was it the Wildcat or the big dog, whatever that robot was, the running robot, the things that parallel what you see in a Star Wars movie.
Yeah, robots are going to be destroying us very soon. I predict within
or will be destroying robots.
There's going to be a fight. But it's not going to be bloody at first. At first, they're just going to start taking your jobs. You look at computer world. 1 in 3 jobs will be taken by software or robots by 2025. That's about 11 years away.
That's a heartbeat away.
And we hear that the greeters at some of your big chain stores, they're starting to be replaced by robots.
We're going to get to that.
That's incredibly important.
Could a robot do your job? USA Today. Well, you know, they're going to be writing newspaper articles coming up soon. Ping pong playing robot to seek factory job. This is out of Forbes. So they've taught robots how to play ping pong. China now has 30 industrial robot factories. Could double robot population by what? 2017.
Wow.
That's less than 3 years from now. DailyTelegraph.com. China, world's largest robotics producer. Gawker. Robots now replacing Chinese workers and U.S. fighter pilots. Yeah, and it's not just those. Those are the ones that are actually going to come out there and take you out when
fear in the hearts of the lazy.
Crazy. This is interesting. They've taught this group of robots here, these drones, how to fly in formation and do different maneuvers. So imagine surrounding you at that point and then tasing you. That's the future right there. Robots really are coming for your job, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Nothing a baseball bat won't fix. Right?
Germany, thousands of jobs to be replaced by robots. Bound, you have some people whining about minimum wage.
Well,
what's going to happen?
I heard you guys talking earlier about the minimum wage jobs you endured. And I was a cook for a very long time. And, of course, I flipped many a burger. And now the robots are going to be flipping those burgers. Well, I tried to picture myself without a job, and there's a restaurant full of robots making hamburgers. And what are the robots doing when they get off of work? Are they getting in a car and going home to their robot families? Are they paying into the system? Who thought of this whole robot thing? Because it's stupid. It's stupid. The whole system is completely filled with stupidity. What contribution are the robots going to give humanity or themselves?
Well, the whole thing was that the robots are going to take the jobs that we don't want to do, and thereby freeing us up to do lots of other things.
Like not have a job.
Exactly. But then, you know, along with that is not going to be free rent and free food stamps, although they'll probably will have lots of food stamps for those people. But it's going to be, we're going to be destitute. Robots will be the worker class,
right?
And then there'll be an upper class of controllers.
Of course, yeah, right. And they'll belong to they'll belong to a select elite that will control them from their ivory towers, which we, as a population of destitute and starving people, unless we're taken out by Ebola or God knows what, SWAT teams, what they have planned for us, are going to come down. And I mean, what reality are they creating for themselves?
Yeah, and
this is the reality. We talk about it here all the time about the reality we're dealing with. What reality are these controllers creating for themselves? Because it's going to be an elite few, and they're going to be surrounded with their little robots, and there's going to be millions of us with children that we got to feed, with futures that we were going to have here in America, a place that was born of the individual, that was born of invention. We invented robots. We invented the hamburger, for crying out loud. We will invent going into that ivory tower and taking out the elite. I know that's maybe a little too out there, too positive to think, but if you think about it, what do they have going for them? How far can they protect themselves from what's coming to them?
Yeah, and the point I was going to make is when we think about, you know, everybody who's out there who may be skeptical, oh, robots aren't going to take over. Think about what happened with your big video stores, your big chains, and now you have what? Redbox.
Redbox.
And, you know, and
it's
Redbox
essentially a robot.
Yeah, it's very convenient, but, you know, it took away the job of the person who stocks the shelves,
We
the
told
manager.
you about the new movies.
Yeah.
You might like this. You might like that. That personal service is now gone.
But then
it's all
again,
done with algorithms through
But
Facebook.
then again, there are people being paid at Netflix to make better movies than what's being made in Hollywood. You know, so as we as Americans invent, technology takes over and we move forward. But this is complete lunacy, where robots are going to protect this elite few. And by the way, the elite few, the number of global billionaires has doubled since this came out a few days ago, since the financial crisis in 2008. So billionaires are becoming more and more, they're entering a fantasy world where there's fewer and fewer of them and there's more and more of us. And we're not idiots. We're not your slaves. You're going to make your slaves and you're going to send them towards us and they're going to take our jobs and there's going to be 10 of you and there's going to be hundreds of millions of us. And so you either have to commit mass genocide on us or we're coming and we're going to change the whole thing back to the way it was, where people like Jakari and Rob Dew and the rest of you out there used your mind, your God-given humanity to create a place where the rest of us can live together in harmony.
But before that happens, I think we're going to have to deal with robots that are learning from insects, that are learning by themselves, that are becoming autonomous drones. We have a whole bunch of things. And who's at the heart of this now? Google, which is on a path to control information, is now also buying robot companies. They're building a robot army, and only Popular Science, you know, people like MBR are like, huh, Google's buying a bunch of robot companies. That's awesome. A hat tip to the future. Popular Science, kind of a bought-off organization, especially when it comes to 9/11 Truth. Why is Google building a robot army? And they go over the different robot companies that they bought. And essentially, they're buying things like Big Dog. They're buying the cheetah. They're buying the little robot drones. But also, they're buying a sensor company. And we have a B-roll of that these thermostats that you're going to have in your house. They're going to be hooked up via USB or by Ethernet. The thermostats on your walls, the smoke detectors, all these are going to be little gadgets that are going to gather more information. If you thought your smartphone wasn't stealing information from you, well, they're just going to be implanting sensors in your home that are going to be getting all the data they need to sell you products. Of course, they won't be spying on you, but we know all that stuff.
Yeah, we saw the CIA director will spy on you through your dishwasher.
Through your dishwasher and through your smoke detector and through your thermostat. It's all going to be coming down the pipe. They're going to be spying on you through your lights. Everything is happening at this point. And it just goes back to, you know, after this election, what's going to happen with the economy? Are we going to see any big boost? Are there going to be more jobs created? Right now they're saying, well, Forbes came out with an article saying unemployment's at 5.8% now, but just 2 months ago it was at 12%. How does it drop that fast? Although we've seen no noticeable impact. It's just they're playing with the numbers. But don't worry, we got the illegals that they're going to give amnesty to, and they're going to pull us out of the housing crisis. They've got the mayor of San Antonio, who's on Obama's cabinet now, Julian Castro, who's basically said, hey, when we get these 11 million illegals, give them amnesty, they're going to be wanting to buy houses. So that's going to help us now. That's just going to change the economy. Okay. I mean, it's total lunacy what we're doing, and that's all going to happen. And we're going to have that coming up, I guess. If we get to it, we're going to have the Obama 5-finger death punch, which is going to happen right after the election.
Well, it makes you wonder with the Republican votes that we had, how many Democrats switched over to Republican, how many independents went to Republican, because it's getting so serious out there that people are getting desperate with Ebola and with everything that's going on, that somebody has to take charge. Well, I don't believe the Republicans are going to be able to take charge either. It's probably just going to be a greed fest as well.
I think you're going to see more of the same. You're going to see some lip service here right after the election, and then slowly it's going to fade away. The economy really wasn't a big issue for any of these guys. I don't think no wars were, that was not a big issue.
I didn't recall hearing that at all.
I don't see anybody saying we're going to stop funding terrorist groups like ISIS. None of that happened. John, you worked on an invention piece that we're going to have coming up, and then I think we're going to replay, Alex wanted us to replay the gun piece that we did where we went out and shot Brothers in Arms. It was Leanne, Alex, Shane Steiner, Weldon was out there, I was out there, Josh was out there. We blew up my TV. But John, go into your invention thing. Like, inventions are like the lifeblood of this country.
Yeah, I got a little ambitious, and I went and I tried to do basically a piece on all of the inventions, because Obama's speech about if you got a business, you didn't build that, really struck a nerve in everybody here. And we're constantly playing that piece over and over again. So I wondered just how many inventions we had here in America. How innovative have we been? And it's just ridiculous. I mean, we invented everything that we use. You name it, we invented it. The British beat us a little bit, and they claim to share a few inventions with us, but far and away, America and the ingenuity of the people that have been here for the short amount of time, really, that the United States has been here, have conducted an experiment that we're all a part of. And what it comes down to is the fact that it's about you, and it's about your creative inventiveness. It's about you not giving in to the socialist agenda and believing that what Obama is telling you in this speech, which could possibly be the stupidest and worst speech of a president of a human being, when you really dissect it, what he's telling you is for you to be his slave. And you as an American need to stand up and understand that you have the power to be creative. You have the power to invent. There are things that you need in your life that other people need that you can invent right now. And we've been inventing them from the beginning of this country, and it's got nothing to do with me getting help from this guy or getting help from this guy. I can go out and invent something on my own, by myself, get a patent, and it's me that did it. And that's what you are going to do with your life as well as an American if we stick with being the United States and get away from the controllers. So let's go to this report, and I want you at the end of this to stand up and cheer for you, because you are special.
If you've been successful, you didn't get there on your own. You didn't get there on your own. I'm always struck by people who think, well, it must be because I was just so smart. There are a lot of smart people out there.
Never leave till tomorrow, which you can do today. Benjamin Franklin.
It must be because I worked harder than everybody else. Let me tell you something. There are a whole bunch of hard-working people out there.
There is no substitute for hard work. Thomas Alva Edison.
If you were successful, somebody along the line gave you some help. There was a great teacher somewhere in your life.
Most pilots learn when they pin on their wings and go out and get in a fighter, especially that one thing you don't do. You don't believe anything anybody tells you about an airplane. Chuck Yeager.
Somebody helped to create this unbelievable American system that we had that allowed you to thrive.
Democracy is a pathetic belief in the collective wisdom of individual ignorance. H.L. Meekin.
If you got a business, that you didn't build that. Somebody else made that happen.
Nothing strengthens the judgment and quickens the conscience like individual responsibility. Elizabeth Cady Stanton.
Don't let anybody tell you that, it's corporations and businesses that create jobs. You know, that old theory, trickle-down economics. That has been tried. That has failed.
The internet didn't get invented on its own.
I took the initiative in creating the internet. I took the initiative in moving forward a whole range of initiatives.
There's some things, just like fighting fires, we don't do on our own. I mean, imagine if everybody had their own fire service. That'd be a hard way to organize fighting fires. So we say to ourselves, ever since the founding of this country, you know what, there's some things we do better together.
The basic philosophy between the so-called extreme left people, on communists and socialists, and the so-called philosophy on the right of the fascists and the Nazis was really the same. I said, how can this be? They're supposed to be opposites of each other. And then I began to realize that there is something more common to all of these philosophies that was left out of my training and education. And that was the ideology of collectivism. I began to realize that the thing that was common to them all is something called collectivism. Now that's a word that is not very well used. It's not very entrenched in the vocabulary of most people today. But I found out that it was a very commonly used word about a century ago. People wrote a lot about collectivism, and the opposite of that would be individualism. Those are two words that are sort of abandoned today, but in my view, I think they need to be recaptured and understood and used more.
America is big enough to make room for many different kinds of thinking, but many liberals have claimed to see virtues in socialism and communism, which I, for one, have not been able to find. To promote their ideas, American liberals have become a highly organized, hardcore establishment in the United States. And they have been excusing their appeasement and coddling of communism on the ground that they were being tolerant, broad-minded, and working for peace.
Remember always that you not only have the right to be an individual, you have an obligation to be one. Eleanor Roosevelt.
City Hall, death and taxes. Don't talk about politics or religion. This is all the equivalent of enemy propaganda rolling across the picket line. Lay down, GI, lay down, GI. We saw it all through the 20th century. And now in the 21st century, it's time to stand up and realize that we should not allow ourselves to be crammed into this rat maze. We should not submit to dehumanization. I don't know about you, but I'm concerned with what's happening in this world. I'm concerned with the structure. I'm concerned with the systems of control. Those that control my life and those that seek to control it even more. I want freedom. That's what I want. And that's what you should want. It's up to each and every one of us to turn loose of just some of the greed, the hatred, the envy, and yes, the insecurities. Because that is the central mode of control. Make us feel pathetic, small, so we'll willingly give up our sovereignty, our liberty, our destiny. We have got to realize that we're being conditioned on a mass scale. Start challenging this corporate slave state. The 21st century is going to be a new century. Not the century of slavery, not the century of lies, issues with no significance, and classism, statism, and all the rest of the modes of control. It's going to be the age of humankind standing up for something pure, something right. What a bunch of garbage, liberal, Democrat, conservative, Republican. It's all there to control you, two sides of the same coin.
All right, for our last segment here, we're going to take a look and see what is really going to change. Of course, we had 10 seats gained in the House by the Republicans so far. We've had 7 seats, I believe, in the Senate, so it's a solid change over to a Senate majority. And we've heard in the last couple of days, Romney and now, distressingly, Rand Paul say that they're going to try to push these trade treaties through. And let's understand that the Trans-Pacific Partnership, as well as the Transatlantic partnerships, are much more than trade agreements. They are a backdoor way to get in CISPA, which has failed over and over again in all its variants. CISPA, ACTA, SOPA, PIPA. There's been multiple initiatives to try to exert government control in order to serve the copyright interests of large corporations. And so that's just one aspect. Of course, there's also Big Pharma's got a dog in that fight, as well as Monsanto. And the thing that concerns everyone, should concern everyone, is the fact that these negotiations are being conducted in secret by corporate lobbyists, and our elected representatives are not in attendance, not even allowed to know what's going on. They've had a couple of instances where they've been given a glimpse of the bills, but they are not allowed to talk about that. Isn't that amazing that this would be done like that?
Yeah, it's all done in secret.
Yeah, absolutely amazing.
Fast track it.
It's just another version of Agenda 21. You know?
So what's going to happen with this? I mean, certainly we see that going back to the marijuana initiatives, it now looks like the Oregon is now going to join Colorado and Washington in legalizing that, as well as the District of Columbia. California looks like they're going to push through Prop 47, which would reduce penalties for nonviolent crimes. So it would take things like drug possession, and if it was nonviolent, it would not have it be a felony, but it would reduce it to a misdemeanor and say that you could not put people in jail for more than a year. That's a direct reaction to the extremism of the war on drugs and this madness of mandatory minimums that's been with us since the Reagan administration.
Yeah, it really has, and it's destroyed countless lives. They've confiscated millions and billions of dollars of property from people without even getting a conviction. In most cases, it's just, we're going to arrest you and take your house or take your car. And
so what's up with that? I mean, certainly people have had enough. They're starting to realize the issue behind prohibition. It doesn't work, okay? Alcohol prohibition didn't work. It didn't change. It didn't stop people from drinking, okay? What it did was it gave us organized crime. It gave us vast amounts of corruption. And the war on drugs has been far worse than that because under Reagan, they started targeting users instead of the gangs that were running the illegal prohibited.
Right, the gangs were allowed to run with impunity.
Exactly.
Nobody wanted to go up against them because they had guns.
Yes, yes. And of course, unlike prohibition, I don't know what the government's involvement in prohibition was, but certainly we didn't have the U.S. military making alcohol in foreign countries and trucking it in order to fund black ops, which is what they did with crack cocaine and now with heroin in Afghanistan. We talked about that at length last night. I found it very interesting that the Obama administration came before the UN, and of course we've had Jim Gierach from Law Enforcement Against Prohibition on the show multiple times. Last time I had him on, he was talking about this UN drug prohibition regime and how they were trying to fight this UN treaty. And now the Obama administration is saying that they want some flexibility because the UN came in and tried to rescind these legalization initiatives that passed in Colorado and Washington in the last election. And so what he's saying is it looks like some of these things are going to pass, and so we want to have a little bit of flexibility. They refer to the planetary agreements that are underpinning all this stuff. So maybe, like we saw with alcohol prohibition, once they had a massive economic collapse in the Depression, they legalized it. Maybe that's why they're looking at drug legalization.
Well, if you do any looking into the UN, these people, especially in New York, are some of the biggest drug dealers in the world.
Yeah.
They can truck stuff in. They're not allowed to be searched. These people have diplomatic immunity. They walk around with cases of cocaine. I mean, I've read people from insiders, stories from insiders. They said it was ridiculous, the amount of drug use and the amount of drug dealing that went on out of New York, out of that Rockefeller-donated piece of property that has the gun tied up in a knot in front of it. So these people don't want any freedom of any kind, but they want to rule you and do whatever they want.
Yes.
It's disgusting. Let's finish up real quick on Obama's five-finger death punch. These are the things that we think are going to happen, you know, that they're waiting for after this election. One, I think we're going to see a big spike in Ebola cases. I think that's going to be a guaranteed. Two, executive orders on guns, coal, the Bo Bergdahl report's about to come out. That should be interesting. I think Obamacare is going to get expanded. And then you're going to have also the illegal amnesty that they're just ramping up. They've already talked about the green cards that they've printed. And then who knows? They're going to keep putting the pressure on Putin. And that might start World War III. and then they could go after Iran and go after the other groups that they want.
And the Republicans are going to rabidly support that.
They would love another war because their friends are the ones who got them into office, the military-industrial complex.
We're also going to see that we're going to see a step back from any kind of complaints about what the NSA is doing to people, what the CIA is doing to people. We're going to have a change of leadership in the Senate Intelligence Committee, and so so things are not turning towards liberty right now. So check back with us. That's the end of our broadcast.
Yep. We're going to end it with the gun report. We're going to Leanne firing off bazookas and such, blowing up televisions, and my weapon is a camera. So.
Yeah, and I will say, as of right before we stepped in the studio, Dan Bongino did win his race.
Oh, that's good. That's very positive.
We know we got one.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
He was barely up. He was up by a percentage point. So that's it. Thank you for joining us for these 6 hours. We started 6 hours ago now, and it's been a pleasure to be with you. We're glad you could join us. And we'll see you next time we do something like this. We'll be back here tomorrow with the Infowars Nightly News. I believe Jakari will be in the hot seat. Absolutely. So thanks for joining us. Infowars.com.
If I could have gotten 51 votes in the Senate of the United States for an outright ban, Mr. and Mrs. America, turn them all in, I would have done it.
Part of every day, some kind of anti-violence, anti-gun message.
But I also believe that a lot of gun owners would agree that AK-47s belong in the hands of soldiers, not in the hands of criminals.
We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way.
It's always been about libertarians, conservatives, constitutionalists, gun owners, returning veterans in the training manuals. You're the target of the mafia because you are a real American. You know about the Bill of Rights and Constitution. Low taxes, states' rights. You are diametrically opposed. So you either roll over to the mafia and let them rob you, or you're going to be listed as a terrorist. I got a better idea. We're going to expose you as the mafia. We're going to expose you as a bunch of crooks trying to steal our liberties.
All right, on your mark, get set. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God! Ah! I got 3, baby. Load it!
You can keep both eyes open. So when you bring it up, just relax, take a deep breath, and then kind of exhale as you squeeze the trigger. Are you ready?
Yeah!
Nice.
You never missed, McAdoo. McAdoo, you've shot, I guess, a shotgun one time when you were checking out Central Texas Gun Works, but this is your first time shooting a rifle, second time shooting, period. Is it that big a deal?
It was like cuddling a little baby bunny in my shoulder. It's like snuggly bunny.
Was it fun?
It was pretty fun. It's kind of exhilarating.
Because you were a little nervous coming out here, a little gun phobic.
Very nervous.
Have you been converted?
I needed to test out a few more.
So you still don't know if you like guns?
I like guns. I just need to know what kind of gun is the right gun for me.
We're going to let you shoot a .223 in a minute. That is what Joe Biden says women shouldn't get. It is the perfect gun for a woman.
You know, guess what? A shotgun will keep you a lot safer. A double-barrel shotgun than the assault weapons in somebody's hands who doesn't know how to use it, even one who does know how to use it. You know, it's harder to use an assault weapon and hit something than it is a shotgun, okay?
So we're going to have you shoot that. We're going to do some other stuff, and we're going to blow a television up later.
Fantastic.
All right, good.
Have you ever shot a pistol before?
Yes.
Okay, so you know you put this dot in between these dots and put all 3 of them on the target. Now, if you look down this sight, you can see how you can see right down the sights. This one, the suppressor covers it up. But it still serves its purpose because you can still overlap them over the target. It just takes a little getting used to. I'm going to load it up for you, and then
chamber around. There you go.
There you go. There you go. Go ahead.
Again. You shovel the right. Yeah.
Woo! Had a little bit of a kick. Might need to work on my upper body strength a little bit. Be able to handle that machine, but I like it with the silencer. I feel kind of like a gangster, like a mobster, you know, like I should be a...
Hitman.
Yeah.
But does it sound like it does in the movies? It doesn't make that chirping. It's not silent.
Yeah. No, it's definitely
it sounds
not.
Like a loud air rifle is what it sounds like.
You definitely still hear that in a hotel or something.
All right.
The movies lie to us once again.
On your mark. Set. Go.
Weldon and I literally tried to hit that half-pound charge for an hour.
We've been trying to shoot that half-pound charge all day, Leanne, and you come out here and shoot from the hip. Boom!
Like a Mac do.
That's America.
Mark!
Sorry, Gloria Steinem. The women are getting the guns.
Okay, you ready? Get it. Ready? Aim. Holy hell! Steiner got it. Holy hell! That's what's happening to dinosaur media as we fire bullets of truth into their sack of rotting lies. Yeah! Freedom! The Republic! Human liberty!
Gerald, what do you think about the FBI saying that there's a terror alert on Monday about a potential Fort Hood situation?
The police are shoving people, shoving Alex, shoving the crowd.
Here we go, folks. I'm being assaulted.
Whether it's the radio show, the news websites, documentary films, or the nightly news, Infowars is the tip of the spear.
Is this another false flag stage attack to take our civil liberties and promote homeland security while sticking their hands down on the pants on the streets?
It's up to us to set brush fires in the minds of men and women everywhere. And that's what PrisonPlanet.tv is designed to do.
You watch, the Assad regime is going to be blamed or accused of using chemical weapons against the so-called rebels.
What we see now is a war against reality. It's a war against the truth.
It's more vital than ever that supporters of freedom become members of PrisonPlanet.tv and share their membership with up to 11 friends and family. Visit InfoWarsNews.com today. Become a member, share your membership, and help take the InfoWar to the next level.